There are things in this world that should never be trusted. Having made mistakes before, the price is always paid in the end. The cost is always heavy. This lack of trust applies to a specific group of people. Specifically, it applies to girls who are kind to Yuta. Yuta Tono is a high school boy who does not trust girls. While girls chase after a popular student named Ray, Yuta keeps to himself. He has been deceived and taken advantage of repeatedly. Girls only talk to him to get closer to his good-looking older brother. He is done putting his trust in girls. As he walks away from the crowd, someone calls out his name. Every single girl is untrustworthy. Izumi Haoju greets him with a good morning. His distrust extends even to her. Izumi repeatedly offers a morning greeting. Each time, Yuta gives a response so quiet that it is barely audible. Tired of the persistence, Yuta shouts back a loud greeting. He tells her to give it a rest since he has already been replying, but she claims she couldn't hear him. Izumi smiles and accepts his answer. She wishes him a good morning once more. Yuta feels his heart race and becomes flustered. He tells himself to get a grip and stop being an idiot. Izumi Haoju is a girl from his class who has been approaching him a lot lately. Others in the hallway greet her as she passes. She is known for being cute and is considered a perfect match for Yuta's third-year older brother. Yuta is certain that she is also just trying to get to his brother. Izumi leans in very close and asks Yuta what kind of bread he likes. Startled by the proximity, he tells her that he likes melon bread. Izumi suggests that Yuta should visit the cafeteria because they will definitely have melon bread today. Her friend agrees with the idea. Yuta walks away wondering what her deal is. Yuta buys the bread and eats it in his classroom. He thinks about how Izumi is really throwing him off. In the background, Izumi and her friend talk about being excited for gym class. During gym class, Izumi plays basketball in jersey number 10. A classmate remarks to Yuta that Izumi is really cute and asks for his opinion. Yuta is surprised by the question. Yuta's classmates continue to praise Izumi, mentioning her good grades and her mysterious charm. They agree that her mysterious vibe is part of her appeal. Izumi continues to play in the basketball game. Her friends cheer for her from the sidelines as she dribbles the ball across the court. Yuta's classmate watches Izumi and doubts she can pull off the play. Izumi waves for a pass but ends up missing her shot at the basket. Izumi looks very pleased with herself despite missing the shot. Yuta wonders why she looks so satisfied. His classmate thinks her attempt was cute, leading Yuta to question what he was even watching. A classmate tells Izumi she played a good game before accusing Yuta of watching her as well. Yuta loudly denies that he was looking at her while Izumi stands nearby. Izumi wipes her face with a towel and offers a smile. Yuta and his friends stand in the gym looking completely stunned. Izumi turns and walks away. Yuta's friends whisper that she was definitely looking at Yuta just now, which leaves him frustrated and confused. The school bell rings to signal the end of the day. As Yuta walks through the hallway, he thinks about how Izumi is driving him nuts because he cannot understand what she is thinking. Yuta realizes that Izumi has never once mentioned his brother to him. Yuta considers the possibility that she might actually be into him. He has a brief daydream about her confessing her love before the sudden shouts of other girls looking for Ray snap him out of it. Yuta is caught off guard as a group of girls rushes past him in the hallway. Ray stands with Izumi as she holds out a notebook. Yuta watches from a distance as girls gossip about how cute Izumi is and ask if she is a first-year student. He thinks his suspicions were right and that she is just another girl pursuing his brother. A group of girls rushes past Yuta shouting for Ray and telling others not to get ahead of them. Yuta is knocked to the ground as the crowd of girls surrounds his popular brother. He recalls that for as long as he can remember, every girl who showed interest in him was actually after Ray. Yuta remembers how girls would act friendly and pretend to know him while their focus was entirely on his brother walking ahead of him. Yuta reflects on why he can never trust girls. While he lies on the floor, someone asks if he is all right and offers a handkerchief. Izumi crouches down in front of Yuta and offers him her handkerchief. Yuta continues to think about the girls who have shown him kindness. Izumi tells Yuta that he can use the handkerchief if he wants to. Yuta looks at her with a stunned expression. While the rest of the girls chatter and follow Ray down the hallway, Yuta remains on the floor and asks Izumi why she is still there. Blushing and sweating, Yuta asks Izumi why she is not joining the other girls in chasing after his brother. Izumi pauses for a moment and then looks at Yuta with a confused expression. As the crowd of girls continues to fawn over Ray in the background, Izumi asks Yuta why he would even ask that question. Izumi explains to Yuta that she stayed because she found him. She smiles at Yuta and tells him that is all there is to it. Izumi insists that Yuta just take the handkerchief. Yuta finally accepts it and stammers out a thank you. Izumi tells Yuta that he is welcome. Izumi tells Yuta to make sure he returns the handkerchief because it is her favorite one. Yuta remains certain that the girl is only after his brother. Yuta repeatedly tells himself that there is no way she could be interested in him. Yuta becomes extremely flustered and clutches his head, vowing that he will never let himself be deceived again. Urara welcomes Izumi back and asks if something good happened. Izumi simply agrees. Izumi repeats that Yuta is welcome. Yuta thinks about things he must never trust while someone asks him for his zodiac sign. Yuta continues to dwell on his distrust of girls while standing at his locker. Izumi has been talking to Yuta frequently and corners him at his locker to say good morning. Yuta stammers a greeting back, still suspecting that she is using him to get to his older brother. Izumi asks for his sign and Yuta tells her he is a Virgo. He asks why it matters and Izumi stares back at him. Suddenly, Izumi reaches out and grabs Yuta by his necktie. Yuta shouts out in surprise. Izumi snaps the tie off his neck. Yuta demands to know what she is doing while Izumi hands the tie back to someone in the background. Urara arrives and greets them, announcing that the lucky color for Virgos today is blue. She shows off her blue outfit, accessories, and drink. Izumi explains that dark green is supposed to be unlucky today, which is why she removed his tie. Urara agrees, but Yuta is left confused about what it all means. Yuta holds his removed tie and watches Izumi walk away with Urara. He realizes he will never understand what is going through her head. Yuta puts his tie back on, dismissing the idea of horoscopes and vowing not to trust girls. His luck immediately turns for the worse as he gets hit by a flying object splashed with water and caught in a stampede of girls chasing his brother. Sitting in class, Yuta looks completely drained. His friends notice how tired he appears while Yuta laments that the day has been nothing but bad luck. Yuta begins to wonder if Izumi was actually right about the bad luck. He spots her poking a small white weather charm on a desk while other boys admire her. Izumi accidentally knocks the charm off the desk. Yuta watches her and decides she is actually easier to read than he thought, wondering if white is her lucky color. Yuta runs through the hallway to return the charm to Izumi, shouting that she dropped her lucky item. In his haste, he slips on the floor just as a crowd of girls begins to swarm nearby. Yuta crashes into Izumi's back with a loud thud, knocking into her as he falls. Yuta pulls back, blushing and stuttering an apology. Izumi looks over her shoulder at him with a neutral expression as he remains flustered. A stampede of girls rushes past them, screaming for Rei. Yuta and Izumi are forced to huddle together against the wall to avoid being caught in the rumble. After the crowd passes, Izumi observes that Yuta would have been trampled again if he had been one step further. They watch the departing crowd together from the side of the hallway. Izumi tells Yuta he was lucky she was there to help. Yuta looks at her, blushing and confused by the close proximity and her comment. Izumi leans in and tells Yuta to look at her hair, claiming the blue highlights are his lucky color. Yuta is left speechless and shocked by the gesture. Yuta questions why she called him in the first place, and Izumi mentions the weather charm item again. When she admits it isn't actually a lucky item, Yuta reacts with frustration and confusion over her behavior. Rei waves to his adoring fans as roses bloom around him. The girls scream about how handsome he looks today. Two girls gossip by the window about Rai's younger brother attending the same school. They spot Yuta walking down the hallway and point him out to each other. Yuta can't stand girls because they only want to use him to get his brother's phone number. He is a high school boy with no trust in them. Yuta returns to the classroom. Urara excitedly alerts Izumi that he has arrived. Yuta remains convinced that any attention from girls is just a means to reach his brother. Izumi welcomes him back. Yuta considers her the primary person bothering him lately and remains especially wary of her motives. Yuta tells them not to welcome him and points out that Izumi is in his seat. She acknowledges it and begins to shuffle over. Izumi offers to the single chair with him. Yuta becomes extremely flustered and refuses to sit in such a close manner. Yuta watches as other students fawn over Izumi. He maintains his belief that her interest in him is solely to get closer to his older brother. Izumi leans in close to stare at Yuta while he writes in his journal. He finds her behavior strange. Nearby, Urara comments on someone's confidence. Urara enthusiastically announces that it is time for a math quiz. Yuta is surprised, having forgotten about the test. Izumi stands by and agrees with Urara's announcement about the quiz. Yuta receives his test results and sees a failing grade of 5 out of 50. The teacher addresses students with low scores. Yuta is crushed by his low score. The teacher announces a makeup test for anyone who scored 10 points or fewer. His classmates talk about how easy the test was. Yuta's friends tease him about his grades, suggesting his conversation with Izumi distracted him. While they head to the arcade, Yuta decides he must stay to study. Yuta reconsiders going home and walks through the school hallway until he reaches the library. Yuta settles into a seat in the library to begin his studies. Yuta finds that a change in scenery has not helped him understand the math problems. Suddenly, someone reaches out and offers him help. Izumi leans in and points out that Yuta made a mistake on his work. Startled by her sudden comment, Yuta lets out a loud shout that draws the attention of everyone else in the library. Yuta quickly covers his mouth and apologizes for the noise. He is surprised to see Izumi actually using the library for studying. She walks over and asks if he is working hard. Yuta imagines Izumi posting photos at a fancy cafe instead of being in the library. He tries to refocus on his math problems while sitting at his desk. Yuta notices that Izumi is reading a light novel with an incredibly long and specific title. When she catches him staring and asks what he wants, he flinches and turns back to his own book. Izumi scoots her chair right next to Yuta, making him panic and ask why she is sitting so close. She explains that she thought he needed help. Yuta awkwardly insists that he is fine. Izumi points to Yuta's blank notebook and notes that he hasn't written a single thing yet. Yuta realizes she caught him being completely unproductive. Izumi looks at Yuta's work and asks if it is from today's quiz. He confirms that it is. He recalls his friends saying she was smart, but finds it hard to believe given her personality. Izumi holds up Yuta's test paper and bluntly tells him that he failed. Yuta is shocked and thinks that she doesn't seem like the type of student who pays attention in class. Yuta tries to snatch his failing grade back and starts to complain about her behavior. A nearby student hushes them for being too loud, forcing Yuta to stop mid-sentence. Yuta asks Izumi how she did on her own test. She smugly reveals a perfect score, leaving Yuta completely speechless and shocked. Izumi repeatedly shoves her perfect test score in Yuta's face. He gets annoyed by her persistence, but she reminds him that he was the one who asked to see it. Izumi offers to teach Yuta the parts of the math material he doesn't understand. She becomes very pushy about it until he finally gives in and accepts her help. The two students remain in the library surrounded by bookshelves to focus on their work. During the study session, Izumi notices that Yuta is just memorizing the answers instead of learning the process. He gulps nervously as she calls him out on it. Yuta finally finishes his studying and notices that it has already gotten quite late. When he turns to speak to Izumi, he finds that she has fallen asleep with her head close to his shoulder. Yuta stares ahead with wide eyes, completely taken aback. Yuta feels his heart pound as he looks over at Izumi, who is quietly reading her book. He lets out a small sound of acknowledgement. Yuta asks if Izumi is finished and mentions that he wanted her to check his answer. Izumi places a hand on her book and replies that she actually finished a long time ago. Yuta wonders if she was waiting for him to finish and questions why she would do that. He clenches his pen and considers the possibility that she might actually have feelings for him. Izumi scoots her chair even closer to Yuta to look at his work. Izumi tells Yuta that his answer is correct. Yuta's heart races as she remains very close to him. Yuta becomes completely overwhelmed and flustered. Izumi checks her phone and announces that her mom just got home before walking away. Yuta is left frozen in his seat. A staff member finds Yuta still in the library and asks if he is still there. The next day, Yuta manages to get a perfect score on his test. Yuta Tono is a first-year high school student. He stands in a grocery store after school. Produce like cabbage and radishes are displayed on the shelves with high price tags. Yuta complains about the rising prices and decides only rich people can afford the vegetables. He grabs a cabbage anyway while noting the price of carrots. Izumi appears right next to Yuta looking for vegetables. Yuta is shocked to see her there. Yuta shouts in surprise. Izumi recognizes him and says his name while he wonders why she is at the grocery store. Izumi asks Yuta if he is also buying groceries. Yuta confirms that he is. Yuta looks at Izumi in her casual outfit and finds it refreshing. He starts to think that she is actually quite cute. Yuta panics as Izumi looks into his shopping basket, which is filled with cookies and snacks. He realizes she is messing with his head and regrets his choices. Yuta asks if Izumi is also shopping and she asks what he is looking for. They compare his shopping list to the items they are finding. Yuta shouts that Izumi's choices are nothing like what is on her shopping list. He points out that she wanted vegetables, soup base, and meat, but instead filled her basket with snacks using leftover money. Yuta tells Izumi that snacks should be bought last and orders her to put them back. Izumi looks down at her box of chocolates with a dejected expression. Izumi walks away while Yuta thinks about how he can never tell what she is thinking. He catches her looking at an ice cream freezer with a pouting face and wonders what is going on. Yuta stops Izumi because ice cream was not on her list. He takes her memo and ends up helping her shop, pointing out cheaper items and coordinating their purchases. Izumi thanks Yuta for helping her buy everything including her snacks. As she leaves the store, she waves goodbye. Yuta acknowledges her and Izumi thinks to herself that he is surprisingly good at looking after people. Yuta stands alone in the grocery store aisle holding his groceries and feeling drained after the encounter. Yuta wonders why he even helped Izumi shop as he prepares to leave. An older woman he knows as Auntie greets him and asks if the girl who was just with him was a friend. Auntie asks if Izumi is Yuta's girlfriend. Yuta reacts with shock and blushes, frantically explaining that she is just a classmate. Auntie admits she just assumed otherwise. Auntie mentions that they looked like they were having a lot of fun and thought it was a date. Yuta reflects on this and realizes he has never actually seen Izumi smile for real. Yuta imagines that Izumi probably only saves her real smiles for when she is around his popular older brother. Yuta recalls past experiences where girls only acted friendly to him to get closer to Rei. He remembers hearing them admit their true intentions behind his back. Yuta vows not to fall for those tactics again and tells himself he doesn't enjoy being around people like that. He leaves the store with his shopping bag, satisfied that he saved some money. Outside it has begun to rain. Yuta spots Izumi standing under the store's overhang and realizes she forgot her umbrella. Yuta looks at his umbrella while remembering the kindness Izumi showed him earlier. He dismisses the thought, telling himself it has nothing to do with him. He prepares to step out into the rain, still thinking that her actions don't involve him. Yuta walks up to Izumi and holds the umbrella over her as the rain comes down and other people rush past. Looking away with a blush, Yuta warns Izumi that she will catch a cold if she stays out in the rain like that. Izumi looks up at him from under the umbrella. Yuta tells Izumi to take the umbrella. She asks if he is sure, but he prepares to walk off into the downpour. The two end up walking home together under the single umbrella. Yuta feels flustered and thinks about how he only intended to give her the umbrella, not it. As they walk side by side, Yuta wonders why Izumi is willing to an umbrella, as he assumes most girls would hate it. Yuta turns toward Izumi and offers a nervous apology. Izumi looks back at him with a soft smile and tells Yuta that everything is fine. The close proximity makes Yuta nervous. He remarks that things are cramped with two people, then admits that is to be expected since it is a single-person umbrella. They continue to walk in sync through the rain. Yuta reflects on how unusual this closeness is. Yuta suspects Izumi is only acting this way to get on his good side for some ulterior motive. A truck speeds toward a large puddle nearby. Yuta continues to think that Izumi doesn't actually enjoy his company. Seeing the impending splash, Yuta shouts a warning for Izumi to watch out and moves to shield her. The truck splashes a massive wave of water onto Yuta, leaving him completely soaked while Izumi remains dry behind him. The truck speeds away after drenching Yuta. Izumi asks if he is all right, and he replies that he is fine despite being completely soaked. Izumi notes that he wouldn't be in this state if he had just used the umbrella properly. Yuta admits she is right while he dumps water out of the canopy. He insists he is fine even though he is blushing. They walk together under the umbrella, both appearing defeated by the rain. Yuta decides that once you are already wet, it really doesn't matter what happens. As they walk, Izumi suddenly lets out a muffled snicker while looking at him. Izumi breaks into full laughter, asking Yuta what he thinks he is doing. Yuta looks down, feeling embarrassed. He mumbles an apology and tries to explain that things aren't what they seem. Izumi smiles warmly and thanks him for shielding her from the splash earlier. Yuta replies that he already knows it's fine and tries to brush it off. The sky begins to clear up as they walk. Yuta reflects on how Izumi is a strange girl who finds humor in the most unusual situations. Yuta feels flustered by her smile and thinks about how it affects him. Izumi suggests they head back before they both catch a cold, and he decides he needs to be careful around her. Yuta Tono is a first-year student in high school, standing at 167 centimeters tall. Urara points out that Yuta and Izumi are the exact same height. Yuta is shocked by the comparison while Izumi confirms that they are a match. Yuta tries to argue that he is actually 168 centimeters. If he rounds the number up, though, it is pointed out that he is still 167 centimeters even after rounding. Frustrated, Yuta gulps down a carton of milk. His friends warn him not to upset his stomach, but he dismisses their concern and says it isn't a big deal. Nearby, Izumi stands in front of a vending machine. Other students watch her commenting on how great she looks today. Izumi sighs as she struggles to decide which drink to purchase. While onlookers find her indecision adorable, Yuta waits behind her complaining about how thirsty he is. Yuta stands behind Izumi at the vending machine and asks why she is taking so long. Nearby students admire her, noting how great she looks regardless of what she is doing. Izumi mopes because she is 10 yen short and cannot afford her drink. Yuta gets annoyed by her behavior but ends up buying it for her anyway. Yuta's older brother Rie Tono is introduced as an undeniably good-looking guy known to everyone as Rei-sama. Girls scream his name as he passes by. Rai's presence is so stunning that roses seem to bloom behind him whenever people look his way. The girls around him are completely captivated by his shine. Rose petals appear to fall whenever Rei passes through the school. Yuta watches his brother walk away with a flat, unimpressed expression. Yuta's friends ask if his brother is some kind of urban legend because of the floating flowers. One friend suggests Yuta could do it too if he tried, but Yuta immediately rejects the idea. The class undergoes a seat change, which is considered a significant event in school life. Students react to their new positions, with some being unhappy about being in the front, while others are glad to be near friends. Yuta reflects on the person he is most cautious of, Izumi Haoju. To his dismay, Yuta realizes that Izumi is now sitting in the desk right next to him. Izumi leans in close and says she hopes they get along. Yuta stammers a nervous response before scooting his chair away and slumping over his desk in frustration. Yuta wonders why he of all people had to end up next to her. He considers the seating change to be a dormant trap that has finally been sprung. Yuta decides to turn his bad luck into an opportunity. He determines that this is his chance to learn more about Izumi and finally see through her facade. Izumi stares directly at Yuta, causing him to shout out in surprise. When he demands to know why she is looking at him, she claims that she is actually looking at the mountains in the distance. Izumi explains that looking at nature from afar is supposed to be good for one's health. Yuta is stunned by her logic and decides he has no idea what she is thinking, though he still suspects she is after his brother. Yuta compares his ordinary school supplies to Izumi's, noting that hers are all cute and sparkly. He notices a strange, round, bouncy charm hanging from her pencil case and finds it weird. Izumi shows Yuta the charm on her pencil case, identifying it as a lazy dog and asking if it is cute. Yuta is confused and asks if the character is actually popular. Izumi holds up the charm and tells Yuta that it looks like him. Yuta scoffs in response to the comparison. Their classmates observe the pair and comment on how they seem to be having fun together. Yuta stands up at his desk and loudly denies the claim. Yuta slumps over his desk, frustrated that he spent the whole time trying to investigate Izumi without finding anything useful. He struggles to piece together his conflicting thoughts. During the lesson, Yuta peeks over at Izumi and wonders what she is thinking. He recalls that usually people who sit next to him only do so to pester him for information about his popular brother. Yuta turns his head and notices that Izumi has put on a pair of glasses while she takes her notes. Yuta reacts with shock to Izumi's new look. She notices him staring and lets out a small sound of inquiry, causing him to flinch. Yuta whispers a question to Izumi about her eyesight. She explains that while it is usually fine, she needs glasses to see the board from her seat in the back. Yuta remembers her previous excuse about looking at distant mountains. Izumi asks Yuta if he can see the board from where they are sitting. He replies that he has perfect vision, which leaves her impressed. Yuta mentions that he spent a lot of time playing in forests as a child. He reveals that he was an outdoorsy kid, and Izumi expresses interest in this new information about his past. Izumi begins to ask another question about eyesight while Yuta thinks back to their previous seating arrangement. The teacher's voice cuts in to announce the next question for the class. The teacher calls out Yuta's name, startling him. He panics and starts sweating, realizing he has not been paying attention to the lesson at all. Izumi leans toward Yuta and whispers the word persistence to him. Yuta looks at her in complete confusion. The teacher asks Yuta if he heard the question while he continues to stare at Izumi. He wonders if the word she whispered is actually the correct answer. Yuta hesitates, questioning if he can truly believe the information Izumi just gave him. He reflects on their recent interactions and remains uncertain about her motives. Yuta clenches his jaw, visibly sweating as he tries to decide whether to trust Izumi's help. Yuta stands up and stammers out the word persistence. Izumi watches him from her seat, still wearing her glasses. The teacher is overjoyed and begins dancing while shouting that the answer is correct. Yuta sits back down, relieved that Izumi didn't trick him after all. Yuta blushes and whispers a small thanks to Izumi. Izumi looks smugly satisfied after being thanked, resting her hand against her face. Yuta's face turns bright red as he reacts to her smug expression. Yuta looks away and wonders why Izumi seems to be enjoying herself so much. She twirls her pen, appearing pleased with the situation. Yuta decides to believe her for now, since she actually helped him. He asks her why she didn't just ask to change seats with someone if her eyesight was really that poor. Yuta waits for her answer, still appearing very flustered. Izumi rests her head on her hand and simply replies that she likes it here. The school bell rings as Yuta looks on in shock. He admits to himself that he still has no idea how to read her at all. The classroom is filled with chatter as students look toward a new seating chart written on the blackboard. Someone checks their assigned seat number 23 and realizes it is in the very last row according to the diagram on the board. Urara asks Izumi if she will be okay sitting that far back and offers to switch seats with her. Izumi looks at the chart and says that it is fine. Yuta's friends notice he also got a seat in the back and ask if he wants to switch. He shouts that they are being mean and refuses to move. Izumi looks over her shoulder with a soft, blushing smile as she prepares to move to her new seat. Yuta slumps over his desk, feeling defeated by the new seating arrangement. Meanwhile, Izumi tells Urara that sitting in the back will be fine as long as she wears her glasses. Izumi shows Yuta a new hairstyle she tied herself and asks for his opinion on it. She quickly changes her hair again and asks him what he thinks of the second style. Izumi repeatedly pesters Yuta for feedback on her hair. Yuta gets flustered and asks why he has to be the one to give her feedback, eventually admitting that it looks fine. Yuta notices that Izumi gets an oddly happy look on her face every time she opens her pencil case, something he only discovered by sitting next to her. Yuta peeks over at Izumi while she grins at her case and wonders if she is keeping a photo of his brother inside. The pencil case is opened to reveal that the interior is covered in Lazdog designs. Yuta realizes that Izumi was simply getting excited about the characters inside her case and questions her sense of fashion. Rei stands with his friends, one of whom remarks that Morikawa doesn't seem interested in chasing after him at all. The friend asks Morikawa why she isn't going to see Rei, and she casually replies that she is fine and isn't interested. Morikawa proudly declares that she loves herself more than she loves Rei. Yuta is left sweating and shocked by her statement. Morikawa wonders if she said something strange. Yuta finds her confidence dazzling and finds himself feeling oddly calm despite his usual distrust of girls. During a school bus trip, Urara excitedly pulls out a deck of cards and suggests that everyone play a game. Urara asks Yuta if he is going to play as well while Izumi looks on. The other students on the bus chatter excitedly and agree that playing cards sounds like a great idea. Yuta is startled when the others include him in the card game without asking. He shouts back in protest as they begin shuffling the cards on the bus in May. The students are on a day trip for outdoor learning. The buses wind along the road as they head out to embrace nature. The group admires the scenery passing by. Urara excitedly points out the window, remarking on how pretty everything looks. Yuta recalls how he ended up in this group because Takemiya invited them. He feels a bit uneasy about his companions, considering only one of them to have a reliable moral compass. Yuta notes that he is in the same group as Izumi. He listens to other girls excitedly gossiping about Rai's arrival, but decides his current group is better than being stuck with the more obsessed fans. Yuta struggles to pay attention as his friends use a card game to decide roles for curry making. They explain that the winners get to choose between the easier cooking duty for 3 or the difficult firewood duty for 2. Takemiya mentions that firewood duty is notoriously brutal. Yuta and his group become desperate to win so they can join the happy cooking team instead. The bus continues its journey as Yuta tells himself he absolutely cannot afford to lose the game. The class arrives at the destination. A supervisor calls for everyone to gather under a pavilion as the outdoor activities begin. Yuta and Izumi carry heavy logs of wood together. Yuta asks her why she also ended up assigned to firewood duty. Izumi explains that they are the bottom two crew because Yuta finished dead last in cards and she was second to last. Yuta blames her for sabotaging his game while the rest of the group joyfully prepares for the cooking team. The students find hauling logs up the steep forest slope to be rough work. They note that the physical labor is far from a joke. Yuta watches Izumi struggle and wobble under the weight of her logs. He wonders if she is actually going to be able to hang in there. Izumi drops her logs and acts like the work is finished. Yuta gets frustrated and points out that they haven't even reached the halfway point. Yuta starts to notice something different about Izumi as she works. Another student walks over and asks if the firewood crew is doing all right. Heisugawa-san tells Yuta not to hesitate to speak up if anything comes up. He acknowledges her with a startled response. Yuta thinks about how kind Heisugawa-san is. His classmates agree calling her adorable and noting that she is one of the top 2 stars of the class. Izumi suddenly appears right next to Yuta and apologizes for the wait. Yuta is caught completely off guard and shouts in surprise. Yuta tells Izumi not to pop out of nowhere like that. She is breathing heavily after catching up, and Yuta realizes she is truly terrible at physical activities. Yuta stops and reaches out toward Izumi, who is still clutching her bundle of firewood. Yuta grabs some of the logs from her while frantically explaining that he didn't mean anything by it. Izumi looks confused but points out that the curry will be gone if they don't hurry back. Yuta walks ahead of Izumi looking flustered and annoyed with himself while she watches him. Izumi tells Yuta he is a nice guy as they walk. He asks who told her that, and she simply offers a soft smile and thanks him. The two arrive at the cooking station to find a black bubbling blob with a whole apple and chocolate bar inside a pot. Izumi asks what the mess is supposed to be. The cooking team laughs nervously while explaining that the disaster in the pot was originally intended to be curry. Yuta stares at a pile of strange ingredients like yogurt and chocolate, asking if they really put all of that inside. Izumi ignores the mess and starts eating a snack instead. Yuta tastes the food and immediately screams that it is awful. While the cooking team looks on in defeat, Izumi continues to eat her snack and watch Yuta tremble from the bad flavor. Yuta decides to fix the situation and begins giving out orders. He tells Mirai to go get fresh ingredients and water while assigning Morikawa to spice duty. The cooking area becomes busy as Yuta takes over the preparations. Takemiya and Izumi stand by and eat lollipops while watching him work. Takemiya wonders if Yuta is actually skilled at cooking. Mirai confirms that he heard Yuta cooks frequently. Izumi continues to munch on her candy while listening to the conversation. Mirai notes that Yuta sometimes even makes bento and that they are quite good. Izumi swallows her food and thinks that a homemade bento sounds nice. Other students volunteer to help Yuta with the cooking. The curry is finally finished and served over rice. Everyone shouts their thanks for the meal and begins eating vigorously. The group praises the food, saying it's so good and that Yuta's rescue mission saved the dish. Takemiya adds that the secret ingredient worked out great as well. The group sits together outside to enjoy the meal. Yuta tweaks the amount on his own plate and feels relieved that the food ended up tasting okay. He acknowledges to himself that he was the one responsible for the fix. Yuta notices that Izumi hasn't said anything yet and begins to feel nervous, wondering if she disliked the food. He eventually asks her if she thought it was good. Izumi looks back at Yuta with a blush and tells him it is delicious. Yuta feels his heart pound as he looks at her. Yuta continues eating and wonders why he is feeling so happy about her compliment. He points out that Izumi has rice on her face and she begins to wipe it off. Yuta questions if his happiness is simply because she liked his cooking, while noting that Izumi managed to get even more rice stuck on her face. Suddenly, an announcement blares over the speakers calling for everyone's attention. The announcement states that a recreation event hosted by Mr. Kobayashi is about to begin. The students listen from their pavilion. Urara excitedly announces the start of a treasure hunt game in a special mountain edition. Yuta is surprised by the idea of a treasure hunt while Izumi focuses on getting seconds of the curry. The narration notes that a grand adventure for treasure is starting. Back during the bus ride, Yuta groans in frustration while playing cards. Takemiya asks if he still has been able to make a decision. Yuta tells himself he needs to choose carefully to avoid coming in dead last in the matchup. He stares intensely at Izumi's hand while Urara cheers for both of them. Izumi stares right back at Yuta and asks if he has finished choosing his card yet. Yuta recoils and blushes, shouting that she is sitting way too close. He complains to himself that the situation is unfair. It becomes Izumi's turn to draw a card. Yuta waits nervously knowing he is currently holding the joker. Yuta groans as Izumi's hand slides toward his cards trying to decide which one to take. Yuta puts on a forced, happy expression as Izumi makes her move, clearly trying to trick her into picking the wrong card. Takemiya watches the game and realizes Yuta is totally messing with Izumi. Yuta remains gleeful while Izumi continues her attempt to pick a card. Yuta believes it is obvious that Izumi is the one holding the joker now. He decides to just go for it and take a card from her hand. Yuta reaches out and quickly snatches a card from Izumi's hand. Yuta is startled when Izumi grips the card tightly, preventing him from pulling it away easily. Yuta accuses Izumi of cheating and tells her to let go of the card. The two struggle as they pull the card back and forth. Yuta finally pulls the card away and shouts that he got it. His friends watch the outcome with surprise while Izumi lets out a small sound of acknowledgement. Yuta is thrilled, convinced that he has finally stolen the non-joker card and secured his safety. Yuta looks down at the card in his hands and sees that he has actually drawn the joker. Yuta stands frozen in shock, wondering if he was dancing in the palm of her hand the whole time. Takemiya notes that he got played like a fiddle while Izumi smiles smugly. The supervisor finishes the instructions for the treasure hunt. She tells the groups to use their maps to solve puzzles and find the hidden treasure. The rest of the group gets excited and starts chanting about finding 1,000,000 yen. Yuta is skeptical about the actual value of the prize as Murai consults the guidebook to lead the way. The energetic members of the group run ahead. Yuta stays back and asks Izumi if she is coming with them, only to be shocked when she shuffles along at a snail's pace and claims that she is already walking. Urara calls out to Yuta and Izumi to check out a question nearby. As they follow, Yuta watches Izumi and feels like something about her has been off for the entire day. They find a wooden sign with a riddle asking what Miss Kobayashi does on her day off when she is free to scoff. The path ahead offers two choices represented by signs pointing toward wrestling or bowling. The group is stumped by the riddle, and Yuta has no idea which way to go. Murai pressures him to figure it out since 1,000,000 yen is on the line, but Yuta remains completely lost. Izumi steps forward and points toward the bowling path, confidently identifying it as the correct answer. Izumi explains that Miss Kobayashi mentioned her bowling hobby in class recently. The group is impressed, noting that staying awake through that class at all is a significant feat. Izumi then begins to pester Yuta until he gives her a half-hearted compliment. The teammates praise Izumi for her memory, admitting they would have failed the first challenge without her. Yuta watches Izumi and decides she seems to be doing just fine despite his earlier worries. The group moves quickly through the course, solving several more riddles about their school. Izumi leads the way, pointing out the directions as they successfully navigate the challenges. Urara is excited because they have solved many puzzles and are nearing the end of the hunt. Yuta follows along, exhausted by the high energy of his companions. Urara realizes that Izumi is missing from the group. Takemiya recalls her saying she was going to get some water, but they become concerned when she doesn't return. A staff announcement reminds everyone that there are only 10 minutes left. Yuta starts to worry, thinking that a water break shouldn't have taken her this far from the trail. Yuta looks down at the path and wonders if it is possible that Izumi has actually managed to get herself lost. Yuta imagines several silly scenarios where Izumi gets easily distracted or wander off into space on her own. Yuta clenches his fist and suddenly shouts that he is also very thirsty. He tells the group to continue toward the finish line while he heads back to grab some water himself. Takemiya and the others call out to Yuta, telling him to be careful as he heads back. Yuta shouts back a quick confirmation while he runs off into the woods. Yuta rushes through the forest, thinking about how Izumi is a spacey girl and how he never knows what is going through her head. Yuta decides it is better to be safe than sorry. He eventually spots Izumi sitting on the ground by a tree and calls out to her, startling her. Yuta asks Izumi what she is doing so far out and why she isn't getting water. She points to a sign that said treasure was down here and shows him a fake gacha note she found. Yuta realizes she is as simple as ever. Relieved that she wasn't actually lost, Yuta tells her they should catch up with the others who went ahead. Yuta stops and looks at Izumi's feet. He asks her if she hurt her foot. Izumi is shocked and asks how he knew. Yuta looks away and explains that she has been acting weird all day. Yuta asks why she didn't just tell someone, pointing out that it is dangerous to keep walking on a hurt foot. Yuta tells Izumi that she doesn't have to force herself to participate in the outdoor event if she is in pain. Izumi blushes deeply and pulls her jacket collar up to hide her face. She admits that she only pushed herself because she was really looking forward to coming on the trip with everyone. Yuta feels his heart skip a beat as he looks at her flustered expression. Yuta reflects on how he always thought she was impossible to read, but now she is showing a very clear expression. Izumi nervously fidgets with her zipper. The two stand in silence as Izumi continues to zip her jacket up and down while Yuta watches her. Yuta breaks into a grin and calls her reason for pushing herself childish. Izumi looks at him with a visibly annoyed expression. Izumi becomes angry and begins hitting Yuta with her long braids. Yuta shouts in pain and repeatedly apologizes to get her to stop. The forest path remains quiet as the wind rustles through the trees. A brief moment of silence passes during the trek back to the campsite. Yuta carries Izumi on his back through the woods. She apologizes for the trouble, but he tells her it is an emergency and she should not worry. When she asks if she is too heavy, he replies that she is actually far too light and tells her to eat more. She notes that she already had 2 servings of curry today. Yuta remarks that she got blisters from the brand new shoes she was so excited to wear. Izumi hits him repeatedly as he complains about the pain while she reflects on how great the curry was and how much fun she had during the treasure hunt. Yuta admits he was just joking and observes that she is actually quite easy to read. Izumi blushes intensely at the comment. The two continue their walk together. Yuta considers how his perception of her has changed. Izumi grips Yuta's shoulder and says his name softly. Izumi thanks Yuta for coming back to find her as he carries her toward the group. Yuta looks away with a slight smile. He remembers how he used to consider her a girl he could never trust. Izumi squeezes Yuta's shoulder as he decides that she is actually much simpler than he originally thought. Yuta feels embarrassed by his own thoughts. He flashes back to the moment she explained she stayed because she found him. They arrive at a log cabin and reunite with their worried friends. A sign nearby confirms that they solved all the puzzles correctly. Takemiya celebrates the fact that everyone reached the treasure safely and prepares to reveal the prize. The group is horrified to find that the treasure consists of 10 classical problems workbooks. Murai and Urara wail about their missing $1,000,000 while Yuta looks on with a deadpan expression. Takemiya suggests Yuta should take all the books home. Yuta shouts in refusal and tells them to give the workbooks to Izumi instead, but she reveals that she already owns a copy. Heisugawa-san offers a knowing smile as she prepares to head off. Urara calls out to her while the area around the buses remains filled with the chatter of departing students. Yuta apologizes repeatedly to Izumi, feeling bad that she was actually injured. He asks her to show him exactly where the injury is. Yuta reacts with shock when he sees the bad blister on Izumi's foot. He asks her why she didn't tell anyone about the pain sooner. A close-up reveals a tiny Lay's dog charm pinned to Izumi's floral sock. Izumi calls out to Yuta while he stares at the accessory in confusion. Yuta is exasperated to find another Lay's dog item. Izumi compliments his keen observation skills, but Yuta replies that he would rather have been blind than notice it. The story flashes back to the day before the field trip. A large assortment of candies, chips, and chocolate pies are spread out on a table. Izumi stuffs her bag full of snacks while her friends celebrate the treats. The bag seems to protest as she tries to force even more items inside. Izumi huffs as she uses both hands to squash the overflowing pile of snacks into her bag. After a lot of struggling, Izumi finally manages to force the bag closed. On the bus ride home, Urara sleeps while Izumi reflects on her trip. She thinks about how she didn't get to hand out any of her snacks because the locations were too crowded. Izumi looks over at Yuta and Urara as they sleep soundly on the bus. Yuta is fast asleep with a bit of drool escaping his mouth as he rests. Yuta wakes up and is confused to find his lap covered in the snacks Izumi brought. She looks away while the narration notes this was her small way of thanking him. Back at school, a student greets Heisugawa-san and asks if she had committee work again. She confirms she already finished, and a boy offers to help carry her heavy box. The boys in the hallway admire Heisugawa-san, calling her a perfect and flawless beauty who is as cute as ever. She smiles and thanks the boy for his help as they walk together. Hinagi shouts at a group of fans to stop and tells them that they have had enough. She stands before the crowd and declares that they are bothering Tono-senpai. The popular student watches from the center of the group. Rei offers an apology to the group while the other students remark on how impressive the class representative is. Rei smiles and says that everything is fine before thanking Hinagi for her help. Hinagi stands in the background looking completely captivated and surrounded by hearts. Other boys remark on how awesome Hinagi is because she seemingly has no interest in Rei. Hinagi walks away, keeping her cool public facade intact. The scene shifts to the entrance of a women's restroom. Inside a stall, a hand frantically scratches notes into a book about Rei's scent of the day, rating his rose aroma even higher than the last time. Hinagi is revealed to be a massive fanatic for Rei. She sits on the floor of the restroom stall, blushing furiously and thinking about how amazing he smells. Hinagi continues to freak out in the bathroom, recalling the unexpected moment Rei showed up in her classroom. She remembers him returning a bento to his younger brother while she watched. Overjoyed by the interaction, Hinagi leans against the wall and celebrates that Rei actually smiled at her. She decides that just watching him from a distance is no longer sufficient. A notebook is filled with detailed intel on Rei's daily habits, including his exact arrival times and the best places to watch him. Hinagi vows to learn even more about his real life. Hinagi stands in the stall with her fists clenched in determination. She imagines Rei in his private life, sitting in an ornate chair and enjoying tea, and decides she must find a way to get closer to him. The next morning, Hinagi approaches Yuta with a bright smile and a cheerful greeting. Yuta gives a tired response from his desk. Hinagi puts on her friendly persona, but internally she is determined to extract information from Yuta since he is Rei's younger brother. Hinagi continues to pester Yuta, offering to show him her homework and asking if he wants the curtains closed. Yuta remains unimpressed and declines her offers of help. Yuta glances away and tells Hinagi that the temperature in the room feels fine to him. Hinagi grips the curtain with a rigid smile while Yuta offers no further response. Inside a restroom stall, Hinagi vents her anger by banging against the walls. She fumes over Yuta's perceived rudeness, convinced that most boys would be delighted to interact with a girl as cute as her. Hinagi smirks as she watches Yuta and Izumi together. She reflects on her failure to manipulate him, thinking that he should have been an easy target. Hinagi identifies Izumi as a likely rival for Rei's heart since she has been spending so much time with Yuta. In the classroom, Urara heads to the school store while Yuta asks where their other friends went. Hinagi decides to eavesdrop on them to find some dirt. Izumi notices Yuta's wrapped bento and asks him if he brought it today. Hinagi gets excited as she listens to Yuta explain that he just packed up some leftovers from dinner. Izumi puts on a cutesy act and asks what kind of food the brothers eat at home, specifically wanting to know what Rei likes. Hinagi freaks out with joy in the background while eating, telling herself to capture this moment. Izumi looks over her shoulder toward her. Yuta looks at Izumi's meal and tells her that it looks nice. Hinagi drops her chopsticks in a fit of frustration, upset that the conversation didn't reveal anything about Rei. She asks Yuta if he made the lunch himself while wondering what she is supposed to do with that information. Hinagi realizes that learning about Yuta is pointless. She asks him what side dishes he likes while internally screaming about whether he is also a fan of his brother. Hinagi hangs her head in defeat at the table. Hinagi looks up at Izumi with a wide-eyed and very serious expression. Izumi giggles and blushes, telling Hinagi that she guesses the two of them are exactly the same. Hinagi watches from behind as Izumi begins to say something to Yuta. She reacts with surprise to the interaction. Izumi drools while staring at Yuta's lunch. Yuta clutches his bento and accuses her of trying to steal it, but she insists it isn't going to happen. Hinagi wonders about Izumi's true nature as a potential rival. Back in the restroom stall, Hinagi slumps over in despair. She laments that she learned nothing useful about Rei and instead just ended up finding out more about Yuta and Izumi. Hinagi recalls a moment where Rei approached her and asked if she was okay while she held a box and looked flustered. Still in the stall, Hinagi blushes while looking at her secret report notebook, which is filled with hearts and declarations of her love for Rei. Hinagi stands up with renewed determination, vowing to uncover something juicy next time. She imagines Izumi and Yuta hiding secret files on Rei while she prepares to leave the restroom. Yuta returns home and announces his arrival. His brother Rei greets him casually from inside. Inside the house, Rei is shown looking completely unkempt with messy hair while scratching his stomach. He welcomes his younger brother back. Yuta stares at his brother with a deadpan and unimpressed expression. Yuta warns Rei that his school fans would die of shock if they saw his messy state at home. Rei acts confused by the remark while continuing to scratch himself. Hinagi Hasegawa is known at school as a reliable and bubbly class representative who is always bright and at the center of attention. Hinagi offers a bright smile and waves goodbye to her classmates, claiming she has to leave quickly. In reality, Hinagi moves with intense and aggressive speed to get near Rei as he walks through the hall surrounded by admirers. Hinagi wears a sly grin as she watches Rei from the shadows. Rei and his fans notice a sudden breeze passing by as they discuss his powerful aura. Yuta and Izumi sit in class and discuss their favorite bento side dishes. Izumi mentions that she likes tamagoyaki and Yuta agrees that it is a classic choice he would also like to eat. Yuta mentions octopus sausages as another bento favorite, but notes that they take time to make. Izumi agrees enthusiastically, saying she wants to eat those too. Yuta adds bacon-wrapped asparagus to the list, mentioning it's also great with carrots. Izumi continues to agree, looking forward to eating that as well. Yuta looks at Izumi with a tired expression and asks if she's just hungry right now. She admits he hit the bullseye. Rei is shown at school looking radiant as roses seem to bloom around him. At home, the image of perfection wilts. Yuta asks his messy brother what is going on with his hair as Rei welcomes him back from bed. Rei flashes a stunning smile at school while girls scream in adoration in the background. Back at home, the roses wilt again as Rei lies face down on the couch. Yuta comments on his hair once more. The school-wide deep cleaning day arrives. Students crowd around a notice board to see their assigned tasks. Yuta's class is assigned to pull weeds behind the school. Yuta wipes sweat from his face while complaining about the heat and the task of weeding. Hinagi suddenly reaches out and offers to help him, claiming they are friends. Yuta is shocked and wonders since when they became friends. Hinagi joyfully takes Yuta's weed bag, insisting they are friends after all. Other students remark on how nice she is while Yuta watches her walk away and wonders what she is even trying to do. After the cleaning is over, Hinagi slumps over her desk in the classroom feeling exhausted. She fumes to herself that Yuta didn't spill a single thing about his brother and realizes the path to friendship will be a long one. Hinagi puts on a serious face and decides to execute Operation Friendship to build a solid foundation and get close to Rei. Feeling tired from the day, Hinagi pats her uniform pockets looking for something specific. She thinks about how she usually smells a certain item to feel better on days like this. Hinagi's face goes pale with shock as she realizes the item she was looking for is gone. Hinagi frantically tosses her belongings and school supplies around searching for the missing item. She tells herself she always keeps it with her while the narration shows a stack of books on a desk nearby. Hinagi remembers her precious memento bookmark from Rei and looks at it with joy. Hinagi is filled with gloom, imagining Rei being disappointed in her for losing the bookmark. She dashes away in a panic, begging for his forgiveness. Yuta's friend remarks that he has mellowed out quite a bit lately. Yuta looks at him with a confused expression. His friends bring up the time he gave Izumi a piggyback ride. Yuta becomes flustered and shouts that he only did it because she couldn't walk and he had no other choice. When his friend suggests his fear of women is cured, Yuta bangs on the wall and insists that he still doesn't trust girls at all and his phobia wouldn't heal that easily. The group finds Hinagi in a state of deep gloom. When they ask what happened, she explains that she dropped something and can't find it. The friends decide they will all help her look for the missing bookmark. They grab Yuta's shoulders, much to his shock and protest. The boys decide to split into two groups, using rock, paper, scissors to cover more ground. Yuta tells them to listen and not to drag him into their plans. Yuta ends up on the school rooftop. Hinagi calls out to him tentatively. Hinagi clasps her hands together and thanks Yuta for helping her search. Yuta looks away with a sigh, appearing annoyed by the situation. Hinagi is irritated by Yuta's rude attitude. He tells her they should hurry up and find the item because he wants to go home as soon as possible, even though he doubts the bookmark is actually on the rooftop. Hinagi becomes distressed, mentioning that it is a very important bookmark to her. She searches the area she calls the Rei Special Observation Deck, while Yuta calls her name. Yuta asks for a description of the bookmark. Hinagi blushes and drools as she explains that it has a sakura petal pressed inside and was given to her by Rei. Yuta concludes that this is the real reason she has been trying to get close to him lately. Hinagi becomes flustered and tries to deny that is the case. Yuta tells her it is fine and that he is already used to people behaving that way. He turns to leave while Hinagi watches him in silence. Heisugawa-chan mentions that it is uncommon for Yuta's brother to give gifts and asks how she got one. Heisugawa-chan clarifies that he actually just took a petal off her head, which she then turned into a bookmark. Yuta questions if that really counts as him giving it to her. Yuta comments on how obsessed she is, which leaves Heisugawa-chan shocked. Heisugawa-chan tells Yuta to shut up and walks away. She thinks about how his brother was the only person who was kind to her in the past. While crying, Heisugawa-chan admits to herself that she loves Rei-sama. Heisugawa-chan apologizes for getting Yuta involved and says she will look for her missing item by herself. Yuta tells himself that he does not owe her anything. He hears a metallic clicking sound coming from a trash shed. Yuta sighs while thinking about Heisugawa-chan's crying face and her confession of love. Heisugawa-chan and her friends search the floor of her room for the lost item. They realize that Yuta has already gone home. A friend notes that they have checked everywhere except for the spot where they were pulling weeds. Heisugawa-chan tells her friends that she will be fine looking on her own. She claims she just made the item on a whim anyway. Heisugawa-chan finds Yuta digging through trash bags and asks why he is going that far. Yuta explains that he thought it might be in there. Heisugawa-chan looks down and thinks about how she was only using him. Yuta continues to move trash bags around inside the storage shed while Heisugawa-chan watches from outside. Yuta tells her that he is helping because the item is something important to her. A friend explains to another student that Yuta does not trust women. He says this is because girls have been using Yuta to get to his brother since they were children. Heisugawa-chan realizes that she was doing exactly what the friend described, trying to use Yuta to get information about Rei-sama. The friend notes that Yuta is a contradiction who can't help but assist people in trouble, which is why people take advantage of him. Yuta finds a strange card in the trash and wonders what it is. Heisugawa-chan looks on as the friend explains that Yuta is simply a really kind guy. Someone shouts in surprise as Yuta finds a specific bag in the storage shed. Yuta announces that he found the item, and the rest of the group agrees that it must be the right one as Heisugawa-chan approaches. Yuta addresses Heisugawa-chan and hands her the recovered Sakura Petal bookmark. Heisugawa-chan looks at the bookmark and apologizes to Yuta for her earlier behavior. Heisugawa-chan grips the bookmark and thanks Yuta while crying. Yuta tells her it is okay and prepares to leave while his friends watch. Yuta's friends tell him to go get his bags and say they will wait for him at the gate. Everyone is relieved that the item was found. Inside room 1-2, Yuta considers that Heisugawa-chan keeping the bookmark on her at all times is serious brother complex behavior. Heisugawa-chan packs her bag in the background. Heisugawa-chan groans in frustration, which catches Yuta's attention. Heisugawa-chan confesses that she was trying to learn about Rei-sama by beating around the bush and prying information out of Yuta. Heisugawa-chan tells Yuta that his mouth, eyes, and entire attitude rubbed her the wrong way and pissed her off. Yuta thinks that she is just insulting him at this point. Heisugawa-chan states that she will not behave like that toward him anymore. Heisugawa-chan bows deeply to Yuta in the classroom and tells him she is sorry. Hinagi laughs and tells Yuta that he is actually kind of a good guy. Yuta looks at her in surprise. Hinagi declares that she finally understands that real love means getting information about Rei-sama herself to prove it. Yuta watches her from the background. Hinagi suggests that they should be friends for real this time. Yuta listens to her proposal. Yuta rejects her offer with a loud no, stating he still doesn't trust her. Hinagi gets angry and calls him a stingy jerk, wondering if he has always been this unhinged after such a nice moment. Hinagi laughs as they continue their conversation. Hinagi suggests that Yuta should show that side of himself more often because it might make him popular with girls, though not as much as Rei-sama. Yuta gets annoyed and asks why she continues to insult him every few seconds. Yuta remarks that girls always just use him like she did. Hinagi shouts back that she already promised not to do that anymore. In the distance, Haoju-san and others head home. Hinagi asks if his lack of trust includes Haoju-san. Yuta becomes visibly flustered and tries to respond while the other students in the distance cheer about walking home together. Yuta thinks about how Haoju-san is a girl who remains a mystery to him. Yuta's legs tremble as he walks. Yuta holds his blushing face and tells himself that she is a total mystery. Yuta walks beside Hinagi while looking flustered and nervous. Hinagi smiles to herself as Yuta walks away, thinking about how him calling her a mystery implies something. Hinagi smacks Yuta on the back and tells her little brother-in-law to go get her. Yuta yells in pain and questions what she means by calling him an in-law. A small mascot character lies on the ground making a groaning sound. Yuta asks what the object is, and Hinagi explains it is called Bunno motivation. Yuta mentions it is the first time he has heard of such a thing. Yuta remarks that it is rare for her not to have a lazdog item. Hinagi explains that she was specifically trying to get Lay's dog and played the gacha machine 5 times, then shows him how the toy lights up with a button press. Hinagi says she gave up because she kept receiving the same item. Yuta thinks to himself that 5 attempts is already quite a lot and observes that she is the type of person who knows when to stop. Yuta reflects on how he ended up with one of the toys after Hinagi offered it to him. He tries to convince himself he didn't really want it, but he feels a little happy as he watches it flash. Yuta looks over his shoulder as he walks down the street. Yuta comes across a row of gacha machines and identifies the Lazy Bunch collection, which includes several different characters like Lay's dog and Bunno Motivation. Yuta realizes that the entire series is named Lazy Bunch and is surprised by how many characters are in the set. Yuta thinks that pulling the same item 5 times in a row is almost like a superpower. He chuckles to himself and decides to try his luck with the machine. Yuta stops himself and questions why he is even interested in the toys since he does not actually need them. Yuta pauses and glances back at the gacha machines. Yuta crouches down and turns the handle of the gacha machine. The next day, a round, lazy-looking character sits on top of a desk. Hinagi stands in front of the classroom blackboard and looks toward the seats. Hinagi looks back and forth between the items in her hands, wondering how this happened. Yuta sits at his desk nearby looking flustered and avoiding eye contact. Hinagi stares intensely at Yuta and asks how it is possible. Yuta blushes and shouts back that he has no clue. The school sports festival is approaching and the students are out on the field for practice day. Yuta sprints across the field during practice. His classmates are amazed by his speed and comment on how he is winning by a landslide. Haoju rests in a small patch of shade near a fence. Students admire her stylish appearance while Yuta notices her leg is sticking out into the sun. Yuta asks Haoju if that was really the best spot she could find to rest. She greets him and scoots over, but Yuta points out a better, shadier area nearby. Haoju explains that she didn't take the better spot because there were flowers there. Yuta is surprised by her reasoning. Haoju says she didn't want to step on the flowers and is too lazy to move. Yuta is surprised she cares about things like that. She then asks if he is fast and he gives a casual confirmation. Yuta blushes while admitting that he likes running. Suddenly, someone calls out his name from a distance. Hinagi approaches Yuta and asks if he has a moment. Yuta asks for clarification about a relay between teams. Hinagi explains that there is a mixed-grade relay race and she thinks he would be a good fit for it. Yuta notices she is wearing her large bookmark case as a necklace, and she explains she learned to tuck it under her shirt. Hinagi tells Yuta that he is fast and the rest of the class has already agreed to have him as their representative. Yuta wonders when this decision was actually made. Yuta decides to join the relay since he has no reason to refuse. He watches other students continue their practice as news of his participation begins to spread. Yuta's face twitches when he hears students excitedly gossiping about Rei-sama joining the relay race. Hinagi gets excited about the news even though Rei-sama is on a different team. She declares that she will cheer for him regardless of which team he is on. Hinagi points out that if Yuta joins, it will be a showdown between the two brothers. Yuta immediately rejects the idea. Yuta turns away and says he is not interested. Hinagi is confused and shouts for him to wait while she remains stuck in the fence. Yuta walks away into the distance as Hinagi's voice follows him, calling him her little brother-in-law and begging for help. The school bell rings over the building. In the hallway, students chatter while Yuta walks past them alone. Yuta sighs deeply and wonders to himself why he always acts this way. Yuta thinks back to his childhood when his older brother was his only rival. Rei praises Yuta for his speed in a race and notes how close the finish was. Yuta grumbles in response. Yuta intensely tells Rei that he will be the one to win the next time they compete. Yuta reflects on the contrast between his perfect multi-talented brother and his own plain, average nature with no special skills. Yuta wonders when he first started feeling this way while hearing voices in the background praise Rei. Rei is celebrated by his peers for being the best at everything while holding a first-place flag. Yuta holds a second-place flag and wonders when he gave up on being number 1. Adults try to encourage young Yuta by saying he did his best against his big brother, but he grips his flagpole tightly in frustration. Young Yuta walks away declaring that he is finished and does not want to try anymore. Yuta thinks to himself that knowing he can never beat his brother anyway is his worst trait. Yuta decides that basic survival skills are the only thing he can win at. He is startled when someone calls out to him in the room. Rei puts an arm around Yuta's shoulder and asks if he is on his way home. Ray asks Yuta if he wants to walk home together. Yuta reacts with surprise at the sudden request from his older brother. Ray suggests they do it for old time's sake while a group of female students watches them with admiration. Yuta begins to worry that he will never be the best. Yuta realizes that his true fear is something else while nearby students gossip about whether he is Rai's little brother. Yuta admits to himself that what he truly fears is being compared to his brother. Yuta stammers out a refusal and suddenly claims he just remembered something he needs to do. He tells Ray to go on without him and rushes away, leaving his brother confused. Yuta runs away from the school building, breathing heavily as he flees the situation. Yuta trips over a rock and goes tumbling across the pavement, rolling and eventually crashing into the ground. Yuta lies on the ground and questions what he is doing, lamenting his tendency to run away from everything. He suddenly hears someone approaching. Haoju leans over the fallen Yuta and asks if he is doing okay. Yuta looks up in shock as he realizes that Haoju has found him in such a pathetic state. Yuta gives a half-hearted confirmation that he is fine while wondering why Haoju is there. He realizes there is a more important issue to worry about as she crouches next to him. Haoju remarks that the spot where he fell feels good. Yuta blushes, intensely mortified by the realization that she watched him fall. Haoju explains that she also tripped in the same spot recently and ended up liking how comfortable it was. Yuta is overcome with embarrassment and rolls on the ground, screaming to himself about the ultra-embarrassing situation. Haoju continues her praise for the location, mentioning the great sunlight and preparing to reveal the best part. Yuta remains flustered and confused as she gestures toward something nearby. A sudden sound or movement catches Yuta's attention as he looks up at Haoju. Haoju and Yuta sit side by side on the ground. Haoju points out that they get a nice breeze from a nearby fan. Yuta agrees that she is right. Haoju asks if the breeze feels good and watches the students practicing for the sports festival. Yuta agrees that it is nice while watching along with her. Haoju mentions the bread eating race, leading Yuta to ask if she is being serious. He imagines her swimming in a sea of carbs and tells her that the race definitely does not work that way. Haoju explains that she lost a game of rock, paper, scissors and has to do the beanbag toss instead of the bread race. She asks Yuta what he is participating in, and he tells her he is signed up for the 100-meter dash and pushball. Haoju asks about the relay race since she heard everyone expects him to be in it. Yuta looks away, appearing hesitant to answer. Yuta claims he is not actually that fast. He adds that his older brother will be participating in the race as well. Yuta grips his legs tightly and wonders why he is sharing these thoughts with Haoju. Haoju asks why his brother's presence makes the race a problem for him. Yuta is taken aback by her question. The two continue sitting on the steps together. Haoju admits she does not really understand complicated matters. Haoju looks at Yuta and asks if he isn't still just himself regardless of who else is there. Yuta remains silent and considers her words while blushing slightly. Yuta thinks about how straightforward Haoju is. He begins to reply to her but stops himself, worried that running will lead to more comparisons with his brother. Yuta notices a flower growing nearby and draws Haoju's attention to it. Haoju points out that the flower was the same one that used to be in the shade, but it has been moved. Haoju remarks that someone was bound to step on the flower eventually. She observes that it is actually quite bright and that when given a chance in the sun, its true colors manifest. Haoju blushes and wonders if the flower will be able to grow more freely in its new location. Haoju walks away and tells Yuta that he will be just fine too. Yuta looks surprised as Haoju tells him that he was sparkling while he was running. Haoju looks back with a smile and tells Yuta that he is their best bet. Haoju begins to walk away with her hands behind her back while Yuta watches her from his seat on the steps. Yuta stares blankly ahead, appearing stunned by the compliment he just received. Haoju crouches down and taps the flower. Yuta watches from the background and wonders how she can be the way she is. Yuta looks down and asks himself how she can be so confident. Yuta watches Haoju look at the flowers through the fence. He wonders why she doesn't just tell him that he is unable to do it. Haoju looks back over her shoulder. Yuta feels a sense of radiance coming from just a few of her words. Yuta is suddenly filled with overwhelming happiness and bolts from the steps. His friends watch in shock as he sprints away with his bag. Yuta continues to run with a bright red face, overwhelmed by the joy he feels. Yuta zooms past his classmates as he rushes away from the area. Yuta feels strange as his chest begins to pound like crazy. He convinces himself that Haoju probably didn't think twice about what she said and that there was no special meaning behind it. Yuta reflects on Haoju's question about him still being himself regardless of others. He admits that he wants to believe in her words and live up to her expectations because they made him happy. Yuta groans in confusion as he continues to run, wondering what on earth this new feeling is. A sign-up sheet for the first-year interclass relay race lists the participants for each color team. Yuta Tono is officially registered as the second runner for the pink team. Yuta and Haoju discuss the rumor that she is likely after his older brother. Haoju comments that the phrase has a nice ring to it. Haoju wonders aloud who the person being referred to as she actually is. Hinagi and several other students cheer and hope that someone enjoys themselves. Yuta walks away with Haoju claiming he has no idea what is happening. Flashback to a few days prior, Yuta returns the handkerchief Haoju lent him and thanks her for the help. Haoju is surprised to see that Yuta returned the handkerchief neatly wrapped in a clear plastic case. Yuta mumbles that it isn't anything fancy. Yuta explains that since she mentioned it was her favorite, he figured he should make sure it didn't get dirty again. Haoju notes that it looks brand new and decides to keep it in the case for a while without taking it out. Yuta asks her how she is supposed to actually use it if she does that. Inside the gymnasium, students practice volleyball. A ball bounces off a student's head as a coach shouts for them to focus and asks what they are doing. The coach tells the players they have been getting sloppy and making too many mistakes. One student tries to offer an excuse, but the coach shuts him down. Haoju peeks through the slats of a fence near the gymnasium floor. A student notices her and becomes confused. It turns out that she is simply standing there to cool off in the breeze. The students wonder if she could be someone's girlfriend, but others quickly deny it and point out that she is the famous Haoju. An older man apologizes for interrupting their conversation. Volleyball players wonder why a cute girl like Haoju would be watching them. The players imagine that Haoju has her eye on one of them and get flustered by the idea of a secret love. Yuta tells Haoju that she could just use a paper fan to cool off instead of standing by the gym. Inadvertently, her presence raises the morale of the entire volleyball team. Inside the classroom, students change into their sports festival shirts. Someone calls for the others to look at their progress. Hinagi and Haoju show off their cheer squad outfits to their impressed friends. Yuta watches from a distance as everyone comments on how good they look. The students prepare for the start of the sports festival. While groups of students cheer and shout in excitement, someone calls out to Yuta. Haoju strikes a pose and asks Yuta for his opinion on her outfit. Yuta looks away and dismisses her despite clearly being affected. Haoju puts on a smug expression while posing. Yuta's heart begins to race as he struggles to respond to her. Takemiya teases Yuta for his reaction to Haoju. Yuta fidgets and claims he doesn't know what to say in front of her. A friend suggests that Haoju should cheer for Yuta during the relay. Yuta shouts in protest, calling the idea weird and unnecessary, while Haoju continues to pose in the background. The day of the sports festival officially arrives at Shinmei High School. Students gather on the grounds as the event begins. Yuta reflects on how he decided to join the relay race specifically because of the things Haoju said to him. The opening ceremony begins while the students chatter in the background. Yuta thinks about how good Haoju looked in her uniform and notes that his heart pounds just by seeing her. Haoju looks back toward Yuta and offers a knowing smile. Yuta clutches his chest and panics over how fast his heart is beating. His friends notice his distress and ask if he is doing all right. The crowd cheers loudly as the first event of the sports festival, the ball toss, officially begins. Yuta watches his friends cheer from the sidelines and feels bored, noting that his own event is not scheduled until much later in the day. Yuta observes a long line of students waiting at a photo spot featuring a cardboard cutout of his brother. He wonders what the heck is going on while a mysterious figure in a patterned hood watches nearby. Yuta notices that the pink team is falling behind in the ball toss. He spots Haoju struggling to carry a wobbly pile of balls and shouts to ask what she is doing. Haoju attempts to dump all the balls into the basket, at once leading Yuta to shout that the game does not work that way. Another student cries out in pain as the balls fall on top of them. Yuta tells himself that he does not understand Haoju at all as he accidentally bumps into another person. He quickly begins to apologize for the collision. The person Yuta bumped into turns around and gives him an intense glare. Yuta yelps in surprise when the large man suddenly grabs him. The man explains that he was spacing out and offers an apology before letting go and walking away. Yuta watches the massive man leave and wonders if he was a student's parent. Suddenly, someone calls out his name from behind. Yuta's parents reveal themselves in the crowd holding up signs to cheer for both him and his brother. Yuta asks his parents why they came to the festival. They reply that they naturally wanted to support both of their precious sons. Yuta tells his parents to stop flirting with each other in public. They explain that they came to find him because the crowd surrounding Rei was too large to get through. Yuta's father mentions that visiting him is easier because he does not have a crowd following him. Yuta takes the comment as a backhanded insult, just as someone calls out his name. Haoju approaches Yuta and proudly announces that she successfully got 2 balls into the basket. Yuta reacts with shock and praises Haoju for her great work. His father whispers to ask who the girl is while his mother remarks on how adorable she is. Haoju stands in silence as Yuta's parents continue to react with loud excitement to her presence. Haoju introduces herself while Yuta's parents do the same. His mother expresses her delight at meeting her and thanks her for looking after their son. Yuta pinches his face in total embarrassment. Yuta's mother rambles on about how he rarely talks to girls and usually only spends time with boys. Yuta shouts at her to stop saying weird things and stay quiet. His mother mentions that her son can be quite blunt and asks Haoju if it bothers her. Haoju replies that she doesn't mind at all while Yuta clutches his head in despair in the background. Haoju recalls the times Yuta helped her like when he lent her his umbrella. Yuta grumbles and hides his face as she continues to list his good deeds. Haoju looks toward the parents and tells them that she is well aware of how kind Yuta actually is. Yuta's parents stand together in silence observing Haoju after her heartfelt comment. Yuta's mother calls Haoju a sweet girl and invites her to visit their home whenever she has the time. Yuta continues to cover his ears, wanting the interaction to end. Yuta's parents place their hands on his shoulders as they prepare to say one last thing. His parents state that they would be very happy if the two of them stayed close friends. Haoju gives a simple confirmation that she would like that as well. Yuta's parents wave and head off to cheer for him, leaving Yuta confused about what just happened. He tells them not to watch him and asks what they were even doing. Haoju observes that his parents were very nice. Haoju walks away and promises Yuta that she will be watching him during his event. Yuta feels his heart skip a beat as he watches her go. Yuta remains frustrated with himself, internally screaming for his heart to stop racing as the sports festival continues around him. A student approaches Rei and asks if he is serving as the anchor for the relay race today. Rei wipes sweat from his neck as he prepares for the competition. Rei confirms he is the anchor and listens as his friend mentions that Yuta is also participating. Rei is impressed that his friend knows so much, but the friend just points out that Rei is very popular and everyone is talking about the race. Someone notes that it is bold of Yuta to face Rei head-on, especially since Rei is known for being undefeated. Rei recalls a recent moment when Yuta determinedly declared that he would be the one to win this time. A friend observes that Rei looks happy. Rei admits that he is pumped because it has been a long time since his brother was truly fired up for a competition. Rei decides that he will also have to give his best effort in the upcoming race. Rei tells his friends he is going to get some water and will return soon. He wonders to himself about the reason for his brother's sudden change. Rei walks through the admiring crowd, reflecting on how Yuta used to actively avoid any direct competition with him. Rei acknowledges the possibility that if Yuta truly gives it his all, he might actually lose the race. Yuta trembles with nerves as a crowd nearby shouts his name in anticipation. People wonder what has gotten into him as the showdown between the brothers approaches. Yuta recalls something strange that happened earlier that morning when he arrived at school. Haoju appears to be visibly annoyed, standing with her cheeks puffed out. A hand suddenly thrusts a piece of mega big candy toward Yuta. Haoju munches on her own snack and tells Yuta that the large candy is for him, solving the mystery of her puffed-out cheeks. Yuta is relieved to find out she wasn't actually mad. Haoju warns him to eat the massive candy at his own risk, and Yuta tells her not to just hand things over like that while thanking her. Yuta looks down at the piece of candy and considers the simple nature of the gift. The clouds drift across the sky above the school building. Yuta and Haoju stand together munching on their oversized candies. Their cheeks are comically distended from the snacks while nearby students watch them in confusion. Mirai approaches the pair and offers them a cheerful morning greeting. Both Yuta and Haoju attempt to return the greeting through mouthfuls of candy. Their responses come out muffled and distorted. The two continue to chew their giant snacks in a silent, synchronized rhythm while being watched from a distance. Mirai captures a photo of the pair with his phone. He adds the picture to his growing digital collection of photos featuring the two of them together. The announcer's voice booms over the field, stating that only 3 events remain in the second half. It is a scorching day, and students gather at the water taps to cool down as the final stretch approaches. Yuta reflects on how he ended up in this situation. He remembers telling his shocked friends that he would be the anchor for the race because Haoju's encouragement was pushing him forward. Presently, Yuta is overcome with terror. His heart thumps loudly against his chest as the reality of running in front of a massive crowd sets in. Yuta grabs his head and regrets his decision, calling himself a coward. He wonders how he can possibly perform under such pressure. Nearby, his mother watches his frantic behavior with concern. Haoju stands nearby, visibly overheated with steam rising from her head. Yuta's mother greets her and asks if she is feeling hot, admitting that she forgot to bring her own hand fan. Yuta's mother begins showering Haoju with supplies to help her cool down. She hands over water, salty snacks, and a cooling towel while Haoju accepts them in a daze. She then offers Haoju a special fan with Rai's name on one side and Yuta's on the other. She explains that this way Haoju can cheer for both of her boys. Haoju holds the supplies and the fan, offering a quiet thank you. Haoju gazes intently at the cheer fan featuring Yuta's name appearing to be in deep thought. The announcer's voice screams with excitement as the final event is announced. The crowd goes wild as the mixed-grade relay race is set to begin. The announcer calls out for everyone to look at the blue team's anchor, Rei-sama. The crowd erupts into cheers while Yuta and his friend remark on how popular his brother is. The racers take their positions at the starting line. Rei offers a confident smile while Yuta remains focused and tense as the signal for the start begins. A runner for the pink team stumbles immediately after the starting signal. Hinagi compliments Haoju on the awesome fan she is holding while friends in the crowd worry about the slip-up, though they remain hopeful that Yuta can save their chances. Haoju smiles and mentions that someone gave the fan to her. The race continues with the blue team in the lead, followed by green, red, and yellow. Because of the early stumble, the pink team is currently in last place, but the announcer notes that if they manage to take first, they will win the entire sports festival. Rei calls out to Yuta as they wait for their respective turns in the relay. Rei asks Yuta if he is feeling nervous. Yuta stammers a denial while his heart pounds, and the announcer shouts that, while the pink team is still in last place, they are beginning to close the gap. Yuta asks his older brother if he is also feeling nervous. Rei admits that he certainly is. Rei reflects on their childhood together. Rei remembers how they have been constantly competing since they were small children. The blue team's anchor is called to get ready. Rei tells Yuta that he always believed he would lose to him one day. Rei smiles and declares that today will not be that day because he still wants to be an older brother that Yuta can be proud of. He then successfully catches his team's baton. The announcer excitedly declares that Rei has received the baton. The crowd cheers wildly as the final stretch of the competition begins. Rei sprints down the track with incredible speed. Yuta considers his brother's words about wanting to be someone he can be proud of. Yuta watches his brother run and realizes that Rei has always been his rival, his role model, and his greatest source of pride. Yuta admits that being compared to his brother is something that truly scares him. He reflects on how competing always made the gap between them obvious, leaving him feeling like he wasn't good enough. On the track, the race continues as the crowd cheers for the runners. He recalls Haoju asking him if he isn't still just himself regardless of who else is there. Haoju holds up her cheer fan specifically for Yuta while his other friends cheer enthusiastically behind her. Yuta wonders why it is that he is feeling this way as he prepares for the final leg of the race. The handoff happens as Yuta receives the baton and kicks off the track with a powerful step. Yuta realizes that he is no longer afraid as he begins his intense sprint. The announcer is shocked by the pink team anchor's speed. Yuta zooms past the other runners on the track. The crowd is stunned as Yuta practically flies across the field. He zooms past his competitors and pulls his team all the way up into second place. It comes down to a final showdown between the blue and pink teams. The announcer wonders which brother will take the victory in the end. Haoju and her friends watch the finish line with wide-eyed shock. A loud bang signals the end of the race as the anchors cross the finish line. Hinagi and her friends celebrate Rai's incredible performance. The announcer informs everyone that the closing ceremony will begin in 10 minutes. The blue team celebrates their victory together. Yuta stands nearby, hunched over and breathing heavily from the exertion. Yuta wipes sweat from his face with his towel. He thinks about how he ended up in second place even though he lost, but he doesn't seem to feel bad about the result. Haoju tells Yuta he did a good job. His friends immediately swarm him, praising his insane comeback and crazy speed. The group decides to head off to take a photo together while Yuta stays behind for a moment. Yuta watches his friends walk away together, looking slightly thoughtful. Haoju pauses and looks back toward Yuta, who seems confused by her attention. Yuta looks down and apologizes to Haoju. He says he is sorry for failing to live up to her expectations during the race. Haoju suddenly plops a towel over Yuta's head. She begins rubbing the towel vigorously on his head. Yuta yells in shock and asks what the heck she is doing. Yuta asks her to stop, but Haoju refuses and steps even closer to him. Haoju looks Yuta in the eye and tells him that he was actually amazing. Yuta is caught off guard by her sincere comment and remains silent. Yuta considers how losing to his brother usually just hurts, but things feel different now that he knows someone was specifically watching him. Yuta blushes deeply and squeezes the towel against his head while hiding his face. Haoju says she is heading over to join the others. Suddenly, someone grabs Yuta's shoulder and shouts his name. Ray leans heavily on Yuta and exclaims that it was the funnest race he has had in ages. Yuta complains that his brother is too close and that it is far too hot for this. Yuta huffs and asks why his brother is so hyped up anyway. Ray suggests they settle things properly next time as they walk together. Ray smiles and notes that he finally understands why Yuta was pushing himself so hard today. Yuta watches his brother with a tired and sweaty expression. Ray watches Haoju and decides that Yuta pushed himself during the race specifically because of her. Ray smirks knowingly and leans on his younger brother. Yuta asks what he is thinking, but Ray just laughs and says it is nothing. Urara shows Haoju a picture of a new drink on her phone and asks if it looks delicious. Haoju asks what the drink is, and Urara excitedly tells her it is a caramel cream vanilla choco ice frap. Haoju decides she wants to try it but has trouble saying the long name correctly. Urara insists they go get one right now. Haoju declares that she wants the drink. Yuta notes that she is not even pronouncing the name right. Haoju begins practicing her order, asking for a medium caramel vanilla choco thingy. Yuta rests his chin on his hand and watches her struggle with a deadpan expression. Yuta asks if he looks like a barista and corrects her pronunciation of the word frap. Haoju ignores his complaint and tries the order again, still getting it wrong. She asks for one more practice round and wonders if Yuta is even listening to her. Yuta tells her to do it herself instead of using him as a practice dummy. Haoju keeps mumbling the ingredients as he turns away. Haoju trails off while trying to remember the word ice. Haoju continues to mumble the word frap under her breath. Haoju tries to place her order with Yuta again, and he shouts for her to stop treating him like an employee. Urara calls Yuta a softie while the other friends discuss how good the drink looks. Yuta opens the classroom door and is greeted by his classmates. He looks surprised when someone calls out his name. Female classmates crowd around Yuta and praise his cool performance at the sports festival. They express surprise that he is Rai's younger brother and note that he almost won the race. Yuta stands frozen in the middle of the noisy chatter. Takemiya smirks and teases Yuta about his popularity arc finally arriving. Yuta shouts back that nothing of the sort is happening while Murai watches from behind and wishes he were popular too. Yuta watches the girls continue their enthusiastic conversation and wonders what on earth is going on. Yuta suddenly realizes something and tells himself to wait a second. Several girls approach Yuta with different requests. One asks to eat lunch together so she can learn more about Ray. Another presents baked goods intended for both brothers, and a third asks to swap contacts to get his brother's information. Yuta is horrified and tells himself that he knew there was an obvious ulterior motive. He concludes that this behavior is exactly how girls are. Yuta is stressed by the attention and realizes the girls have just been waiting for a chance to use him to get closer to Ray. He admits that he hoped high school would be different, but tells himself to just forget about it. A girl suddenly shouts that Ray is coming, which causes an immediate commotion among the students. A stampede of girls rushes past Yuta as they scream Rai's name and head toward him. Yuta watches the crowd go with a deadpan expression. Takemiya tells Yuta that he seriously feels bad for him. Yuta glares and asks what he means by that while they stand in the middle of the empty hallway. Yuta walks away feeling annoyed. He thinks it is pathetic that they were just trying to use him as a stepping stone to reach his brother. Yuta continues down the hall, convinced that girls are all the same and only act friendly to get information. He tells himself that they are only being buddy-buddy because of his brother and yells in frustration. Yuta stops in the hallway and looks over his shoulder. Haoju stands in the middle of the hallway and offers Yuta a simple morning greeting. Yuta stares at Haoju in the hall and tells himself to wait a second as they stand facing each other in silence. Yuta tells himself that he was starting to trust Haoju lately, but he now considers her a person of interest. Yuta scoots away in the hallway wondering if she is also one of the girls just trying to use him. Haoju stares at him and offers a morning greeting which causes Yuta to shout in alarm. Haoju explains that she is repeating herself because he didn't answer the first time. Yuta is flustered and asks what she wants. Yuta thinks about how girls are all the same and assumes she is only interested in his brother. Haoju offers another greeting. Yuta blushes and offers a muffled response as he looks away. Haoju gives a warm smile and says good morning. Haoju walks away as Yuta bangs his head against the classroom door questioning what he is doing. The teacher continues his lecture at the front of the classroom while the students take notes. Yuta thinks he has been way too careless lately and writes the definition of deception in his notebook. Yuta reflects on how he let himself get carried away just because Haoju was nice to him. Yuta worries that if it is all a plan to use him, he has fallen right into it. Yuta tells himself he needs to be more on guard even though he suspects Haoju might not be like the girls who only approached him to get to his brother. Haoju tries to speak with Yuta in the hallway, but he claims he has something to do and quickly rushes away. The school bell rings to signal the start of lunch time, and the students excitedly head out from their classrooms. Yuta sits at his desk surrounded by a gloomy aura, thinking about how ridiculously guilty he feels right now. A piece of soda candy suddenly plops down onto the desk in front of Yuta as he sits there lost in thought. Haoju tells him the candy is for him while pointing at it from her seat. Yuta turns his head away and tells her that he does not want it. Haoju mentions the candy is soda-flavored and explains she gave it to him because he always looks happy when he has soda. Yuta is shocked and denies that he acts that way. Haoju says she simply thought he liked that flavor. Yuta reacts with a start as he looks down at the gift. Yuta is torn between two inner voices, with one warning him that she might be trying to butter him up while the other insists she is just naturally generous with snacks. The inner voices continue to argue loudly in his head, with one calling him a gullible idiot for trusting girls, while the other defends Haoju based on her past behavior. Yuta looks away while resting his chin in his hand, claiming that he does not actually like the candy or anything like that. Haoju appears disappointed and says she understands, admitting she must not have known which flavor he actually prefers. Yuta is struck by a massive wave of guilt as he realizes how his rejection affected her. Yuta reaches out and tightly squeezes the piece of candy in his hand. Yuta slumps over his desk and tells Haoju that she was actually right. Haoju looks back toward him with a confused expression and asks what he means. Yuta remains hunched over at his desk and quietly admits that he does like the candy. Yuta remains hunched over his desk, clutching the soda-flavored candy in his hand. Yuta mumbles a quiet thank you while Haoju sits nearby in silence. Yuta is overwhelmed with frustration and embarrassment as he stays hidden behind his arms. Yuta thinks to himself that being around Haoju always throws him off as he squeezes his hand into a fist. Haoju stands in the hallway with a bright red face and wide eyes, appearing deeply shaken. Urara rushes up to Haoju and apologizes for the wait, asking if something happened. Haoju quickly denies it and says she was just caught by surprise. Yuta considers the recent events a total mess and decides that he truly needs to stay more on guard in the future. The inner voices in Yuta's head continue to bicker, with one calling him gullible while the other points out he was just overthinking a simple piece of candy. Yuta puts on a determined expression and vows that he will never allow himself to be tricked again. Haoju suddenly appears behind Yuta and offers a morning greeting. Yuta jumps in surprise as a narrator observes that his suffering is likely to continue because he is hopeless. A question arises about whether Haoju knows everyone's favorite flavors. She confirms that she naturally knows what everyone likes. Haoju mentions that Urara likes strawberry flavor and that she has given her plenty of candies in the past. Haoju continues her list, noting that Takamiya likes grape and Murai prefers orange. Haoju adds that Yuta likes soda and that his second favorite flavor is cola. Yuta is mortified to realize that he was not the only person whose preferences she remembered. Yuta tells Haoju that since she has been giving him candy lately, he wants to return the favor. He asks if there are any specific snacks she has been craving since he hates the feeling of owing anyone. Haoju tells Yuta that he doesn't need to get her anything back because she only gives things because she wants to. Haoju mentions she has been into a new limited-time release Choco Pie lately. Yuta runs between 5 different stores to find the snack and calls himself an idiot for even asking her. Sunlight hits the school building as a conversation begins outside. A girl stands outside the school and confesses to Rei-sama, telling him she has liked him for a long time. Rei apologizes and tells the girl he cannot return her feelings, leading her to thank him as her heart pounds. The girl admits she figured as much, but just wanted to speak her mind, then prepares to ask a follow-up question. The girl asks Rei if it is true that he has never had a girlfriend before. Rei confirms he has never had a girlfriend and stands his ground when the girl asks for the reason. Rei smiles and declares that he loves everyone right now, leaving the girl dazzled. The girl walks away and promises to keep cheering Rei on while he thanks her for her time. At home, Rei lies face down on his sofa in his pajamas and groans about how tired he is. Rei cries into a pillow and calls himself a worthless loser. He admits he cannot let anyone see his messy state because he is shackled by his own perfectionism. Rei imagines a group of girls discovering his true self and screaming that he is the worst and a liar. Rei rolls off the sofa and hits the floor with a thunk, crying out in pain and apologizing to no one in particular. Yuta tells Rei to get out of the way and help clean up, wondering what everyone finds so great about him. Rei rolls around on the floor shouting apologies to his younger brother. Rei lies on the floor and claims he can only clean by turning himself into a mop. Yuta tells him he is just making a bigger mess and orders him to go rest. Yuta observes that the gap between Rei's public persona and his behavior at home is far too extreme. Rei sits on the couch clutching a pillow. Rei explains that he exhausts all his energy trying to be perfect in public. Yuta stares at his brother's saggy blob-like form and thinks he looks like a deformed creature. Rei asks Yuta if he has gotten close with a girl lately since he saw them together recently. Yuta jolts at the sudden question. Yuta shouts that it is not what it looks like, but Rei realizes he mentioned Haoju's name before Yuta did. Yuta panics while Rei worries he said too much. Rei suggests that Yuta should try being more natural, but Yuta immediately rejects the idea. He insists that showing his true self would only turn people off. Rei smiles while resting on a pillow and remarks that everyone has a side they keep hidden from others. Yuta looks at him in surprise. Yuta agrees with Rei's observation just as someone calls out that they are home. Walking outside, Yuta complains about the rising heat. He worries that large insects will soon start appearing just as a bug begins to buzz around his head. Yuta stands in silence with a blank stare as a small insect lands right on top of his head. Yuta reflects on how his fear of insects has only worsened as he grew older. He panics and screams that it is gross, regretting that he even brought up the subject of bugs. Haoju tells Yuta to hold still as she reaches toward his head. Yuta yells in terror while the insect remains perched in his hair. Haoju lifts the tiny creature away and tells Yuta it is gone. Yuta trembles and pants from the fright while the insect flies off. Yuta offers a quiet thank you to Haoju as they stand together. Yuta asks Haoju how she can touch bugs so easily. She admits she isn't good with all of them and mentions that caterpillars are a definite no-go for her. Haoju explains that hard-shelled bugs are fine while giving a thumbs up. Yuta is confused and asks for clarification on what that even means. Haoju notes that Yuta is bad with bugs. Haoju giggles and tells Yuta his fear is actually kind of cute. Yuta begins to blush and stammers in response. Yuta huddles with his bag and wonders why it feels like she is holding a weakness over him. Yuta is mortified and blushes deeply. He imagines her laughing and calling him pathetic for being afraid of insects. Yuta finally understands what his brother meant about hidden sides. He worries that he will have to obey her every command if she uses his fear of bugs against him. Yuta mumbles and asks for her to just forget about the incident. Haoju immediately refuses his request. Haoju crouches in front of him and explains she is not going to forget something new she learned about him. Haoju smiles while resting her face on her hands and says the situation makes her quite happy. Yuta is visibly flustered. The two sit on the floor and stare at each other in silence as Yuta processes the conversation. Yuta asks what she plans to do with the information she has on him. Nearby, their friends watch through a window and wonder if it is time to interrupt. The school bell rings out over the building. Yuta thinks about the hidden sides people have. He notes that Haoju always seems composed, whereas he easily panics even over small things like butterflies. Takamir reflects on their interaction and realizes that he doesn't actually know anything about Haoju. Yuta zips up his bag while wondering if Haoju has sides she doesn't want people to see. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Mirai and Takemiya invite Yuta to grab food on the way home, but Takemiya stops when he notices Haoju nearby. The boys approach Haoju as she prepares to leave. Mirai notes that Urara already left and Takemiya asks if Haoju is walking home alone. Haoju declines an invitation to walk with the group or go to a bookstore, explaining that she has something else to do. Haoju reveals that she is heading to a maid cafe. Yuta and his friends are completely shocked and flustered by the mention of a maid cafe. Yuta reflects on how Haoju found his weak spot and starts worrying about what she might do with that information. Haoju grins and holds up a giant insect shell for Yuta to see, causing him to yell in alarm. Haoju asks Yuta if he understands what this means. Yuta panics and asks what the hell the huge bug is. Haoju shoves the bug at Yuta and demands info about his brother along with 10 boxes of snacks. Yuta screams for her to stop. Yuta realizes he was having a nightmare and groans while a butterfly rests on his head. Haoju looks on as Yuta begs for her to make it stop. Yuta continues to panic about the bug on his head. Haoju ignores his shouting and remarks that the place feels nice. Haoju waves at the butterfly and says goodbye as it flies away. Yuta is left looking sweaty and miserable after the butterfly finally leaves his head. Yuta finally begins to relax as a peaceful aura surrounds him. Haoju looks down at Yuta and offers a gentle smile. Haoju hums a tune as she walks away from the resting Yuta. The scene shifts to a building labeled Maid Cafe with a sign out front welcoming guests to my maid. Inside the cafe, several maids move around the room serving customers at their tables. 2 maids named Aiuchi and Yume offer a cheerful greeting welcoming their masters home. Yuta and his friends arrive at the cafe with Haoju following the custom by announcing that they are home. Yuta whispers to ask if they really had to come along, but Mirai insists it looks fun. A maid begins leading them to their seats. Haoju looks around the interior while Yuta continues to wonder what she is doing at a place like this. A maid excitedly calls out to Haoju and waves her over, expressing how happy she is that she actually showed up. Yuta and his friends are stunned to realize the maid is actually their classmate, Morikawa-san. Morikawa confirms that she works at the cafe. Yuta finally understands the reason behind Haoju's earlier comment about her plans. Morikawa explains that she started the job recently because the uniforms were so cute. Mirai agrees and tells her the outfit really suits her. Takemiya tells Morikawa that she pulls off frilly clothes well, while Haoju adds that the badge on her chest is a nice touch. Morikawa gives a smug smile and praises Haoju for her good eye while calling out her name. Morikawa excitedly presents a name tag she made herself using beads. Yuta finds the tag to be far too loud and over-decorated. Morikawa explains that she packed the tag with everything she loves, making it her absolute favorite item. Haoju tells Morikawa that the tag is cute and perfectly represents her personality. Morikawa giggles and thanks her for the compliment. A senior maid asks Morikawa if the group are her friends, and Morikawa confirms they are just visiting. Yuta finally realizes that Haoju only came to the cafe to check on Morikawa's new part-time job. Morikawa calls Haoju over and the other maids quickly pull her away. Yuta sits at the table with his friends and wonders why he even bothered to come along. A maid steps forward with a loud click of her shoes, causing a stir among the customers in the cafe. Mirai and Takemiya watch with expressions of shock. Haoju suddenly appears in a full maid outfit, standing silently with a serious expression as she poses for the group. Yuta and Takemiya shout in total disbelief at the sight of Haoju in the frilly uniform. Morikawa explains that the cafe allows guests to try on maid outfits, which is how Haoju ended up in the costume. Mirai praises how well the outfit suits her, while Yuta remains stunned. Yuta looks away and offers a half-hearted agreement when asked for his opinion. His friend points out that he was clearly blushing just a moment ago. Takemiya tries to talk to Mirai but finds him completely overwhelmed by the cute scene. He concludes that Murai's brain has effectively short-circuited from the overload of cuteness. Haoju casually asks the group for their order, acting as if wearing the outfit is perfectly normal. Yuta is bothered by how composed she seems while dressed as a maid. Takemiya orders the Amurus set and Mirai asks for the same. Yuta continues to wonder if Haoju feels any embarrassment at all while performing her role. Yuta tells himself to stay strong and not let the sight of the uniform affect him. Haoju asks him what he would like to order. Yuta stammers as he tries to decide on his meal. Haoju catches him off guard by addressing him as master while asking for his selection. Haoju's repeated use of the word master leaves Yuta in a state of complete shock. He looks down at the table and stammers out an order for orange juice. Haoju confirms the order and turns away with a quick movement. Yuta slumps over at the table, lamenting that he is far too easy to mess with and declaring himself totally defeated. Takemiya and Murai comment on how calm and collected Haoju always is, noting that nothing ever seems to faze her. Yuta steals a glance at her and agrees that she usually has a calm vibe, but he notices that something about her behavior today seems different. Haoju stands with a bright red face, appearing visibly embarrassed as she continues her work. Yuta and Murai watch her from their table with surprised expressions. Morikawa approaches the table with several drinks and thanks the group for their patience. Morikawa sets a drink on the table and encourages them to try it. She suggests making it tastier with a magic spell, which turns out to be the Mo Kaiyan spell, much to Murai's shock. Morikawa asks Yuta if he wants to try the spell, but he flatly refuses. He offers a quiet thanks as she moves on, while noticing that Haoju is acting like her work is just a normal routine. Yuta stares intently at Haoju and realizes that he has finally figured something out. Yuta speaks up and calls out to Haoju while she stands with her back to him. Haoju turns around to face him with a bright red face, clutching her serving tray tightly against her chest. Yuta stares up at her in silence, appearing caught off guard by her intense reaction. Yuta begins to say something, but Haoju immediately cuts him off and tells him that he is wrong. Yuta looks at her in confusion and asks what she even means by that. Haoju hides her face behind her hand and admits that the whole situation is actually quite embarrassing for her. Yuta is left speechless by her sudden confession. Yuta hunches over the table in total despair, pointing out that he hadn't even said anything yet before she reacted that way. Haoju stands in front of him with a pained expression. Haoju sips from a glass and thanks Yuta for trying out the maid experience. Suddenly, someone calls out her name. Haoju sips her drink and reflects on how much fun she had while her friends praise her performance. Yuta turns to her and points out that she was actually blushing the entire time. Yuta asks why she even bothered to do it if she was so embarrassed. Haoju replies that she simply wanted to try what Urara was doing and asks if that's a problem. Haoju explains that when Urara is happy, she feels happy too. She recalls seeing Urara's joyful expression while wearing the uniform. Yuta looks at Haoju and thinks to himself that she is a total weirdo. The group sits together at the table enjoying their drinks and snacks. Haoju sips her beverage while Morikawa looks at her handmade tag and the boys chat nearby. Takemiya admits that he kind of understands her reasoning. He then asks Haoju how long she and Morikawa have actually been this close. Haoju begins to explain their relationship when a sudden crash echoes through the cafe. Someone shouts to ask if everyone is okay as objects scatter across the floor. A maid apologizes for bumping into someone while kneeling on the floor to pick up the mess. Yuta and his friends look on in shock as he realizes that Morikawa's precious name tag has been broken. The maid is distraught, noting how hard Urara worked on the tag. Another maid rushes over to check on the situation while Haoju watches silently from the table. Morikawa tries to play it off with a smile, telling the others not to worry and insisting that it is fine. She offers her own apology as she waves her hands dismissively. Haoju looks back over her shoulder with a sharp, determined expression. Morikawa runs up to Haoju and excitedly tells her that she can try on a maid outfit as well. She asks if Haoju wants to give it a go while holding the clothes out to her. Haoju is surprised and reminds Morikawa that she only came to the cafe today to visit her. Morikawa gets a teary-eyed expression and asks if that means Haoju won't do it. Haoju huffs and gives in, announcing that she will do it after all. Morikawa cheers happily while the other maids giggle at the exchange. Izumi finishes putting on the maid outfit and her friend enthusiastically tells her how cute she looks. Morikawa asks Izumi if she wants to try serving Tono and his friends, but mentions that she has to address the customers as master. Izumi agrees to try it. Izumi practices her new role in front of a mirror, though she stammers nervously as she tries to say the word master. The experience leaves Izumi feeling significantly more embarrassed than she had originally expected. While waiting for their food, Murai remarks on how both Morikawa and Haoju were incredibly cute in their uniforms. Takemiya is surprised that his friend can say such a thing with a straight face, while Murai insists he is simply speaking his mind. Yuta watches them with a flat expression. Murai tells his friends that they were being too stiff and that they really need to relax and have fun in a cafe setting. As Murai performs an energetic pose, Yuta realizes that his friend might actually have no sense of shame at all. Back at school, Yuta yells in frustration while struggling to carry a heavy load of supplies. Yuta regrets choosing the path that goes past the staff room while he tries to balance a stack of boxes and blueprints. A student carrying another box bumps into Yuta and tells him that he arrived at the perfect time to help her. Yuta lets out a tired sigh. Yuta notices that Morikawa has been in a bad mood ever since the day of the maid cafe. Urara is seen crying loudly, and her friends confirm that she is clearly feeling depressed. Yuta watches the scene from a distance. Yuta stands outside the home economics room and thinks about how Urara poured all her effort into a project only for it to fail. Yuta looks into the dark classroom and is shocked to see a figure hunched over at one of the tables. Yuta hears a rustling sound coming from inside the dark classroom and wonders what it could be. He panics and asks himself what the heck is going on, even suspecting that a ghost might be present, until a sharp cutting sound rings through the air. Yuta lets out a loud scream in terror as a figure suddenly drops the cloth covering its head. He is shocked to see that it was actually Haoju sitting there in the dark the whole time. Haoju recognizes Yuta and calmly calls out his name. Yuta continues to freak out and jump back in surprise as he looks at her wearing a large white cloth like a hood. Yuta remains flustered and confused while trying to process the situation. Haoju begins explaining that she is working on a name tag. Haoju confirms she is making a new name tag for Urara. Yuta asks why she was under the sheet earlier, and she replies that she was just cutting fabric and needed to communicate with the cloth first, a method Yuta finds very strange. Yuta looks at the wide assortment of ribbons, pins, and beads on the table and asks if she gathered everything herself. Haoju explains that she went out to purchase all the materials immediately after school that day. Haoju observes that Urara has been acting depressed lately. She remembers seeing her friend force a smile back at the maid cafe and decided that she needed to step in and do something to help. Yuta realizes that Haoju is putting in so much effort because she cares about her friend. He wishes her luck and says he is heading home for the day, and she casually acknowledges his departure. Yuta tells himself that there is no reason for him to stay and help. He is suddenly interrupted by a loud clattering and rolling sound coming from the room behind him. Yuta looks back and sees that Haoju has fallen over and made a complete mess of her supplies. He tells himself to stay sharp and avoid getting further involved with her, fearing that it will only lead to trouble for him. Yuta gives in and rushes back into the room to help. He holds the piece of fabric taut and tells her to just hurry up and cut it, already earning a quiet word of thanks from Haoju. Yuta looks down while they work together and begins to speak up again as he watches her progress. Yuta notices that Haoju looks completely exhausted and worn out. He asks her if she is actually a bit of a ditz because of how poorly she is handling the simple task. Haoju maintains a straight face and insists she is not a ditz, claiming she is simply not dexterous. Yuta points out that it is essentially the same thing as he watches her accidentally prick herself, cut his clothes, and drop her supplies everywhere. Yuta watches Haoju work and notices the intense, serious look in her eyes. He reflects on how he ended up helping her despite his earlier intention to just leave. Yuta watches Haoju work and asks if there is really a reason for her to go to such lengths for a gift. Haoju pauses her work and looks away for a moment before beginning to explain the depth of her relationship with Urara. The two sit together in the quiet room as Haoju reveals that Urara is actually her very first friend. Yuta is visibly taken aback by the revelation. Haoju continues, noting that her friend likely does not even realize how much she means to her. Haoju recalls how Urara always spoke to her openly and never treated her as if she were different from anyone else, which brought her a great deal of happiness. Yuta realizes that Haoju is aware of how hard she is to read. She explains that she used to be quite lonely in class until Urara introduced her to the world of fashion and accessories. Holding up a completed sunflower ornament, Haoju says that being with Urara makes her world feel larger. She is determined to do something kind in return for such a precious friend. Yuta watches her and realizes this is the first time he has ever heard Haoju speak so passionately about her feelings. Yuta admits to himself that he previously assumed she was too easygoing to care deeply about other people. As they continue their work, Yuta concludes that Haoju is a much different person than he originally imagined. The following morning, Yuta opens his school locker and finds a decorated gift bag addressed specifically to him. Murai and Takamiya immediately notice the gift and begin teasing Yuta about his sudden peak in popularity. Yuta reads the note attached to the bag which asks him to eat the snack made with love, but then includes a postscript asking for his brother's phone number. Yuta is furious at being used again and rips the note into tiny pieces. He stomps away in a rage while his friends watch him with concern. Yuta fumes about the terrible start to his morning and complains that he hates gifts with ulterior motives. He scoffs at the idea that the snack was made with any real love. Yuta reflects on how empty and meaningless some gifts can feel. He remembers Haoju explaining her sincere desire to make something special for Urara. While walking through the school hallway, Yuta wonders if Haoju will actually be able to present her gift properly. Yuta suddenly shouts that he doesn't actually care about the situation while clutching his head in embarrassment. Yuta carries another massive box of supplies through the hall and notes that there are even more materials this time. He spots Haoju working through the window of the classroom. Yuta enters the room with a loud clatter and drops some of his books. Haoju stops her work and acknowledges his presence. Haoju hands Yuta a guide on classic literature. Yuta asks what she is doing and notices that she is still working on the name tag despite it looking finished already. Haoju admits that she decided she could make the gift even cuter than before. She explains that since Urara loves cute things, she added more frills and sparkles while imagining how happy it would make her friend. Haoju turns toward Yuta and remarks that a single day of work simply wasn't enough to satisfy her. Yuta stares at the highly detailed Yura-chan name tag in disbelief. Yuta looks at the manipulative gift note from earlier and realizes that Haoju's actions are entirely different. He concludes that she isn't looking for a reward and is just being honest and direct with her feelings. A sudden clattering noise comes from the classroom behind Yuta as he prepares to leave. Yuta watches Haoju and understands that her concern for her friend is completely genuine. Yuta remains silent and thoughtful as he processes his new understanding of Haoju. Yuta starts to leave with his supplies but pauses and looks back into the room. Haoju turns her head to see why he stopped. Yuta decides to stay and help her finish the name tag. Haoju asks if he is for real and Yuta confirms it. She looks at him and calls out his name. Haoju rests her chin on her arms and asks Yuta if he thinks Urara will actually be happy with the gift she made. Yuta feels a bit flustered as he looks at her. Yuta tells himself that Haoju is completely different from any other girl he has ever known. The sun sets over the school building, leaving behind a hope that the gesture will be a success. Yuta watches from a window as Haoju meets Urara outside and hands her the gift. Urara is thrilled and asks if Haoju really made such a cute name tag for her. She hugs her friend and shouts about how happy she is. The two friends embrace each other with joyful expressions. Yuta looks out at them while dangling a peculiar handmade charm in front of him. Yuta thinks about how he ended up with a weird gift of his own. He recalls the moment Haoju startled him by plopping the item into his hand. Haoju explains that she made the little frilled ornament herself as a token of appreciation. Yuta turns away and mumbles that he didn't even want it. Haoju watches him with a small, gentle smile as Yuta continues to claim he didn't want the gift. Yuta gazes at the small charm in his hand and feels a sudden rush of warmth in his face. He leans against the window frame and watches the clouds while questioning why he feels so happy about such a simple gift. Haoju reminds Yuta that anyone would be startled by a moving pile of fabric like the one she was under earlier. Yuta notes that she seems to get spooked quite easily. Haoju smirks and tells Yuta that he simply lacks inner composure. He huffs in annoyance as she teases him. A bird suddenly flaps its wings outside the classroom, causing Haoju to jump up from her seat in total shock. Yuta points out that she was just as surprised as he was. Yuta thinks about the strange handmade ornament he received from Haoju, which she called Lil Frill. He holds the charm up at home and debates whether it is actually something meant to be put on display. He considers hanging it on his bedroom wall or setting it on top of his dresser. His mother suddenly calls out to him from the doorway, breaking his concentration. He realizes that he has spent the entire day thinking about the gift. Yuta considers placing the handmade item inside his storage box. He looks at the charm as it sits among his school supplies. He finally decides that the desk drawer is the best home for the charm, noting that while it is a bit dark, it will do for now. A figure draped in a sheet approaches and offers a late trick or treat greeting. Yuta looks back with a deadpan expression and informs the ghost that Halloween has already passed. The sheet-covered figure nudges Yuta while repeating its trick or treat demand. Yuta trembles and yells for the ghost to back off because it is getting way too close for comfort. Yuta panics and tells the figure to just take whatever it wants. He hurriedly hands over some candy and chocolate to satisfy the ghost. Haoju pulls back the sheet and looks at the treat she received. She tells Yuta that she actually really likes this specific kind. Yuta is left looking completely flustered while holding the bag of chocolate. Behind him, Murai and his friends apologize for the late Halloween surprise and offer him all the leftovers. In the school hallway, a classmate with glasses pulls her friends aside to some secret gossip she heard about recent events. The classmate excitedly whispers that she personally saw Haoju and Yuta acting very friendly and cheerful together while they were in the sewing room. The group of girls reacts with shock to the rumor while Hinagi approaches them from the hallway. Hinagi offers a bright morning greeting and asks the girls what they are discussing so intensely this early in the day. Hinagi smiles and admits that she is also quite curious about the exact nature of the relationship between Yuta and Haoju. The classmates suggest that Haoju might only be hanging around Yuta to get closer to his famous older brother. Hinagi remembers how messy Rei acts at home and considers the possibility. The girls imagine a scenario where Haoju acts like a queen and uses her connection to Yuta to squeeze information out of Rei. Hinagi's expression goes cold as she flatly denies the girls' theory, stating that it definitely is not like that at all. Hinagi tells her classmates that those two aren't motivated by anything so shallow. She reflects on how she once had similar doubts, but has since learned better through her own observations. Hinagi watches Haoju show Urara a small paper crane she made. She notes that Haoju is much more sincere than the rumors suggest. As Hinagi observes her friend, she concludes that Haoju is definitely a unique person who follows her own heart. Hinagi is horrified when her classmates declare that they are going to find Haoju and talk to her. The girls plan to use Haoju to get information on Rei, which causes Hinagi significant distress as she recognizes her own past behavior in them. Hinagi realizes the girls are about to mess with Yuta and decides she has to stop them. She accidentally trips as she tries to move. Hinagi executes a rolling guard technique and crashes into the floor with a loud thud, startling everyone in the hallway. Her classmates rush to check if she is okay, noting that she definitely rolled instead of just tripping. Hinagi grabs them firmly and asks to lean on their shoulders, displaying surprising strength. With a fierce and determined look, Hinagi growls that she is not going to let any of them leave. While Yuta and Haoju watch the strange scene from afar, Hinagi tells herself that this is her atonement, and she will protect her brother-in-law's peace at any cost. Hinagi successfully spends the next half-day dragging her classmates away from Yuta using various excuses, though she finds the task to be incredibly troublesome. Hinagi watches Yuta and Haoju chat, and considers how both of them seem completely oblivious to the feelings of those around them. Back in the classroom, Haoju shows Yuta a photo on her phone of Urara happily wearing the handmade name tag with her maid uniform. Haoju scrolls through several more photos, and while Yuta agrees that the tag looks great on Urara, he points out that many of the pictures are actually quite blurry. Haoju explains that she keeps every single photo her friend sends her, which catches Yuta off guard. Yuta asks if she really loves Morikawa-san that much, and Haoju simply confirms it with a gentle look. Haoju notes that she has plenty of photos of Urara already before trailing off into silence while Yuta watches her with a confused expression. A sudden camera click rings out as Haoju takes a surprise photo of Yuta, leaving him shouting in shock. Yuta demands to know what the hell she is doing and why she is laughing. Haoju just continues to giggle in response. Haoju rests her head on the desk and looks at Yuta, telling him that her reason for taking the photo is a secret. Yuta turns his head away and wonders what her secret could possibly mean while his face turns red. Hinagi finds the interaction between the two so sweet that it causes her physical pain. She realizes why the other girls were curious about Haoju and assumes things are progressing between them as she acts like a detective. Meanwhile, Haoju offers the photo to Yuta, who loudly rejects it. Haoju prepares to send the file but suddenly realizes that she still does not have Yuta's contact information. Yuta reacts with a sudden jolt. Hinagi is surprised that they haven't swapped info yet, but she grins and decides to simply enjoy watching the moment unfold from a distance. Haoju looks directly at Yuta and explains that she cannot send him any of the photos unless he has his contact details with her. Yuta is frozen in shock and stammers as he tries to find a response. Hinagi watches him with a focused gaze from the doorway. Yuta continues to struggle for words while Haoju waits patiently for his answer. Yuta abruptly excuses himself, saying he needs to go buy a drink, and quickly leaves the room while Haoju looks after him in silence. A bottle of tea drops down into the collection bin of a vending machine with a loud clatter. Yuta hunches over the machine looking dejected. Suddenly, a voice from behind asks him what that whole scene earlier was about. Yuta turns around and lets out a surprised sound when he sees Hasegawa standing right there. Hinagi calls him rude for his reaction and explains she only came to check on him because he was acting so strange. She mentions she thought they were finally exchanging contacts since they are so close, and Yuta is mortified to realize she had been watching them the whole time. Yuta looks away and tightly grips his bottle. He claims that it is not what she thinks, but he has simply decided not to give his contact information to girls. Yuta explains to Hinagi that he has never had a good experience sharing his contact information with girls. Hinagi repeats the word girls in surprise at his blunt statement. Yuta continues by saying that he has always been used by them as they stand together near the vending machine. Hinagi looks away and considers his words while wondering about a potential exception to his rule. Hinagi speaks up and asks if that feeling includes Haoju as well. Yuta stands with his back to Hinagi and gives his bottle of tea a hard squeeze. Yuta admits that he doesn't actually know the answer to her question. The school morning begins with the sound of students chatting and exchanging greetings in the hallways and classrooms. Haoju approaches Yuta at his desk and offers a morning greeting. Yuta keeps his head down and mumbles a quiet response back to her. A heavy silence fills the space between the two as other students move around the classroom. Haoju looks back at Yuta while an awkward atmosphere settles over them. Inside a restroom stall, Haoju breathes heavily while clutching a small object close to her face. Haoju leans back and sighs with relief, declaring that the moment is refreshing and calling it her reason for living while holding a handmade bookmark case. Haoju takes another sniff of the item and mentions that she didn't get to see Rei much today. Outside the restroom, two girls hear strange noises coming from inside and worry that a ghost might be haunting the building. In the classroom, Morikawa shows a friend a crane she made from candy wrappers and says she plans to give it to Yuta. Morikawa has a sudden idea and suggests making many paper cranes because having just one would be lonely. Haoju watches as her friend gets to work on the origami. She thinks to herself that Yuta is going to be incredibly happy when he eventually sees the finished gifts. Another friend joins in and offers to help make some as well. Morikawa chirps about how much fun they are having while they work together. Yuta stares down at his desk in total confusion and asks himself what the objects even are. A small group of paper cranes sits neatly on the corner of his desk. Yuta wonders who could have left them there for him to find. Yuta looks over at Haoju as she stands nearby. Haoju gives a smug smirk and explains that she and Yorara made the cranes themselves. She claims that she has been overflowing with creative energy lately, and Yuta replies that he had already guessed as much. During physical education, a basketball bounces off the rim before miraculously swishing through the net. Hinagi turns around with a surprised look on her face after witnessing the unexpected shot. Hinagi rushes up to Yuta and repeatedly tells him that she saw what happened. She continues to bounce around him and asks if he saw it too while Yuta looks away and wonders why she is bothering him. Autumn leaves blow across the ground as the school day ends and the students head home. Hinagi walks alone through the quiet street with her school bag. Hinagi stops and crouches down by the side of a building. She reaches out and carefully picks up a fallen maple leaf from the ground. Hinagi looks at the leaf in her hand and lets out a small, gentle smile. Hinagi holds the autumn leaf out toward Yuta, catching him completely by surprise. Hinagi offers the leaf to Yuta as a gift. He looks at her with a skeptical expression and asks what she is even doing. Hinagi lets out a cheerful laugh as the two of them continue their walk home together. Hinagi tells Yuta that talking with him is always fun and begins to suggest a future plan. Yuta points out that he has reached his turn, which disappoints Hinagi because she wanted to keep the conversation going. Hinagi suggests they swap contact information so they can talk whenever they want. Yuta is stunned and asks if she really wants his details specifically, but she excitedly confirms her request. Yuta hesitates as he remembers how every girl in the past was only using him as a way to get closer to his brother. Hinagi looks at him and explains that she wants to know more about him Yuta rather than anyone else. Yuta tightly squeezes the fabric of his pants as he considers her sincerity. He wonders to himself if this time might actually be different from his past experiences. Yuta hands over his contact information while Hinagi thanks him. He desperately hopes that she isn't using him as a stepping stone to reach his brother. Yuta tries to calm his nerves and repeatedly tells himself that everything is going to be perfectly fine. Later that night, a phone resting on a bedside table begins to buzz loudly as it receives a new notification. Yuta suddenly jolts awake in his bed with a loud gasp, looking completely shaken from his sleep. Yuta realizes the memory was just a dream and sits up while clutching his head. He looks at his phone and wonders why he is still so hung up on what happened back then. Yuta sits on his bed and checks his phone while reflecting on the awkward atmosphere that has settled between him and Hinagi lately. He tries to dismiss the feeling by telling himself that he is simply overthinking the whole situation. A group chat notification from Takemiya pops up asking if the friends are free to hang out later today. As he reads the message, Yuta recalls several cruel texts from other girls who bluntly told him they only wanted information on his brother. Yuta sits on his bed and thinks that girls are always only after his brother. He decides it is better to keep his heart closed off to everyone. Yuta sits in silence and wonders if his distrust of girls should also include Haoju. At the station, Yuta tells himself that he is not in the wrong for being suspicious. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. Takemiya arrives at the meeting spot and greets Yuta and Mirai. Yuta asks why the person who suggested hanging out is the last to arrive. Takemiya apologizes for being late, but Mirai insists it is fine. Mirai notes that while he is being gentle, Yuta is acting harsh and annoyed. Mirai mentions that Takemiya usually doesn't plan hangouts in advance. Takemiya just gives a sly smile and says that is just how things go. Mirai asks where the group is headed. Takemiya replies that they are going somewhere where they can be active. Yuta watches them with a puzzled expression. Yuta tells himself that dwelling on his problems won't fix anything. Even though he isn't really in the mood, he follows his friends as they call out to him. Takemiya asks Yuta why he is spacing out and tells him to hurry up. Yuta decides to just go along with them for now. The group discusses going to a new place as they walk together. The group spends the day playing various games. They jump on a trampoline and try their luck at a crane game where Mirai wins a plush toy. While bowling, Yuta struggles with the weight of the ball. Later, they go skating where Mirai accidentally bumps into someone and laughs it off. Takemiya declares that the activities were a lot of fun. He teases Yuta and Mirai for being terrible at skating. Mirai looks completely drained while Yuta shouts back that it was only their first time. Takemiya asks what they should do next and suggests resting for a bit before getting food. Mirai agrees immediately. When asked for his opinion, Yuta says he is fine with the plan. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Yuta from behind. Two girls recognize the group and approach them. They greet Yuta, Takemiya, and Mirai, mentioning that they all went to the same middle school. Takemiya and Mirai happily chat with them about being in the same class years ago. One of the girls suddenly turns to Yuta and asks how his brother is doing. Yuta flatly replies that he is fine. The girls continue talking about how popular Rei is at their school and how everyone is always discussing him. Yuta fumes with anger as the girls immediately shift the focus to his brother. They bombard him with questions about Rei's school year, his coolness, his relationship status, and his future plans. Takemiya claps his hands to get everyone's attention as the girls continue to chatter. Yuta walks away while shaking with rage, realizing that once again, nobody actually cares about him. Takemiya pulls a grumpy Yuta away from the girls, claiming he is thirsty and they are leaving immediately. The girls are confused by their sudden departure. Takemiya grabs drinks from a nearby vending machine and hands one over to Yuta. Yuta takes the can while still looking dejected. The two sit on benches to rest. Takemiya remarks that the encounter with the girls sucked. Yuta laments that even after all this time, everyone is still only interested in his older brother. Takemiya smirks and says he is used to Yuta getting tangled up with weird girls. Yuta tells his friend to shut up. Takemiya takes a drink and adds that he is fine with the situation as long as Yuta is doing okay. Yuta is baffled by Takemiya's cryptic words. He looks down at his own can, which turns out to be a sweet red bean drink. Takemiya asks about the strange drink choice. Yuta claims he won it, which makes Takemiya act genuinely shocked for a moment before admitting he was just kidding. Takemiya breaks out into hysterical laughter, teasing Yuta for falling for such a simple joke. Yuta gets even more annoyed at his friend's antics. Takemiya tells Yuta that his gullibility is actually one of his good points. Yuta is caught completely off guard by the unexpected compliment. Takemiya leans back and suggests that someone else out there surely sees those same good qualities in Yuta as well. Murai runs over excited that he actually got a winning bottle. Yuta stares in surprise while Takemiya laughs and he begins to wonder if there is really someone who sees him for who he is. Yuta looks down while crossing a bridge. He questions if a person who likes him for himself even exists in the world. After parting with his friends, an exhausted Yuta walks toward the supermarket. He notices a riverside path he usually ignores and decides to take it. Yuta stops in his tracks when he sees Haoju standing right in front of him. Both of them are surprised by the chance meeting. Haoju asks Yuta what he is doing out by the river. The two stand together on the path as the sun sets behind the city. Yuta is surprised to encounter Haoju in such a place. Nearby, a student walks his dog while a dragonfly flits past. The two sit down on the grassy bank. Haoju mentions she lives in the area while Yuta explains he was just returning from an errand. A jogger runs by them as they settle into a quiet moment. Yuta feels a heavy sense of awkwardness and tightly squeezes his hands together. He wonders how he was ever able to talk to her normally before this. Haoju suddenly calls out to him and points toward the sky, urging him to look at something. Lying back on the grass, Haoju claims a cloud looks like a dog. Yuta argues it looks more like a cat, but Haoju insists he tilt his head 90 degrees to see her perspective. Yuta flatly refuses to do so. Yuta jolts in surprise when he notices something stuck in Haoju's hair. He hesitantly points out that there is something on her head. Yuta lets out a small laugh and reaches over to brush the leaves from Haoju's hair. Haoju is pleased that she finally managed to make him laugh. As the sun begins to set, the two sit together in silence. Haoju admits she was worried because he has seemed depressed lately. Yuta turns toward her in shock and asks exactly who she was worried about. Haoju looks directly at him and explains that she was obviously worried about him and no one else. Yuta is stunned by her confession and clenches his hand while questioning why she would care about him. He warns himself not to get the wrong idea about her intentions. He recalls all the other girls who only approached him to ask about his brother or give him manipulative gifts. He reminds himself that Haoju is a girl too and assumes she probably doesn't actually care about him. Haoju leans in and asks if there is something on his mind again. Yuta asks how she could possibly know that. Haoju simply replies that he is very easy to read. Haoju begins listing all the small habits she has noticed about him, like his joy over his favorite candy flavor, his struggle to stay awake after gym class, and his relief at answering questions correctly. Haoju tells Yuta that she can tell what is on his mind just by looking at him. Yuta looks out at the riverside in silence, processing her words as the wind blows through the grass. Yuta shields his eyes from the light and scolds himself for being the worst. He thinks back to the girls who only wanted his brother and the blunt, dismissive messages they sent him in the past. He realizes that he was lumping every girl together and assuming they were all exactly the same. Yuta admits he thought Haoju was just like the others and didn't even bother to look up at her. He looks at her now and considers the possibility that he was wrong about her. Haoju gives him a gentle, sincere smile. Yuta realizes that she was actually watching him for who he is this entire time. Yuta turns red and looks away while still harboring a small fear that she might just be trying to trick him. Haoju suddenly calls out to get his attention. Haoju suggests once more that they exchange contact information. Yuta looks at her and hopes that her words are real because he finds himself unable to stop believing in her. Yuta clenches his hand against the grass and struggles to find the words to respond as a breeze passes over them. Yuta looks up with a bright red face and shouts that he wants to know more. He finishes his declaration by telling her he wants to know more about her specifically. Haoju is stunned and watches him with wide eyes. Yuta becomes incredibly embarrassed and hunches over while steam practically rises from his head. He quietly asks if they can finally exchange their contact details. Haoju giggles at his reaction and happily agrees to his request while Yuta remains flustered. The two tap their phones together and successfully complete the exchange of their contact information. Haoju looks at her phone and confesses that she felt lonely when he refused her the first time. Yuta is surprised by the reveal and offers a bashful apology while wondering why she would feel that way. Haoju giggles to herself while looking at her phone and wonders aloud why she feels that way. Yuta questions if he is making the right choice. Meanwhile, Haoju laughs and points out that Yuta has a very strange profile icon. Yuta worries that he might get hurt or betrayed again and admits he can't stop those negative thoughts. Haoju continues to smile at her screen. Yuta looks conflicted as he tells himself that he still isn't ready to fully trust everything quite yet. The two sit together on the grass as Yuta asks her not to show his profile to anyone else. Haoju agrees while Yuta realizes that despite his fears, he wants to learn more about her now more than ever. A pig gacha machine stands nearby with a sign encouraging people to try their luck. Mirai excitedly points out the gacha machine. Yuta asks him if he has always been interested in such childish things. Mirai holds up a small pig charm and explains that he grew attached to them after finding one while helping Hinagi look for her bookmark back in middle school. Takemiya teases Yuta by reminding him that he went through a similar phase himself. He comments on how pure Mirai is while Yuta loudly tells him to be quiet. The scene shifts back to the riverside where Yuta notes that he ran into Haoju entirely by accident. Yuta stammers awkwardly about the coincidence and tries to excuse himself from the situation. As Yuta tries to walk away, Haoju quickly shuffles to the side to keep him from leaving. Haoju points out that his constant instinct to avoid her is becoming ridiculous and suggests they talk about it. Yuta yells for her to stop blocking his way and insists that isn't what he's doing. Haoju ignores his protests and points toward a spot for them to sit down. Yuta starts to object but finds himself trailing off. Yuta fidgets nervously as an awkward atmosphere settles between the two of them. He struggles to find something to say as they stand together. Yuta watches as Haoju rustles through the grass near the riverbank. Haoju gives a thumbs up and reassures Yuta that there are no big bugs around, though he thinks to himself that her assumption is completely wrong. Haoju suddenly reaches up and starts ruffling Yuta's hair, causing him to react in total shock and ask what she is doing. Haoju tells him to hold still as she continues to mess with his hair while he continues to yell in confusion. Haoju lets out a giggle as she looks at Yuta. Haoju skips away toward home looking very satisfied while Yuta is left behind looking completely bewildered by her behavior. The school morning begins as students walk through the gates and exchange greetings in the hallways. Yuta walks to class while reflecting on the fact that he actually exchanged contact information with Haoju. He remembers the intense moment by the riverbank when he got caught up in the mood and blurted out that he wanted to know more about her. As he slides into his seat, Yuta realizes just how super embarrassing his declaration was and feels a wave of mortification. Haoju approaches Yuta at his desk and offers a bright morning greeting. Yuta's face turns bright red as he tries to return the greeting. Haoju notices his reaction and asks why he is blushing, which he quickly and loudly denies. Haoju calls out to Yuta again to get his attention. Haoju presents a flyer for an all-you-can-eat cake shop she found near the station. She explains that the offer requires at least 3 people, which left her and Urara feeling rejected. Haoju gives a sparkling smile and suggests that they all go together sometime. Yuta looks away and begins to offer a hesitant response. Yuta sits at his desk and offers a half-hearted agreement to Haoju's invitation, saying he might go if he has the time. Haoju leans in closer while holding her flyer. Yuta admits to himself that while he doesn't fully trust her yet, things feel different. Haoju is thrilled and remarks that he is being unusually honest today. Yuta gets defensive and asks what she thinks his normal personality is like. Haoju asks him to make a promise to go with them. Yuta watches her and decides that he really does want to get to know her just a little bit more. In the middle of the classroom, Haoju holds up the flyer and asks if he will really go. Yuta is visibly flustered and repeats that he will only go if he has time. Takemiya and Heisugawa watch the two from the hallway. Takemiya stretches and notes that it looks like they finally made up, while Heisugawa lets out a relieved sigh and agrees that Yuta seems much more lively. Takemiya lets out a curious sound as he and Heisugawa stand together in the hall. Later that night at the Tono home, Yuta finishes a shower and dries his hair with a towel. He thinks about how refreshing the water felt after a long day. Yuta sits on the edge of his bed and reflects on the exhausting events of the day. He feels confused about why Takemiya and Heisugawa were looking at him so strangely earlier. Yuta's phone suddenly begins to buzz on the bed beside him. He turns around and wonders if he is getting a message from Takemiya. He picks up the device and is shocked to see a new message notification from Haoju. Yuta goes on guard and panics, wondering what she could possibly want this late at night. He twitches with anxiety but eventually decides to just click on the message and see what it is. The message turns out to be a photo of a very round and fluffy dog standing next to its owner. Yuta is completely baffled by the dog picture and asks what it is. Haoju replies that it is a dog she just became friends with, though Yuta thinks the creature looks more like a tanuki. Haoju continues to send more photos of the same animal asking if it's cute. Yuta is shocked by the amount of pictures and tells her to stop taking so many photos of someone else's pet. She explains that the owner gave her permission. Yuta is overwhelmed with anxiety as he wonders what her true intentions are. He remembers how other girls used to flood his messages with demands for information about his brother and remains wary of the situation. Haoju sends a message asking Yuta what he is doing right now. Yuta stares at his phone in surprise as it buzzes in his hand. Yuta sits on his bed and struggles to think of the right answer. He realizes it has been forever since he texted anyone besides his close group of friends and admits he isn't really doing anything. Yuta continues to overthink the situation and wonders why she even cares about his schedule. He types out various responses about getting ready for tomorrow or going to sleep, but keeps second-guessing himself. 10 minutes pass as Yuta remains frozen in indecision. Yuta shouts in frustration while clutching his phone with a bright red face. He can't understand why he is overthinking a simple message so much. Suddenly, the phone slips from his sweaty hand and falls with a loud thud right onto his foot. Yuta winces in silent pain, unable to even make a sound from the impact. As Yuta hunches over to grab his throbbing foot, a voice suddenly comes from the phone asking if anyone is there. Yuta is horrified to see Haoju's face appearing on his screen through a video call. She looks at him and calls out his name while he panics at the accidental connection. Haoju asks why he called her, leaving Yuta stammering in confusion. He realizes his hand must have slipped and accidentally hit the call button during the fall. Haoju tells him that she doesn't actually mind talking face to face like this. Yuta remains in a state of total shock while staring at his phone. Yuta stammers as he tries to find a way to respond to her. Haoju mentions that it is almost time for bed. Yuta is stunned to see that she is already dressed in pajamas covered in cute dog patterns. Haoju strikes a pose and presents her outfit with a proud look. Yuta thinks the pajamas are a bit lame but finds himself unable to look away. Yuta offers a quiet compliment and says the outfit is fine. Haoju giggles happily and dives into her bedding while hugging a plush toy. Yuta watches her laugh and realizes that she really likes the interaction. He notes that her face is far too close to the camera again as he continues the call. Yuta struggles to find the right words to say during the call. He wonders if he should try to be witty since he was technically the one who initiated the contact. Haoju cuddles her plush toy and mentions how nice it is to talk like this outside of school. Yuta admits that hearing her voice while he is at home feels a bit strange. Haoju gives a soft smile and agrees that the situation is indeed a bit strange. Yuta's heart races as he stares at her through the screen. Yuta sighs and calls her the weird one while trying to hide his embarrassment. Haoju asks if she can message him again sometime. Yuta considers the request and realizes he still does not know much about her. After a brief silence, Yuta bashfully agrees to her request. Yuta asks why she messaged him in the first place, but he gets no response. Yuta tries to call out to her again when the silence continues. It turns out Haoju has fallen fast asleep right in the middle of their conversation. Yuta is left shouting in frustration at his phone, wondering what she wants from him if she is just going to fall asleep. Haoju's phone starts ringing while she is lying in bed. Haoju wakes up and realizes she has an incoming video call from Tono. She hurriedly tries to fix her messy bedhead before answering the call. Haoju answers the call with a simple greeting. A caption notes that she needs to get herself ready for the camera while Yuta sits on his bed. Yuta stares at his phone and reflects on how Haoju fell asleep earlier. He wonders how he is even supposed to handle such a situation. Yuta worries that waking her up would be mean, but he also fears she might catch a cold. He decides the best course of action is to just quietly end the call himself. A sudden murmur from the phone causes Yuta to jump in surprise just as the call finally ends. Yuta lets out a long sigh and admits to himself that she really has him wrapped around her finger. A caption mentions that he struggled to fall asleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, Ray offers a greeting and notes that Yuta's hair looks like a complete disaster. Yuta jolts when his brother asks if he was on the phone with someone last night. Ray explains that he heard him talking and asking someone what they wanted from him. Yuta turns bright red and insists that his brother is just imagining things. He claims that he was probably just sleep-talking or something similar. Ray asks if something is bothering him and notes that Yuta looks like the one who needs help. Yuta flatly rejects the offer and tells him no thanks. At school, Yuta looks at a piece of candy he received from Haoju. He notes that it is apparently a brand new product. Yuta begins a taste test by rustling the paper wrapper and popping the candy into his mouth. He suddenly stops chewing and looks surprised by the flavor. Haoju quietly creeps up right next to Yuta while he is eating. Haoju leans in and stares intensely at Yuta from a very short distance. Yuta looks back at her with a flustered expression. Haoju looks directly at him and asks if the candy is actually good. A caption explains that she was simply happy to something tasty with him. Yuta mumbles an agreement while thinking that his reaction was way too obvious and embarrassing. Haoju calls out to Tono, catching him by surprise. Haoju notes that Yuta's hair looks different today. He bashfully explains that he didn't try anything new, but his bedhead simply wouldn't go away. Haoju finds his messy hair amusing and starts poking it with a stick while laughing at the weird shape. Yuta gets annoyed and shouts for them to quit staring and laughing, insisting that he isn't a toy. On another day, Yuta points out that Haoju has bedhead. She tries to play it off as an intentional style choice for the day before quickly excusing herself. Haoju pauses after walking away and begins frantically patting her hair down to fix the mess. Haoju returns with a red face and asks if it is fixed. Yuta notes that it was definitely bedhead after all. Haoju explains that Urara helped her fix it and thanks her friend. Urara begs Izumi to teach her how to study, wailing loudly in desperation. Urara clings to Haoju and cries that she's going to end up in remedial classes at this rate. Yuta watches the dramatic scene from the doorway. As July arrives, the pressure of final exam season begins to settle over the school. Urara panics as she realizes that failing her exams would ruin her busy summer plans of beach, trips, camping, and festivals. Yuta thinks her schedule sounds a bit too much, while Haoju lets her friend hug her. Takemiya and Mirai approach and ask if Morikawa's grades are looking rough. She laments about the possibility of remedial classes, but the boys admit they are feeling relaxed about their own studies. Mirai offers to help her, which gives her a surge of hope. Takemiya teases Yuta by suggesting that he is also in trouble. Haoju agrees that Tono is probably screwed, which causes Yuta to jump up and loudly deny the claim. Takemiya laughs and reminds Yuta that he had to retake a quiz recently. Yuta desperately argues that it was only because he didn't know the quiz was even happening. Mirai suddenly has an idea while the others continue their loud chatter in the background. Mirai suggests that they all form a study group together. Urara is thrilled by the idea and suggests they all help each other out. Haoju notes that the plan is a relief, but Yuta stubbornly claims he doesn't need any help. The group debates where to meet for their next day off, looking for a relaxing spot. Someone notes that the library is currently closed for renovations. The scene shifts to the exterior of a large modern house with a nameplate reading Haoju. Yuta stands in front of the gate looking a bit overwhelmed and questioning how he ended up in this situation. He recalls the earlier conversation where Haoju suggested meeting at her house since it was close to the station. He feels a bit strange about being swept along by the group's momentum. Yuta gazes at the impressive building and wonders what kind of lifestyle Haoju actually leads. Noticing he arrived 30 minutes before the scheduled meeting, he considers leaving to kill some time elsewhere. Suddenly, Haoju calls out to him. Haoju approaches with a large bag of groceries and welcomes him, pointing out that he arrived quite early. The two stand together at the entrance of the house. Haoju invites him inside, mentioning that since no one else is home today, he shouldn't feel the need to be so formal. Yuta offers a quiet apology for intruding. Haoju excitedly reveals that she bought a massive amount of snacks for everyone to eat together. Yuta asks her what she was doing outside just now. Yuta reminds her that the original plan was for them to study, but Haoju just smirks and asks if he would rather just eat instead. Haoju directs him toward the living room. Yuta offers a quiet word of thanks as he heads inside. Inside, Yuta's attention is caught by several large trophies on display. He notices one is for a piano competition and wonders if they belong to Haoju. He finds it impressive how neatly they are arranged and considers the possibility that she took professional lessons. His focus shifts to a massive storage bin overflowing with potato chips and other treats. He thinks to himself that her snack collection is way too big. Haoju interrupts Yuta and apologizes as she reaches into the large bin to grab something. Yuta is surprised by the sudden movement as he continues to look around the room. Haoju rummages through the oversized storage bin and happily announces that she found what she was looking for. Yuta watches her with a slightly shocked expression. Haoju looks up at him and suggests that he take a seat on the sofa. Yuta bashfully agrees and prepares to sit down. Yuta settles onto the sofa and looks around the living room. He admits to himself that he still can't really imagine what Haoju's life is actually like. Haoju returns to the room carrying a tray with a drink and a small snack. Yuta reflects on how despite its size her home environment feels fairly normal to him. Haoju sets the tray down and tells him it isn't anything fancy. Yuta thanks her as he looks at the peculiar item on the tray. Yuta is baffled by a crab-shaped plate that holds small snacks in its claws. Haoju asks if he thinks it is cute while he remains silent and confused. Haoju explains that she bought the crab plate during her very first family trip when she was still in elementary school. Yuta repeats the words family trip back to her in surprise. Haoju recalls the memory of seeing the plate on a shelf and being too shy to ask for it. She explains that her parents eventually bought it for her as a surprise gift. Haoju rests her head on her hand and looks at the tray while stating that the plate is full of memories for her. Haoju notes that the trip was actually the only one her family ever took together. She excitedly shows off how the crab can hold snacks in its claws, but Yuta silently dismisses the feature as being totally useless. Haoju suddenly asks Yuta where he would like to travel and mentions that she has a massive collection of travel magazines for him to look through. Haoju begins spreading all her magazines out across the floor and tells him to just point to the places he wants to visit. Yuta is surprised by her decision to lay them out on the ground like that. Yuta points out a specific area on one of the covers, and Haoju is shocked to realize that she has also been to that exact same place. Yuta wonders if she is actually some kind of travel expert. Yuta explains that his own parents are quite outdoorsy and enjoy going on trips as well. Haoju is impressed by the revelation as she listens to him talk. Haoju smiles and comments that traveling with family sounds like a nice experience. Haoju becomes animated, declaring that if she ever went on a trip, she would want to spend the entire time eating various delicious foods. Yuta watches her with a slightly weary look. As Haoju happily browses through her travel magazines, Yuta sits on the sofa and observes her. He realizes that seeing her in this relaxed state gives him a new perspective on her. Yuta continues to watch her while sipping his drink, thinking that she really does seem different in person. Yuta tells Haoju that he hopes she can go on a trip with her family again soon. Haoju stops reading and looks at him in surprise. Haoju looks back down at her magazine with a soft, knowing smile. She agrees and thinks to herself that Yuta is actually quite easy to read. Haoju admits that she has never actually planned a trip for herself before. She suddenly pauses and turns back toward Yuta. Leaning in with a gentle expression, Haoju tells Yuta that she would feel very safe if she went on a trip with him. Yuta is struck by her words and feels a sudden rush of heat in his face as he struggles to find a response. Yuta recoils on the sofa in total panic, wondering why the conversation suddenly shifted to the two of them traveling together. Haoju simply watches him with a confused look. The rest of the study group finally arrives at the house and finds Yuta already inside. A caption notes that despite everything, Yuta still finds Haoju impossible to figure out. The clouds drift across the sky as the afternoon moves forward. As the boys walk home later, Mirai exclaims that Haoju's house is incredible. Takemiya admits he was super nervous because he rarely visits other people's homes, but he enjoyed the large space. Yuta looks skeptical as he recalls the group spending the day eating snacks and playing card games. He questions whether they actually managed to study at all during the meetup. Takemiya and Mirai a brief silent look before Takemiya insists that they definitely studied. Yuta calls them out on their obvious hesitation. Yuta's friend suggests hanging out somewhere else next time. He asks if Yuta is taking the bus and if he has enough time. Yuta checks his pockets to see. Yuta stops and tells his friends that he cannot find his phone. The group is confused by the sudden realization. Yuta realizes he likely left his phone at Haoju's place. He runs back to retrieve it while his friends tell him to be careful. Yuta reaches the Haoju residence and rings the doorbell. He wonders why he is always so forgetful. The door opens and Yuta explains that he came back because he left his phone inside. Yuta looks up and is startled by the person who answered the door. A tall man with several piercings stares down at Yuta from the doorway. The man looms over Yuta and asks him who he is. Yuta nervously explains he is just there for his phone. The man slams his hand against the wall. The two sit in the living room together. Yuta kneels on the floor while the man sits on the sofa, leaving Yuta wondering how he ended up in this situation. Yuta sits across from the man and waits for him to speak. The man tells Yuta that he does not recognize him and asks for his identity again. Yuta struggles to find his words. Yuta thinks to himself that the man is huge, scary, and looks rough. Yuta introduces himself as Haoju's classmate. The man reacts to the name and begins to stand up. The man slams a notebook and a pen onto the table. Yuta yells in surprise at the loud noise. The man leans in close and tells Yuta to listen up. Yuta is completely terrified and wonders if he will even make it out of the house alive. The man asks if Yuta's name is Tono Yaosuke. Yuta corrects him, saying it is Yuta. The man notes that Yuta was using Haoju-san's house for a study session earlier that day. Yuta feels incredibly cramped as the man nudges closer and asks for the details. The man gives Yuta an intense stare and asks if it was just the two of them alone. Yuta panics and shouts that there were actually 3 other people there as well. The man says he gets the gist of the situation. He slams his hand onto the notebook and continues his questioning. Yuta is completely drained after being grilled about every detail. He watches as the man happily writes in his notebook and thanks Yaohei-kun for the information. Yuta tiredly corrects his name once again while wondering who this person actually is. Yuta watches the man and realizes he can't tell what he is thinking. He thinks the man's unreadable expression feels strangely familiar. The man notices the staring and asks what is wrong. Yuta notices a large case standing in the corner of the room. Yuta points at the case and asks what it is. The man explains that it is his guitar. Yuta asks if the man plays music. The man replies that he is currently in a band at his college. Yuta is genuinely impressed and tells him that being in a band is awesome. The man blushes and gives a smug smile, telling Yuta he did nothing wrong. Yuta is caught off guard by the sudden shift in mood and offers a confused apology. Yuta stares at the man and realizes he is fishing for more compliments. He thinks the man's vibe is totally bizarre as the man stands there looking deeply moved by the praise. Haoju enters the room and asks if her big brother is already back home. Yuta is stunned by the revelation and asks about the big brother comment. The man turns to Haoju and tells her that he is home. The man apologizes for the late introduction. He introduces himself as Hizuki Haoju and confirms that he is Izumi's older brother. Yuta reflects on the fact that he always assumed Haoju was an only child. Hizuki hands over some souvenirs he bought, including custard cakes and marshmallows. Izumi blushes and offers a word of thanks as she accepts the souvenirs from her brother. Hizuki watches her with a small, quiet smile. Yuta asks Hizuki if this is his first trip back home in a while. Hizuki flatly replies that it has only been 3 days since he was last there. Yuta flops over in complete disbelief at the short amount of time. Hizuki explains that he lives on his own now because of college. He mentions that he still makes sure to come back home whenever their parents are going to be late. Hizuki looks dejected as he admits that he would honestly come back home every single day if he was able to. Yuta thinks that doing so would completely defeat the point of living alone in the first place. Yuta watches as Hizuki mopes by the door and then begins cleaning up snack wrappers after Izumi. He realizes that the man is just a massive sister complex, and that is why he was so wary of Yuta earlier. Izumi mentions that despite his behavior, she is always happy when he comes back. Hizuki claims that it is dangerous for Izumi to be left alone. When Yuta asks why, Hizuki points directly at him and asks what she would do if a weirdo suddenly showed up. Yuta is horrified to realize that he is the weirdo Hizuki is referring to. Izumi asks Yuta why he is even here in the first place. Yuta explains that he forgot his phone earlier. Hizuki offers to call it so they can find it easily, which Yuta agrees would be a big help. Izumi tells them to wait there for a moment while she goes to grab her own phone to make the call. Left alone with Hizuki, Yuta feels the tension return. Hizuki turns toward him and asks if he is actually close with Izumi. Hizuki notes that having someone's contact information usually means they are pretty close friends. Yuta looks away bashfully as he listens. Yuta stammers that it isn't like they are especially close or anything. Hizuki leans in close with a menacing expression and asks why he still came over then. Yuta lets out a small yelp of terror. Hizuki remarks that Izumi has always had a hard time articulating her feelings. Yuta looks up in surprise at the insight into her personality. Hizuki continues by saying that she used to really struggle with expressing herself, even though she is starting to get a little better at it now. Hizuki mentions that people tend to misunderstand Izumi a lot because of her reserved nature. In the background, Izumi looks at her phone with a small private smile. Hizuki looks directly at Yuta and addresses him as Yutaro-kun. He tells him that there is something he wants to ask. Hizuki looks directly at Yuta and asks what he thinks of Izumi. Yuta is caught off guard by the blunt question. Yuta stammers and struggles to find the right words while Hazuki leans in closer waiting for a serious response. Yuta feels the pressure of the intense gaze as he tries to formulate an answer. Yuta looks down with a red face and admits that he often doubts himself over small things because he lacks self-confidence. However, he looks up with determination and declares that he thinks Izumi is absolutely amazing. Yuta reflects on how Haoju's words and actions always seem to cut straight to the heart of any matter. He recalls the time she told him that he was still himself regardless of others. Those words gave him a necessary push and made him realize that she sometimes shines with a dazzling brightness. Yuta tells Hazuki that is everything on his mind right now. He continues to blush while the older brother listens in silence. Yuta thinks to himself that he wants to find the strength to face her more earnestly. Unbeknownst to him, Izumi is sitting just outside the door in the hallway listening to every word of his confession. Hazuki turns away with a visible blush and simply notes that he understands the situation now. Yuta is completely baffled and loudly asks why the older brother is the one blushing. Hazuki awkwardly clears his throat to regain his composure. Hazuki holds out Yuta's phone to return it. Yuta is still flustered as he reaches for his device. Hazuki gives a kind smile and suggests that they should talk again whenever they have more time available. Yuta looks back at him with a puzzled expression. As he walks away from the house, Yuta wonders why they need to talk later and why Hazuki had his phone in the first place. Inside, Hazuki calls out to Izumi to get her attention. Hazuki informs Izumi that Yuta is finally heading home. Izumi looks away with a bright red face and quietly acknowledges the information. Hazuki glares at Yuta's retreating figure in the distance and thinks that their next conversation will likely be a very long one. A caption mentions the depth of his brotherly love. Hazuki prepares to return to his own home after his brief visit. Hazuki looks down at the phone left behind on the sofa after Yuta's departure. He considers the various phones belonging to his family members and realizes this masculine-style device does not belong to any of them. The doorbell rings, suddenly pulling Hazuki's attention away from the mysterious phone. While walking back, Yuta gets a nagging feeling that something is slightly off about his current situation. Yuta reflects on his interactions and concludes that Izumi and her brother are remarkably similar. Both Haoju siblings lean in close to Yuta and demand to know exactly how they are alike. Yuta realizes that their intense simultaneous pressure is the exact trait they. Yuta decides he should send a message to Haoju to thank her for the help in retrieving his phone. He receives a notification from Haoju expressing her relief that the device was found. She adds a follow-up message stating that her brother wants to have another conversation with him. A sudden chill runs down Yuta's spine as he wonders what the older brother could possibly want to talk about. The sound of his friends shouting his name echoes across the school building. Takemiya and Murai grab Yuta and invite him to walk home together, but he informs them that he cannot join them today. Yuta explains that he needs to visit the bookstore and is heading toward the station instead. Takemiya acts genuinely shocked that Yuta reads books, while Murai laments that the station is in the opposite direction. Yuta waves goodbye to his friends as they head off in the opposite direction. Yuta stands by the lockers when Haoju suddenly sneaks up right behind him. He jumps in shock as she asks if he is headed to the bookstore. Yuta yells at her for startling him and asks why she appeared so suddenly. Haoju ignores his outburst and asks again if he is going to the bookstore, which he bashfully confirms. Haoju gives him a sly smile and remarks that it sounds nice. The scene shifts to a large store area with sections for books, shoes, and glasses. Haoju decides to tag along with Yuta. Yuta walks through the rows of bookshelves by himself until someone calls out his name from behind. Haoju approaches him and asks if he has found what he was looking for yet. Yuta admits that he hasn't had any luck so far. Haoju tells him she's going to browse for a little longer herself. Yuta watches her walk away and offers a quiet agreement. Yuta begins to panic and wonders why he is even shopping after school with Haoju in the first place. He remembers that Haoju suggested checking out a new release together and realizes he didn't have a good reason to say no even if the situation feels strange. Yuta's anxiety grows as he notices several other high school couples in the store acting very affectionate and lovey-dovey with each other. He decides to grab his items quickly and leave to escape the awkwardness. He finally finds a cookbook about unique transformation recipes and picks it up. Haoju suddenly reappears and comments that the dish on the cover looks delicious. Yuta is startled by her sudden return and asks why she is back so soon after being in a different section. Yuta is surprised to learn that she buys recipe books as well. She explains that she doesn't actually cook and just enjoys looking at the pictures of yummy food. Yuta realizes they have very different reasons for being in the store. While Yuta feels incredibly self-conscious because of the other people around them, he notes that Haoju is acting perfectly nonchalant and unbothered. Haoju notes that Yuta is starting to turn red, but he loudly denies it as they stand by the cashier. Haoju apologizes for making Yuta wait and tells him that she finished her purchase. Yuta acknowledges her as they move through the store. Yuta asks Haoju if she ended up buying anything for herself. She explains that the newest volume of the series she was reading in the library wasn't out yet. When she recites the long, suggestive title of the book, Yuta is shocked that she would actually consider buying it. Yuta decides to head home, but Haoju asks if he is really leaving already. He starts to offer an explanation for his departure. Haoju mentions that there is actually one more place she wants to visit and asks Yuta if he wants to come along. The two arrive at a busy accessory shop called Sweet and Pure, which is filled with students browsing various items. Haoju leads Yuta further into the store. He looks around the sparkly environment with a sense of hesitation. Yuta is surprised to realize they are in an accessory shop. Haoju confirms his observation as they are greeted by a staff member. Yuta feels completely out of place and overwhelmed by the bright store. Haoju ignores his discomfort and begins pushing him forward toward the displays. Haoju picks up a pair of earrings shaped like pieces of meat and shows them to Yuta. He tells her to stop, but when she insists she would wear them to school, he admits to himself that he can totally see her doing that. Haoju mentions that she only has one pierced ear. Yuta is surprised and asks if there is a deep reason behind her decision. Haoju explains that she got the first piercing before school started, but it hurt so much that she simply gave up on the other one. Yuta is left speechless by her simple reasoning. Despite only having one piercing, Haoju says she still wants to buy some cute earrings. She asks Yuta to point out which ones he likes the most. Yuta asks why she is even asking for his opinion. Haoju tells him that she is just using his choice for reference. Yuta remains silent as he feels another wave of embarrassment wash over him from her request. Yuta asks Haoju for a moment while he stares at the jewelry displays. Haoju stands by and waits for him to reach a decision. Yuta points out a specific pair of earrings on the wall. Haoju asks if he is talking about the blue ones, and he bashfully confirms his choice. Yuta reflects on the blue earrings and thinks they are a good match because they aren't too flashy. Yuta tells Haoju that the earrings suit her very well while his face turns bright red. Haoju looks directly into his eyes as he offers the compliment. Haoju looks down and offers a hesitant response to his sudden praise. Haoju points out that she was actually interested in the items in the funny earrings section. Yuta turns bright red with embarrassment as he realizes he was looking at the serious jewelry section instead. Yuta is overwhelmed with shame and wishes he could just disappear from the world. Haoju looks back at him and announces that she has finally made her choice. Haoju holds up the blue earrings that Yuta suggested and declares that she is going to buy them after all. Yuta stares at her in total disbelief as he realizes she is following his recommendation. A shop assistant tells a customer to ignore their previous advice and just get whatever they personally like. Haoju offers a brief confirmation as she moves toward the cashier. Yuta trails behind her, still feeling dazed by the interaction. Haoju turns toward him with a soft expression and repeats that she really wants the specific earrings he chose. Yuta's heart skips a beat as he stares at her, feeling a sudden rush of heat in his face. Haoju takes the earrings to the counter and pays 1,500 yen for the purchase. Yuta stands back in a state of confusion, wondering why she listened to his opinion. A couple of shop employees giggle together while watching the interaction between the two students. Haoju asks Yuta where they should head next, causing him to panic and loudly insist that they aren't going anywhere else. A bystander watches them and comments on their precious youth. Haoju mentions that she doesn't usually visit this particular side of the station. Yuta agrees and notes that the area is surprisingly crowded. Haoju starts to add another observation as they walk through the masses. Yuta's heart pounds as he overhears a nearby couple exchanging overly affectionate nicknames. Haoju notices Yuta's flustered state and asks what is wrong, but he quickly claims it is nothing. He feels painfully out of place surrounded by so many other couples on after-school dates. The conversation shifts back to the bookstore where Haoju realizes Yuta is actually quite serious about his cooking. He explains that he only buys recipe books occasionally to try out on his days off. Haoju praises the curry he made for her previously, but Yuta dismisses the compliment by saying he only tweaked a basic recipe. Undeterred, she says she wants to try his food again, sometime leaving him wondering why. Haoju offers to help him whenever he needs it. Yuta is skeptical and asks what exactly she could help with. Haoju excitedly declares that she would be his official taste tester. Yuta sighs and notes that her answer figures. Haoju asks Yuta if he has any plans to get his ears pierced. He flatly tells her that he isn't planning on doing it. Haoju stares intensely at him and suggests that piercings would actually suit him well. Yuta gets flustered by the attention and shouts at her to stop staring. Yuta argues that getting piercings is simply not his style. Haoju starts to respond but trails off as she continues to look at him. Haoju lets out a little laugh and agrees that he is probably fine just the way he is. Yuta is left looking completely confused by her sudden change in attitude. Back at school, a girl trips in the hallway and begins to drop a stack of books. A student nearby moves quickly to catch her. A handsome student catches the girl and asks if she is okay, leaving her looking dazed by his sudden appearance. Ray asks the girl if she is hurt after her fall. She stammers out that she is fine and apologizes profusely while addressing him with deep respect. Ray asks where the girl is taking the heavy stack of books and learns they are headed for an empty first-year classroom. He offers to carry them himself, and despite her frantic protests, he takes charge of the task while the surrounding girls watch in awe. Ray walks down the hall with the books as the girls watch him in total awe. They comment to each other about how amazing he is and compare him to a prince. Ray offers a gentle smile as he continues his task. The girls think that his perfection makes it impossible for anyone not to fall for him. A series of captions explain that Rie Tono is viewed by everyone as a flawless and impeccable man who always lives up to their high expectations. As Ray continues walking through the school, another group of girls spots him and excitedly calls out his name. Ray turns back and offers a polite wave to the group. His simple gesture causes the girls to erupt in cheers and swoon over him. Ray thinks to himself that all the worship and attention he receives is starting to feel a bit too excessive. Ray reflects on the situation and realizes he never actually said the incredibly cheesy things the girls are imagining. He admits that he was secretly freaking out and shivering with anxiety during the interaction. Ray admits to himself that his true personality is nothing like the composed prince persona he projects. He feels a sense of guilt for deceiving everyone around him. Ray accepts that he is the one who chose to live this kind of life. He continues to put on a smile and wave to his admirers as he walks away. Ray looks out a window and wonders if he is really satisfied with continuing to act this way forever. Ray reaches his destination and slides open the door to the classroom while still carrying the stack of books. Inside the room, Ray comes face to face with Hinagi. Both of them are surprised to see each other in the empty space. Ray apologizes for barging in and asks if she was already using the room. Hinagi explains that she was just there to drop off some handouts as well. Hinagi is completely starstruck to see Ray in person. Ray explains that he also came to drop off some items. Hinagi thinks to herself that according to her top-secret notebook, there was only a tiny chance of him appearing here today. Hinagi tries to tell herself to act natural as she turns away. However, she accidentally causes a loud clatter by knocking over a pile of papers. Ray is startled by the sudden noise. Both Hinagi and Ray kneel on the floor to pick up the scattered handouts. Hinagi apologizes profusely while internally questioning her own clumsy behavior. Ray checks one of the papers and notices it is for Class 1-2. He asks if she is all right. Ray asks Hinagi if she happens to be in the same class as Yuta Tono. Hinagi reacts with total shock at the mention of the name. Hinagi bashfully confirms that she is indeed in Yuta's class. Ray lets out a bright, shining smile and remarks that he knew it. Hinagi is frozen in place as she realizes that Ray is talking directly to her. Ray looks down at the papers and mentions that Yuta is actually his younger brother. Hinagi completely abandons all rational thought as she struggles to process the fact that her idol is standing right in front of her. Ray explains that seeing the class number made him wonder if they were classmates. Hinagi can only manage a quiet response. As they finish gathering the papers, Hinagi observes Ray closely. She thinks to herself that he seems a little bit different than usual today. Ray finishes sorting the papers and says that should be everything. Hinagi offers her thanks while privately noting that he seems to be feeling a bit down. Ray looks back toward the window as they finish. Down in the courtyard, Yuta suddenly realizes he left his gym clothes behind in the classroom. His friends aren't surprised at all by his forgetfulness. From the classroom window, Rei and Hinagi look down and spot Yuta. Rei notes that his brother seems to be heading home already. Yuta's friends tell him they will wait for him at the gate while he runs back inside. Takemiya teases him about how often he has been forgetting things lately, causing Yuta to snap back at him to shut up. As Yuta heads back toward the building, he is surprised to see Haoju tagging along beside him. He asks why she is coming too, and she claims that she also forgot something. Yuta finds her explanation a bit hard to believe. Hinagi watches the two from the window and lets out a mischievous giggle. Rei stands behind her looking completely puzzled by her reaction. Rei rests his chin on his hand and observes his brother. He reflects on how much Yuta has changed recently and wonders how long he and Haoju have been walking home together. Rei notes that Yuta used to keep people at a distance and seemed to hate interacting with girls. He points out that his brother is only acting differently with Haoju-san. Hinagi listens while Yuta walks in the courtyard below. The two continue to watch Yuta and Haoju from the second-floor window. Rei gives a soft smile and mentions that he feels like his brother is slowly changing. Yuta and Haoju continue walking across the school grounds together. Hinagi watches Rei and remarks that it is amazing. Hinagi stares at Rei with a look of pure admiration. Hinagi reflects on how she always thought Rei-sama was perfect and overflowing with confidence. She finds it surprising that he also worries about things, especially regarding his younger brother. Hinagi smiles to herself while watching Yuta walk away in the distance. Rei stretches and offers an apology, admitting that he said some weird things just now. Hinagi prepares to leave the room. Rei announces that he is heading out. Hinagi quickly agrees and stammers out a response. Rei pauses at the doorway and turns back toward Hinagi. Rei gives Hinagi a dazzling smile and thanks her for taking the time to listen to him. Hinagi is completely frozen by the sudden gesture. The classroom door clicks shut as Rei leaves Hinagi alone in the room. Hinagi stands in silence for a moment before the weight of the interaction hits her. She realizes she actually got to talk to Rei-sama for a long time, and her face begins to twitch with uncontrollable excitement. A massive roar of joy echoes across the school grounds as Hinagi finally lets out all her pent-up energy. Rei hums happily as he walks down the hallway, feeling much better after seeing his brother. Some nearby students wonder if anyone else heard the strange voice that echoed through the building. Haoju asks Yuta if he takes his gym clothes home every single time. He confirms that he usually does, though Haoju admits that she often forgets hers at school. Yuta looks through a window and spots Hinagi performing a vigorous victory celebration. He silently notes that forgetting to take clothes home shouldn't count as a regular habit. Hinagi continues her intense celebration alone inside the empty classroom. Yuta is left staring in total bewilderment at the strange display he just witnessed. Haoju asks what is wrong, and Yuta asks if that was Hasegawa doing a fist pump in the room. Yuta quickly looks away, realizing he saw something he wasn't meant to see. Haoju leans in curiously to see what he was looking at. Haoju gets very close to Yuta and asks if there is something inside the room. Yuta grows flustered by her proximity and stammers that there might be something or someone in there. Hinagi slides the door open and asks the two of them what is up. A caption mentions that her victory emote afterglow is lasting for a very long time. Hinagi looks at the pair with a soft, satisfied smile. Hinagi continues to beam with happiness as she stands before them. Hinagi lets out a bright, joyful smile as she basks in her recent success. Hinagi walks away while struggling to keep herself from screaming as she periodically remembers her interaction with Rei. A scrub brush vigorously cleans the floor during a summer pool cleaning session. A caption notes that most people would normally half-ass a chore like this. Yuta wipes the sweat from his forehead as he diligently scrubs the area. He thinks to himself that being lazy is simply not in his nature, even though the summer heat is intense. Two girls approach Yuta and offer to help him with the rough spot he is scrubbing. He flatly rejects their offer and says he doesn't need help. They then suggest chatting instead since nobody else is cleaning seriously, but he shuts them down again. The girls decide to retreat, complaining that Tono-kun is acting very cold toward them. Yuta watches them go and thinks to himself that he knows exactly what their true intentions are. The girls suddenly remember that Rai's class has PE and run off to watch him. Yuta is not surprised, noting that this kind of behavior always happens right before the summer break begins. As more students approach him, Yuta realizes they are all just trying to butter him up to get closer to his brother. He looks visibly annoyed as someone else calls out his name. Haoju shows up and shows Yuta a water sprayer claiming that she has finished cleaning her section. Yuta stares at the device in silence. Haoju begins spraying the water gun and accidentally hits Yuta with it. He yells at her to stop spraying him and asks if she is actually trying to clean with it. She smirks and insists the tool is surprisingly useful. Yuta shouts at Haoju to go get some proper equipment, but she explains that there wasn't any left. He sighs and hands her his own scrub brush, saying he will just find something else to use instead. Haoju accepts the brush and offers a word of thanks. Her friends notice the item and ask where she got it, and she tells them it came from Tono. The girls erupt in excitement as Yuta walks away. A group of boys suddenly surrounds Yuta and grabs his shoulders. They ask if he has a minute to talk, sending a visible shiver down his spine. The boys demand to know if Yuta and Haoju have been getting awfully close lately. Yuta is completely startled by the blunt question. Yuta stands in stunned silence as he tries to process what they are asking him. The boys point out that, while Yuta acts coldly toward every other girl in school, he is surprisingly nice to Haoju-san. In the background, other students continue cleaning. Yuta tries to argue that he isn't being special with Haoju, but the boys refuse to listen. He thinks to himself that his behavior is only because he doesn't trust the girls who constantly try to use him to get to his brother. The boys burst into tears at the thought of Haoju-san being close with Yuta. Yuta is confused by their possessive attitude toward her, while another girl accidentally sprays water nearby. A girl panics and apologizes after her hand slips, and she sprays everyone with water. Yuta takes the opportunity to escape the awkward situation and declares that he is heading out. The group of boys shouts at Yuta not to dodge the question as he scurries away from them. He reflects on their accusation that he is only ever nice to Haoju. Takemiya triumphantly declares that the pool cleaning is finally finished. Yuta watches him and Mirai with suspicion, asking if they even helped since he didn't see them once. They both insist that they did their of the work. Yuta yells at his friends for being slackers when he finds out they were pulling weeds in a shady secret spot instead of scrubbing the pool. Takemiya and Mirai ignore his anger and brag about how the teacher even praised their hard work. After the cleaning is over, Takemiya suggests that everyone hit the convenience store for some ice cream. Urara is thrilled by the idea and suggests they all go together. Yuta decides to join the group as the bright summer sun beats down on them. Yuta leans against a railing outside the store and begins eating his soda-flavored popsicle. He looks over and notices something nearby. Haoju approaches Yuta with a large plastic bag full of treats. He mentions his vanilla choice and asks if she got soda flavor, but she reveals she bought chocolate strawberry and matcha as well. Yuta is stunned and asks just how many she plans on eating. Takemiya and Mirai wait by the refrigerated display while the others continue to browse. Urara struggles to make a choice between the different flavors as the boys note that the rest of the group is still deciding. Haoju admits that she can't decide which one to eat first while she clutches her bag. Yuta warns her to stick to just one or she will end up with a stomachache. He continues to reflect on the earlier comment about how nice he is to her. Yuta looks at Haoju's back and tells himself that it isn't like that. He stands by the railing as the afternoon light stretches across the street. Yuta admits to himself that he and Haoju have definitely been talking more naturally lately. Haoju happily prepares to eat her vanilla ice cream, humming to herself. Haoju spots a poster on the wall and tells Tono to look at it. Yuta follows her gaze to a notice for a summer festival happening on July 20th at the riverbed. He notes to himself that she is usually the one who approaches him first. Yuta remembers his brother complaining about being dragged into running a stall for the neighborhood association again. He mentions that there is usually a festival right before the summer break starts. Haoju asks Yuta if he is going to attend this year. He explains that he usually goes with Takemiya and Mirai, so he will likely do the same as always. When he asks about her plans, she mentions that she would like to go, but Urara has been busy lately. Haoju looks away and says that maybe she will just skip the festival this year. Yuta remains silent and clenches his fist as he continues to eat his popsicle. He stands apart from Haoju while the cicadas buzz loudly in the trees above. Urara and Takemiya run up to their friends and apologize for making them wait. Yuta considers making a suggestion but decides against it. Haoju points out that Yuta has almost finished his popsicle already. Takemiya suggests moving to a cooler spot nearby. Yuta pauses and looks back toward the group as they start to head off. Yuta remains where he is while the heat sizzles beneath his feet. Haoju turns back and asks if something is the matter. Yuta's heart pounds as he watches Haoju eating her ice cream. He starts to say something but finds himself unable to finish the thought. Yuta hunches over with a red face and wonders what he was even trying to say to her just now. Haoju stares at Yuta and warns him that he needs to eat faster or his treat will melt away. Yuta reacts in shock to her close observation. At the convenience store, Yuta announces he will wait outside since he has already made his choice. Takemiya is impressed by how quickly he finished. Takemiya remarks that it is much more fun to take one's time and struggle over which item to buy. Haoju soon joins Yuta outside, stating that she has also finished her selection. Takemiya is stunned to see that she was just as fast as Tono. Takemiya reflects on how the two of them seem to a talent for quick decision-making. A caption identifies Murai's pick as a container of strawberry shaved ice. Urara's choice is revealed to be a soft-serve ice cream cone. Takemiya's selection is shown to be a bottle of ramyun. When Yuta asks what Haoju picked, she reveals she just bought all the flavors she wanted. Yuta tells her that just means she is actually very indecisive. A caption notes that despite appearances, their decision-making styles are not actually alike. Haoju asks Yuta about the extra bag hanging from his backpack. He explains that he used a separate bag to carry his wet clothes and shoes from the pool cleaning. Yuta explains that he would hate for his textbooks to get wet. Haoju remarks that he is quite meticulous for worrying about it. Yuta argues that it is not about being meticulous and he simply hates getting them wet. Haoju says she understands and mentions that she hung hers up to dry at school as well. Haoju admits that she actually forgot to bring her books home. Yuta tells her that is just an example of her being sloppy. A summer festival is in full swing at night with various food stalls like shaved ice and fried chicken. Fireworks boom in the sky as crowds of people walk through the grounds. Someone takes a big bite out of a festival snack. Murai enjoys his sweet cotton candy and declares that nothing beats festival food. Takemiya points out that Murai always picks cotton candy first. Yuta watches them with a skeptical look. Murai and Takemiya ask why Yuta's cotton candy is the only weird-looking one and why he had to buy one too. Takemiya teases him by saying he looked like he wanted some back in middle school, but Yuta loudly denies it. Yuta takes a bite of his bird-shaped cotton candy and thinks about how his friends are extra hyped this year. Nearby girls scream with excitement while Yuta reflects on how the three of them came to the festival again. The group notices an incredibly long line at a yakisoba stall. Murai comments on how popular it seems to be. A handsome man orders 5 helpings of yakisoba while a girl nearby swoons. Murai and Takemiya try to see what is happening while Yuta realizes who is at the stall. Yuta looks shocked and suggests they should come back to the stall later since it is so crowded. Murai and Takemiya agree to circle back as they turn away. Yuta remembers Haoju mentioned that she might skip the festival this year. Yuta looks at the festival banners and assumes that Haoju ended up not coming after all. Yuta stops in his tracks when he sees a girl in a yukata eating takoyaki. Haoju sits on a bench by a takoyaki stall and calls out to Yuta as he walks past. Urara spots Takemiya and his friends and calls out to them excitedly. Haoju confirms that she came to the festival with Urara. Yuta remarks that Haoju actually made it after all. Haoju explains that Urara was the one who invited her. In the background, Takemiya and Murai compliment Urara on her yukata and she happily offers her thanks. Yuta quietly admits that it is good she came. Haoju agrees while she continues to munch on her takoyaki. Yuta reflects on the fact that Haoju ended up coming and feels a strange sense of relief about it. Haoju asks him why he doesn't wear a yukata to festivals. He argues that one wouldn't suit him anyway, but he trails off as he looks at her yukata. Haoju turns toward him and asks what he was going to say. Yuta looks away with a bright red face. Haoju leans in and asks what is up, but Yuta quickly claims it is nothing. They stand together near the takoyaki stall as the festival continues around them. At a shooting game stall, Urara screams in frustration because she cannot hit any of the prizes. Murai watches her struggle and comments on how tough the game is. Takemiya tells Murai that it is his turn to play. Murai is surprised by the sudden nomination. Yuta reflects on how he somehow ended up touring the stalls with Haoju and the rest of the group. Murai notes that these games should be left to experts while Haoju continues to eat. The sounds of successful shots echo through the stall as several prizes, including a box of milk caramels, are knocked over one after another. Urara is completely amazed and shouts that Murai is incredible for hitting all the targets. Murai looks down bashfully while the shopkeeper looks on in disappointment. Yuta notes to himself that Murai is surprisingly skilled at games like shooting. The group begins to move on as the stall staff thanks them for playing. The group stops at a water balloon fishing stall. The worker hands a fishing hook to Haoju, who looks at the colorful balloons floating in the tub. The stall worker asks Yuta if he wants to try a turn for 200 yen. Yuta begins to decline, but Haoju asks what he is doing and mentions that the worker recommended he play too. A variety of brightly patterned water balloons float on the surface of the water waiting to be caught. Yuta and Haoju both crouch down and begin carefully fishing for the balloons. Yuta wonders to himself why he even agreed to do this in the first place. Haoju encourages Yuta to do his best. Yuta thinks about how childish water yo-yos are while realizing that Haoju is actually very invested in the game. Haoju asks Yuta which balloon he is aiming for. He admits he doesn't have a specific preference but picks out the red one as a choice. Haoju offers a word of approval. Haoju points to a specific balloon and says she wants that one. She explains that she has never actually caught one before and wants to give it a try. Yuta looks at Haoju and realizes that her lack of experience is the reason she is so excited about the game. Both of them let out various exclamations as they struggle to catch the balloons. Yuta grows flustered and thinks that they are sitting much too close to each other. Haoju remains completely focused on her task while Yuta watches her in silence. Yuta tells Haoju to watch him and moves his hand toward the water. Yuta explains that moving the submerged rubber band makes it much easier to grab. Haoju tries the technique and agrees that it makes the task way easier. Yuta sits back for a moment and thinks to himself. Yuta reflects on how he always ends up following Haoju's lead even though he doesn't usually do things like this. Haoju suddenly calls out his name to get his attention. Haoju successfully hooks the balloon she wanted and tells Yuta to look. Yuta stares at Haoju as she holds the dripping balloon close to his face. Haoju excitedly declares that she finally got it while holding the prize between them. Yuta turns away with a red face and tells Haoju that she is way too close. The stall worker congratulates them and asks if they both managed to get a balloon. The night sky is filled with stars above the crowded festival grounds and rows of food stalls. Takemiya, Murai, and Urara shout that festivals are the absolute best. Yuta and Haoju stand in front of them with Haoju focused on eating her snack. Yuta reflects on how exhausting this year's festival feels. Murai and Takemiya talk about how they have visited almost every stall except for the one with the massive line. An announcement over the speaker system informs everyone that the fireworks show will begin soon. Urara offers to lead the group to a good hidden viewing spot she knows. The rest of the group excitedly runs off toward the secret spot. Haoju stays behind completely distracted by her food, and Yuta wonders if she was even listening to the plan. Yuta looks back at his friends and points out that they are going to get left behind if they don't move soon. Haoju points in the wrong direction, leading Yuta to conclude that she definitely wasn't paying attention earlier. He thinks about how absent-minded she is as they begin to follow the others. Yuta watches Haoju as they walk and finds himself questioning why he feels the way he does in this moment. Yuta realizes that he simply cannot bring himself to leave Haoju's side as they navigate the crowded festival grounds. Yuta's phone starts to vibrate in his hand, catching his attention as they walk past the food stalls. Yuta looks down at his phone screen and is surprised to see an incoming call from his brother. Haoju spots a shaved ice stall and comments on how delicious the treats look. As they continue walking, Haoju's attention is immediately grabbed by a teppanyaki stall. Haoju notices an okonomiyaki stall next and notes that the food there also looks very appetizing. Yuta watches as Haoju is drawn toward the food like a magnet. He realizes that she is only reacting to the various types of food available at the festival. Haoju sees a cotton candy stall and asks Yuta if he wants to get one as well. He informs her that he just finished eating some from that very same stall earlier. A vendor shouts for people to come buy cotton candy. Yuta mentions that for some reason he was only given a chick-shaped one. Haoju notes the shape and decides to go buy one for herself. Yuta is stunned to hear an explanation that animal-shaped cotton candy is currently a special treat intended for elementary schoolers. The vendor adds that they might make animal ones for older students too, depending on their mood. Yuta slumps in gloom while Haoju munches on her snack and tells him not to worry about it. A caption highlights the specific water yo-yo that Izumi successfully caught earlier. Haoju bounces the yo-yos around happily, earning the nickname Happizumi. Yuta warns her not to get carried away or she might end up hitting someone. Haoju accidentally smacks Yuta in the face with a yo-yo, leading to the nickname Careless Yumi. Yuta shouts in pain while she offers a quick apology. Haoju looks down with a regretful expression, now dubbed Regrets Yumi, and admits she was having too much fun. Yuta realizes he is far too soft to even get mad at her. Rei stands near a yakisoba stall and apologizes for calling Yuta out so suddenly. Rei explains that the person running the stall threw his back out while cooking, so the stall is temporarily closed. Yuta tells him it is fine while he watches the noodles sizzle. Rei looks completely spent as he stands among several other exhausted members of the neighborhood association. Yuta asks what happened and notes that they really have their hands full. Yuta takes over at the grill and begins cooking the noodles. He reflects on how he told Takemiya and the others that he had to leave for a bit to help out. Rei asks if Yuta is here with friends today. Yuta looks away and claims that they are more like classmates. Rei watches him with a small knowing smile. The two work together to finish the current batch of food. Rei suggests wrapping things up quickly, and when Yuta asks if there is anything else to help with, Rei tells him to go take a break. A large stack of packed yakisoba containers sits on the counter. Rei thinks to himself that Yuta's homemaking skills are off the charts as they finish packing the commercial use boxes. Rei tells Yuta to make sure to apologize to his friends for the sudden interruption. He hands over a container of yakisoba, explaining it is a treat from the store owner for all of Yuta's hard work. Rei offers the yakisoba container again. Yuta asks if he is sure, explaining that he is actually pretty stuffed. Nearby, Haoju continues to munch on her own food. Yuta decides to take the food anyway. Rei watches him and remarks that Yuta has changed, which leaves his younger brother looking confused. Rei gives a warm smile and adds that Yuta just seems like he has been having a lot of fun lately. As Yuta walks through the festival with his bag, he repeats his brother's words to himself. He wonders if he really has been having more fun lately as he looks around at the stalls. Yuta tells himself he needs to get back to Takemiya and the others. He remembers that Urara said she knew a good hidden spot to watch the fireworks, but he pauses as he realizes something. Yuta stops in his tracks with a dazed expression. He realizes he has no idea where the spot was actually supposed to be. Yuta growls in frustration because he totally forgot to ask for the location earlier. He decides to give up and tells himself that the view will be the same from anywhere anyway. Yuta looks through the crowd and spots Haoju leaning against a large pillar by herself. The two make eye contact and both look startled to see each other standing there. Yuta walks over and calls out Haoju's name. She turns toward him as he approaches the area near the mask stall. Yuta asks Haoju what she is doing there. She explains that she was waiting for him, leaving him flustered and wondering why she would stay behind. Haoju mentions leading him back to the others and checking out more stalls on the way. Yuta thinks to himself that the food stalls are definitely her real reason for waiting. Haoju looks at her phone and realizes she forgot to ask Urara where the spot was. Yuta sighs and asks what she even came back here for if she didn't know the way. Haoju stares at her device with a confused look as she tries to use it. Haoju notes that the signal is terrible and she cannot reach their friends. Yuta checks his own phone and sees it has no service, either guessing it is due to the large crowd showing up for the fireworks. Yuta thinks to himself that meeting up with the others is going to be tough. He considers just calling it a night, but he stops when he looks over at Haoju. Haoju suggests that their friends headed down a specific path and says they will probably run into them if they keep walking. Yuta offers a quiet agreement. The two continue walking through the festival grounds. Yuta tells Haoju not to get lost, and she replies that she knows. Lanterns hang from the trees as the night deepens over the festival area. Yuta notes that the area is getting incredibly crowded. He steals a glance at Haoju to see how she is handling the mass of people. Yuta realizes that Haoju seems perfectly fine despite the dense crowd surrounding them. A passerby accidentally bumps into Haoju, causing her foot to slip in her sandal. She lets out a startled cry as she loses her footing. Haoju plops forward and leans her weight against Yuta's back to keep from falling. Both of them turn bright red from the sudden physical contact. Haoju stammers out an apology while leaning on his shoulder. Haoju keeps her hand on Yuta's shoulder as she regains her composure. He tells her that it is fine. Yuta tells Haoju to just hold on to him so she doesn't get swept away. She looks up at him with a wide-eyed, blushing expression. Haoju reaches out and grabs the back of Yuta's shirt to stay close. He acknowledges her with a quiet confirmation as they keep moving. Stars twinkle in the dark sky above the festival Torii gate. Yuta notes that they never ended up finding their friends. Haoju suggests they just watch the fireworks from their current location, insisting it's a good spot. Yuta thinks to himself that she really just wings everything. Yuta asks Haoju if she wants some of the yakisoba he received as a reward earlier. He adds that she doesn't have to take it if she doesn't want it, but she is surprised that he is sharing. Haoju decides to take the yakisoba and offers her thanks. Yuta stammers out a response and wonders to himself what he just did as he exhales in relief. An announcement over the speakers thanks everyone for waiting and says the firework display is about to begin. Yuta notes that it is finally starting, and Haoju says she can't wait. Mirai gets a brain freeze from his shaved ice, while Takemiya and Urara happily enjoy their festival drinks. Takemiya fans himself and remarks that it finally feels like summer. Haoju mentions that time flies and that the first semester had been very enjoyable. Haoju recalls their study sessions and visiting Urara at her job. She adds that today was also a lot of fun. Haoju turns to Yuta and asks if he also had a good time. Yuta begins to respond but pauses as the announcement system starts the final countdown for the fireworks. Yuta reflects on how he is still constantly compared to his brother even in high school. He thinks about how girls who are actually interested in his brother still hang around him as the countdown reaches 5, 4, and 3. Yuta questions whether fun is really the right word for his experiences as the countdown hits 2 and 1. A massive firework explodes in the night sky with a loud boom as the crowd watches. Haoju stares up at the sky and remarks on how pretty the fireworks are. Yuta looks over at her in silence. Yuta remembers his brother saying he had changed and his classmates asking if he and Haoju were getting close. Yuta looks down and tells himself that isn't really the case. He thinks that even if others say they are close, or that he looks like he's having fun, it just doesn't feel like it clicks. Yuta admits he only started hanging out with her because she kept sticking around. However, he realizes that those days feel comfortable, and that seeing her look happy makes him feel happy too. Haoju looks at the display and remarks on how beautiful the fireworks are. Yuta watches Haoju's reflection in his eye and tells himself that he finally understands. As the fireworks continue to explode behind them, Yuta realizes that he actually doesn't mind spending time with Haoju. Yuta looks down and remains silent as he processes his thoughts. Yuta thinks about how he won't be able to see Haoju like this once the summer break officially begins. Yuta clenches his hand into a fist and asks Haoju about her plans for the summer break. She admits that she doesn't have anything special planned. Yuta tells Haoju that if she is okay with it, he has a suggestion to make. Yuta asks Haoju if she would like to go somewhere with him over the break. Haoju looks over at Yuta with a surprised expression as the crowd around them cheers. Yuta considers making an excuse and backing out like he usually does, but he decides against it. Haoju asks if there is a specific place he wants to visit. As a large set of fireworks explodes in the night sky, Yuta explains that it's not about a specific location and that he simply wants to see her. Both Yuta and Haoju look away from each other with very red faces. Yuta starts to panic and tries to clarify his statement, saying it's not exactly what she thinks but also kind of is. He struggles to explain what he's trying to say while Haoju watches him and giggles. Haoju gives a warm smile and says that she feels the same way about wanting to see him. Yuta notes that his heart is beating incredibly loud. Yuta walks through the grass and tells himself that this feeling is only happening because of the current situation. Yuta looks stunned as a firework trail streaks up into the dark sky. He admits to himself that he is currently doing something he is completely unused to. Large fireworks explode over the riverbed and reflect on the surface of the water. Yuta reflects that the booming sounds of the display suddenly feel very distant. Yuta leads the way through the crowded path, while Haoju-san stays close behind, maintaining a firm grip on the back of his shirt. As they navigate the dense crowd, Haoju-san tugs on Yuta's shirt to warn him of incoming people. They both get jostled around by the surge of festival goers. They continue to communicate through the noise, with Haoju-san pointing out people coming from the front and Yuta apologizing for nearly tripping. Haoju-san takes charge and tells Yuta to watch his step. Yuta realizes he is being guided around like a dog on a leash and notes that she seems to be enjoying her new role as the leader. Meanwhile, Takemiya and the other friends reach an area they think is the hidden spot, looking around for the best view. They find themselves staring into a wall of thick, dark bushes, realizing they can't see the fireworks at all from where they are standing. Haoju-san looks at Yuta with a soft, intense gaze. He hides his mouth with his hand, unable to handle the emotional tension between them. Yuta lets out a loud, garbled shout as he tries to backtrack on his words only to immediately admit that he actually meant them. Haoju-san just watches him with a quiet smile. Haoju-san smiles and says she feels the same way. Yuta's heart pounds so loudly in his chest that he thinks she can hear it. Yuta walks through the grass thinking about how his heart is only acting up because he is doing something so out of character. He watches a single firework trail shoot up into the sky, sweating as he realizes how much his usual composure has crumbled. A massive explosion of light fills the night sky, reflected perfectly in the water below as the festival reaches its peak. The scene shifts to the Tono residence. Yuta heads out as someone calls his name. At school, Takamir runs after Yuta to give him a forgotten water bottle. He tells Yuta to pull himself together since summer break starts tomorrow, then waves goodbye as Yuta walks off. Yuta walks alone thinking about how summer break begins tomorrow. He recalls the question about going somewhere together over the vacation. The memory of him telling Haoju-san that he just wanted to see her flashes in his mind. He turns bright red and lets out a sudden shout of embarrassment in the middle of the street. He clutches his head and groans, wondering why he said something so bold. Even though he meant it at the time, the memory is making him spiral into a panic. Yuta stops to look at a school poster and gets even more flustered thinking about his own situation. Hinagi finds him having a breakdown in the hallway and teases him by calling him her little brother-in-law, which makes him snap at her in frustration. In Class 1-2, the teacher announces that summer break starts tomorrow. She mentions that anyone who failed their finals will have to attend remedial classes, causing Hinagi to gulp in nervous anticipation. The teacher excitedly exclaims that nobody failed and tells the class how proud she is of everyone. The entire classroom erupts into cheers and applause. Yuta lets out a long sigh of relief, clearly glad to have avoided extra school time during his vacation. Haoju-san turns back toward Yuta and tells him it is a good thing he passed. Morikawa-san celebrates her own success in the background. Morikawa-san flashes a peace sign and shouts for joy. Yuta looks on thinking about how self-conscious he felt earlier that morning. Beside him, Haoju-san looks at her books and groans about the large amount of homework they were assigned. Yuta realizes that he can actually talk to Haoju-san without any trouble. He notes that she is acting completely normal and just like her usual self despite what happened at the festival. Haoju-san leans over and whispers to Yuta that now they can finally hang out together over the summer break. The sudden reminder catches Yuta completely off guard, causing him to lose his balance and slip from his chair. The teacher is busy writing a summer to-do list on the blackboard when a loud thud echoes through the room. She and the other students turn around to find Yuta collapsed on the floor in a heap of papers. Yuta blushes furiously as he looks up from the ground. He quickly tells the teacher that he is perfectly fine and tries to act like nothing happened. Later that afternoon, several students are gathered in the school library to study or return their borrowed materials. Haoju-san reaches for a gourmet food book on a high shelf and apologizes to Yuta for making him help her with her chores. Yuta follows behind her, looking a bit flustered by her presence. Yuta stares at an absolute mountain of books that Haoju-san had borrowed, shocked by the insane amount of reading she managed to do. He recalls how she tried to carry the entire stack at once and ended up tripping over her own feet. He asks her how many trips she expected to take while she just hugs one book and sulks. The librarian tearfully explains that the staff is completely swamped and asks the pair to reshelve the books themselves. Yuta is disappointed to realize their quick errand has turned into a lot of extra work. Yuta asks if she was seriously planning to read all of those books. Haoju-san explains that she borrowed them for summer break because it is hot outside and she would be bored otherwise. Yuta looks down at the heavy stack and admits that taking them all home at once is a bit much. Haoju-san appears dejected behind him. He notices she reads a wide variety of genres, from deep-sea creature encyclopedias to sci-fi novels about saving the Earth. She confirms that she simply likes those kinds of things. Haoju-san sparkles with excitement as she explains that the books are full of wonder. Yuta looks through an encyclopedia and agrees that some of the creatures are actually quite cute. Yuta is suddenly struck by a realization and begins to panic. He watches Haoju-san humming happily while she reads in the background. Haoju-san puts a book back on the shelf and mentions that she thought she would be bored over the summer, but now she does not need so many books. She turns to him with a gentle look and says it is because she can hang out with him instead. Yuta turns bright red and stammers that he did not mean, while Haoju-san looks at him with a mischievous grin. A girl nearby calls out to Takun and asks if he wants to go somewhere over the summer break, just the two of them. Yuta and Haoju-sen look over in surprise at the other students. The boy excitedly agrees to go with Yumi-chan. Yuta watches the couple and realizes they are having the exact same conversation he just had. The girl tells the boy that she would be so lonely if she could not see him over the break. Yuta and Haoju-san continue their work in awkward silence. Yuta is completely flushed as he listens to the romantic display happening right behind them. The girl grabs the boy in a happy embrace. A dark, looming figure approaches them from behind and interrupts the moment. The librarian towers over the flirting couple with a terrifying expression, grumbling that such behavior is strictly prohibited in the library. Yuta slams a book into its place on the shelf, telling himself that his situation is nothing like theirs. In the background, the librarian hauls the noisy couple away, laughing about being short-staffed. Yuta stands in the quiet library, replaying the fireworks display in his head. He tries to convince himself that when he spoke to her back, then he didn't mean his words in a romantic way. He leans his head against a bookshelf, thinking that he only said those things because it was how he genuinely felt at that exact moment. Sweat beads on his forehead as he desperately tries to believe there was absolutely no deeper meaning behind his confession. Yuta jolts in surprise when Haoju-san suddenly appears behind him. She comments that people really do seem to hang out a lot during the summer break. He turns around looking completely panicked and stammering out a disjointed denial as his face turns bright red. Haoju-san leans one arm against the shelf near his head and tells him she is happy they will be able to see each other over the summer. She looks at him with a soft, beautiful smile and says she is really looking forward to their time together. Yuta stares at her in stunned silence, his face completely flushed from her directness. He slowly slides down against the bookshelf, in a daze wondering if he is actually going to be okay handling these intense feelings for the rest of the vacation. The two sit together on the library floor looking through an encyclopedia. Yuta remarks on the incredible variety of deep-sea fish and points out a flapjack octopus he thinks is cute. Haoju-sen notes that it looks like a soft, squishy gummy and admits it makes her want to eat it. Yuta looks at her with a worried expression, unsure how to respond to her strange appetite. They move on to a picture of a giant isopod. Yuta thinks it looks a bit gross, like a huge bug, but he admits the overall shape is actually pretty cool. Haoju continues to stare at the isopod and wonders aloud if it would taste like shrimp if she boiled it. Yuta asks her flat out if she is treating the scientific encyclopedia like it is a cookbook. As they walk through the library, Yuta starts to wonder exactly where the librarian took that couple from earlier for their punishment. The boy from the couple acts incredibly dramatic, claiming that frolicking in the library was their greatest sin. The girl joins in on the melodrama, calling him Ta-sama and questioning how they could have committed such an act in a sacred library. Reality hits the pair as they end up looking completely physically exhausted from their remedial work. Takun groans about his head throbbing while Yuta watches the pathetic display with an internal scream of shock. After school, a pair of girls walk by discussing a popular show. One of them mentions an insane Cabe-don scene and wishes a hot guy would pin her against a wall just like that. Yuta walks behind them and overhears the word Cabe-don, having no idea what it actually means. He tries to piece it together, figuring it refers to the sound made when someone slams their hand against a wall. Yuta suddenly gasps and covers his face as he realizes he was just the victim of a Cabe-don by Haoju earlier. He trembles with embarrassment at being on the receiving end of such a move. Summer finally arrives in full force. Cicadas buzz on the trees and sunflowers bloom under a bright sky while the group heads toward the mountains. The friends reach a clear river and cheer with their fists in the air. Yuta stands a bit apart from the group, looking like he is already worn out by their high energy. Yuta watches his friends excitedly cheer for the river and wonders why they are so hyped about it. Yuta tells his friend that he was curious when she first asked if he was free. She explains that since they missed the fireworks together, Morikawa wanted to do something summery, so she planned this outing. Yuta questions if summer usually means going to the beach instead. His friend points out that the beach is way too crowded and mentions that Izumi is a weak swimmer anyway. A few days into the break, Izumi smugly claims she can float a little bit. Yuta internally notes that she definitely still counts as a weak swimmer despite her confidence. Yuta watches Haoju and Urara in the distance. He reflects on how he never expected their summer plans to actually turn out like this, even after his bold suggestion at the festival. Yuta has a sudden daydream about the lovey-dovey couple from the library and frantically tries to shake the image out of his head. As he looks over at Haoju, Yuta wonders what is going through her mind regarding the promise they made to hang out. Mirai-kun excitedly shows off a watermelon he brought for the group. They all agree to chill it in the river and look for a spot to tie it up. Yuta turns around when someone calls his name, seeing his friends already moving toward the next activity. Haoju stands in the shallow water and tells Yuta it feels great. He asks if she is sure about being in the water since she can't swim, but she invites him to join her anyway. Yuta steps into the river with a splash and immediately shivers from the cold temperature. Haoju looks back at him and smiles, knowing he would react that way. Haoju calls Yuta over to show him a pretty stone she found in the riverbed. She offers the stone to him and then starts piling even more on, while Yuta tells her he doesn't need a whole collection. Yuta asks why she is giving them all to him instead of keeping them. She blushes and admits that keeping them all for herself feels a bit wrong. Yuta lets out a genuine laugh and calls her a weirdo, while Haoju stares at him in surprise at his sudden cheerfulness. Yuta shouts that he doesn't need so many stones, but Haoju-san just stares back at him with a blank expression. Despite his protests, she continues tossing more pebbles into his open palms. Yuta screams in frustration, wondering if she was even listening to a word he said. Mirai-kun holds onto the watermelon, while Urara-san and Takemiya-kun watch the pair from the shore. Takemiya-kun starts to say something to the others about the duo in the river. Haoju-san notes that those two always seem like they're having fun together. Yuta turns bright red and gets flustered by her sudden observation. Urara-san puts on a blindfold and prepares to swing a stick at the watermelon while the others cheer her on. Mirai-kun skips stones across the surface of the river as Haoju-san watches with a happy, relaxed smile. Yuta and Haoju-san eventually take a break from the water and sit together on a tarp laid out on the riverbank while their friends continue playing nearby. Haoju-san happily munches on a slice of watermelon and remarks on how much they've played today. Yuta sits beside her and agrees that they have been quite active. Yuta watches Takemiya-kun, Urara-san, and Mirai-kun continue to play with a beach ball in the distance. He wonders how they still have so much energy and how much longer they plan to keep going. Haoju-san rubs her stomach and admits she is completely stuffed. Yuta tells her that isn't surprising at all, considering how much food she just ate. As they sit quietly on the tarp, Yuta starts to wonder if this outing was really a good idea. He watches his friends still playing in the shallow water. He admits to himself that getting to hang out over summer break is a good thing. He notices that Haoju-san looks like she is having a lot of fun, and he decides it's fine as long as they can all be together. Haoju-san suddenly calls out to Yuta, breaking his train of thought. She turns toward him and asks what their plan is for the next time they hang out. Yuta is caught completely off guard by the question. Haoju-san looks at him and asks if they are going to hang out again. Yuta stammers out an affirmative, still feeling flustered by the direct nature of her conversation. Yuta wonders if she means their current trip doesn't count as hanging out. He worries about whether their next meeting will also include the whole group, or if she is implying it will just be the two of them. Yuta spirals into a panic, repeatedly telling himself there is no way it could be anything other than a group outing. Haoju-san ignores his internal crisis and mentions that she has already looked into a bunch of things they could do. Haoju-san looks over her notepad and mentions that she tried to think of some places she would want to go with just the two of them. She shows the list to Yuta and asks which option he thinks is the best. He looks at the notebook and sees a long list of various restaurants and food spots. Yuta realizes that he wasn't thinking very deeply when he first invited her out, but now the reality of a solo date is starting to set in. Haoju-san notices that he is spaced out and calls his name to get his attention. Yuta snaps back to reality and stammers out a confused response. He rests his head on his hand and tells her that he is willing to go anywhere she likes. Haoju-san looks down for a moment as she processes his reply. She hides her face behind her notebook with a warm smile and agrees to his suggestion. Haoju-san starts going through her list again to narrow down the choices. Yuta watches her from behind, still stuck on the idea of them being alone. Yuta reflects on the upcoming plans and finds himself blushing at the thought of spending time with just her. Yuta is shocked by the sheer number of locations Haoju-san has written down in her notebook. He tries to tell himself not to get too worked up over the situation as the summer trip continues. Early the next morning, Yuta meets up with Murai-kun at their designated spot. They note that Takemiya hasn't shown up yet. Yuta asks what is inside Murai-kun's massive backpack. Murai-kun excitedly explains that he was so hyped for the trip that he ended up packing all sorts of extra stuff. Murai-kun continues listing the contents of his huge bag, including a picnic mat and bug spray. He adds that he also has his water bottle wallet and a ball so they can all play games. Yuta listens and starts to wonder where exactly they are planning to go. Murai-kun reveals with a sparkle in his eyes that he even brought a whole watermelon. Yuta is shocked by the revelation, wondering how his friend managed to fit it in there. Urara-san takes a bite of watermelon and swallows it with a quick gulp. Urara-san panics when she realizes she accidentally swallowed a watermelon seed. Yuta laughs it off and says it's no big deal, admitting that he always ends up swallowing them too. Murai-kun brings up the old childhood myth about swallowed seeds sprouting in people's stomachs. Haoju-san starts to tremble with fear after hearing the story. Yuta returns from washing his hands and asks her what is wrong while she sits there worrying about the many seeds she just swallowed. Haoju-san hands Yuta a pile of stones and tells him he can have them all. Yuta looks at the collection and tells her he doesn't need that many. Yuta tells her that he can't possibly take all those rocks home and tells her to put them back. Haoju-san looks at him with a confused expression. Haoju-san becomes completely dejected after Yuta's rejection of her gifts. Yuta watches her, feeling a bit bad for his blunt response. Yuta gives in and asks her to narrow the collection down to just one favorite stone. She hands him a carefully selected pebble, and the narration notes that Yuta really is a softie. A single coin rolls across the floor near the Tono residence. Yuta sits at his table in a state of absolute dread as he stares at his wallet. He realizes with a sinking feeling that he is completely broke. Yuta sits at his desk, lamenting his empty wallet. He realizes his frequent outings lately made this financial crisis inevitable, but he panics when he remembers his upcoming date with Haoju-san. He imagines himself sending a pathetic text on the day of their outing, making an excuse about missing the train because he can't afford the fare. As he slumps over in despair, his door suddenly creaks open. A woman with short, dark hair and headphones around her neck stands in the hallway. She remarks that it has been quite a while since she last visited Rieya's home. Yuta peeks out of his room to see who arrived. Yukimura-senpai notices him and lets out a curious sound while Yuta groans in annoyance. Yukimura-senpai greets Yuta with a smirk, calling him her little brother. Yuta slides back toward his room, noting that she remains as cold as ever. Rei excitedly shows Yuta a stack of containers, explaining that Yukimura-senpai brought over some snacks. He mentions that her mother specifically sent them over for him. Yuta watches Yukimura-senpai casually eating and thinks about how she and his brother are always together. He gets annoyed when she seems to read his thoughts and tells her to stop. He reflects on his relationship with her, noting they've only met a few times. He finds her incredibly difficult to read and admits he isn't very comfortable around her. Rei beams with a radiant smile, saying he is actually happy to be stuck with her since she's been in his class every year since elementary school. Yukimura-senpai looks at Rei with a blunt, disgusted expression and calls him gross. Yuta notes that she is the only person he knows who has absolutely no romantic interest in his brother. Yukimura-senpai turns her attention back to Yuta and points out that he looks like he's dealing with some sort of trouble. Yuta is surprised she noticed his distress. She tells Yuta that she has some good news for him as Rei listens in the background. The scene shifts to the exterior of a local family restaurant during the day. Inside the busy restaurant, a cheerful waitress welcomes customers to their tables. Families sit in the booths nearby enjoying their meals. Yuta stands in the center of the room, now wearing a formal waiter's uniform complete with a bow tie. He looks completely drained as he prepares to start his new job. Yukimura-senpai explains that she arranged the part-time floor staff job because she thought it would be a perfect experience for him. Yuta wonders how she managed to read his mind so easily. She tells Yuta that he needs to try new things while he is still a student. Suddenly, the restaurant manager walks into the area and spots them. Nakai, the manager, introduces herself and thanks Yuta for coming, mentioning that they are currently very short-staffed. Yukimura-senpai tells her that she will leave the rest of the training to her. Yukimura-senpai assures Yuta that she will teach him the basics and notes that the restaurant rarely gets very busy anyway. Yuta thinks to himself that she is surprisingly carefree about the whole situation. Yuta gets straight to work and begins vigorously wiping down the tables in the dining area. He carries a tray of dirty dishes back to the kitchen, reflecting on how he has never had a job before. Yukimura-senpai watches his progress and gives him a lukewarm critique of his performance. Yuta realizes that while he didn't have any other plans, he definitely needs the extra money for his next outing with Haoju-san. He starts to blush as he thinks about how much he is looking forward to seeing her again. He suddenly notices a suspicious person in a black hoodie staring at him from a booth across the room. Yuta tells Yukimura-senpai about the creepy customer who keeps hiding behind a menu and glancing in his direction. She listens while absent-mindedly patting a decorative cat statue. Yukimura-senpai sighs deeply as she looks over at the hooded person who is currently obsessing over the price of a steak set. She mutters under her breath about the punk's behavior. She slams a plate of extra spicy fried rice down onto the table in front of the suspicious customer. The person jumps in surprise as the dish arrives with a loud clink. The customer stammers that he never ordered the extra spicy dish. Yukimura-senpai just stares him down and firmly repeats the name of the meal. She reaches out and lifts the sunglasses off the boy's face, revealing it is actually Riia. She welcomes him to the restaurant with a knowing smirk. Riia looks up at the pair in shock while Yuta stands behind his senior with a look of pure annoyance on his face. Riia laughs nervously and admits that he only came by because he was curious to see how Yuta was handling his first day at work. Yukimura-senpai stabs her finger at Riia's head, telling him that his brother complex has crossed into creepy territory. Riia groans in defeat while Yuta watches the exchange with a nervous sweat. Riia tries to defend himself, saying he shouldn't have been stalked in a full disguise either. Riia slumps in his seat looking completely dejected as he mutters an apology. He explains that he only planned to leave after seeing how Yuta was doing. Yukimura-senpai looks at him silently, her expression unreadable. Riia offers a small, lonely smile. He admits that he simply felt a bit left out and solitary. Yukimura-senpai lets out a heavy sigh and runs a hand through her hair. Yuta watches her from a distance near the drink bar, noticing her sudden change in mood. A plate of thick pancakes topped with syrup and butter is placed firmly onto the table with a loud clink. Riia stares at the unexpected dessert and asks what it's for. Yukimura-senpai informs him that it's her treat as she begins to walk away. Riia is stunned, questioning if she's really sure about the gesture. Yukimura-senpai turns back with a soft, gentle gaze. She tells Riia that since he came all this way, he should take his time and relax. She adds that he needs to take a breather once in a while. Riia blushes slightly and smiles warmly. He softly thanks Yukimura-senpai for her kindness. Yuta carries a tray of clean cups, observing the two of them and realizing they actually do get along quite well. In the background, Riia asks Yukimura-senpai if she's going to eat the extra spicy fried rice she brought earlier, but she flatly refuses. The quiet atmosphere of the family restaurant suddenly vanishes as a massive crowd of customers pours in. Yuta is overwhelmed by the noise and chatter, reminding Yukimura-senpai that she claimed the place rarely gets busy. A group of girls gathers near Riia's booth, squealing with excitement. They gush over how cool he looks, surrounding him with hearts and sparkling effects while he tries to ignore the attention. Yuta is panting and drenched in sweat from the sudden rush of work. He questions why the restaurant is suddenly so packed and begins to realize what might be causing the attraction. The front door swings open as even more girls arrive, loudly asking for a table for 5. One mentions hearing about a total hottie eating at the restaurant. Yukimura-senpai slams a glass of water down on a table with a sharp crack, her patience finally snapping. The sudden violence of the glass slamming down silences the room. Riia and the other customers sit in stunned shock as water splashes onto the table. Yukimura-senpai stands over the booth with her head bowed, radiating a dark energy. Yukimura-senpai looks at Riia with a terrifyingly menacing expression and orders him to go home. Riia screams in terror and immediately agrees to leave while Yuta watches the scene from behind his head, spinning from the intense aura. Night has fallen over the family restaurant with a crescent moon shining brightly in the starry sky. Yuta and Yukimura-senpai step outside after finishing their shift. She commends him on a job well done while he offers a tired thanks for her hard work. As they walk, Yukimura-senpai asks how he liked his first day. Yuta admits he is completely exhausted and realized the job involves far more than he anticipated. She informs him that the manager was so impressed she wants him to stay on through the summer and eventually long term. Yukimura-senpai brings up his future schedule and asks if he has any specific plans to go out during the upcoming break. Yuta blushes furiously and tries to stammer out a vague confirmation that he does have plans. He reacts with shock to something she says, shouting in the quiet street while she casually brushes it off as nothing. The stars twinkle over the neighborhood houses as the conversation continues into the night. Yukimura-senpai mentions that Riia has seemed unusually preoccupied and worried about something lately. She admits things didn't go quite as she planned at the restaurant, but she hopes the outing at least gave Riia a needed distraction. She explains that his older brother tends to keep his feelings bottled up inside. Yuta looks at her with a surprised expression as they walk home. Yuta realizes just how closely Yukimura-senpai watches over his brother and begins to suspect she might actually have feelings for him. She suddenly looms over him with a sharp warning that he is overthinking things, making him let out a startled yelp. She recalls how she and Riia have been comfortable around each other since they were young children. She notes that he is essentially the only person she has that kind of bond with. Yukimura-senpai describes Riia as a precious friend and admits she simply cannot leave him be when he is clearly struggling. She shifts her focus and directly asks Yuta about his own life. She asks him what kind of relationship he actually has with the girl he is planning to meet up with. Yuta stands in stunned silence as an image of Haoju-san's warm smile flashes through his mind. Yuta walks alone under the stars, wondering what his relationship with Haoju-san really is. He thinks about how it's definitely not the same as the long-standing bond between his brother and Yukimura-senpai. Yuta tries to define her role in his life, telling himself that she's just a girl in his class. He continues walking, feeling deeply conflicted. He questions if she is truly just a classmate and nothing more while looking back at his interaction with Yukimura-senpai. Yukimura-senpai pats Yuta on the shoulder and tells him to take his time thinking it over, admitting that her question might have been a bit mean. She notes that going out with a girl from his own class is quite a big deal. Yuta is surprised that she knew his secret since he never told her. She explains that it was just a hunch and that he is incredibly easy to read. Yukimura-senpai gives a knowing smile while Yuta internally screams, offended at the idea that his feelings are so obvious. She points out that people who are just classmates don't typically spend time together alone outside of school. Yuta is completely flustered by her logic. Yuta asks her how old she is again, noting that she is the same age as his brother. She simply sighs and remarks on how nice it is to be young. Earlier that day, Yukimura-senpai drags Yuta away from his house, telling Riia she is borrowing his little brother for a bit. Riia is left standing in the doorway, completely bewildered. Riia watches them leave, trailing off as he thinks about how Yukimura-senpai came all that way just to take Yuta to work. Riia stands alone, feeling strangely sad about being left behind. This loneliness leads to the birth of a suspicious older brother as Riia pulls up his hood and sunglasses, resolved to follow them. Back to the present walk home, Yuta asks Yukimura-senpai what she is eating. She tells him it's chocolate, leading him to assume she has a sweet tooth. Yukimura-senpai reveals that she actually doesn't like sweets much and prefers spicy food. Yuta is confused and asks her why she's even eating the chocolate in that case. Yukimura-senpai explains that these chocolate treats have a lottery printed on the stick after they are finished. She admits she has a strong desire to finally win one. She mentions she has been eating them for 10 years and has never won even once, despite hearing it should be easy. Yuta realizes his senior has a strange obsessive side as well. Yuta recalls that when Yukimura-senpai came over to their house, his older brother wasn't as messy or disheveled as usual. He reflects on how his brother was actually dressed in normal clothes for once. He wonders if it was just a lucky coincidence that his brother happened to be presentable that day. Yukimura-senpai clarifies the mystery by stating she always contacts his brother before she ever goes over to visit. Yuta realizes she might actually be keeping a very close eye on his brother's habits. He tries to act indifferent by saying he has no interest in his brother's private life, which his senior finds slightly scary. The clouds drift across the sky over a quiet neighborhood as the afternoon passes by. Yuta heads out and checks his phone messages. Haoju-san asks if he is sure about meeting near her house, and he assures her it is fine because their destination is closer to her place anyway. Yuta stares at his phone while walking, his face flushed with nervous anticipation. He keeps reminding himself that today is finally the day he goes out with Haoju-san. He reflects on how sticking with the part-time job was the right move. He feels incredibly grateful that the manager decided to pay him early for helping out on such short notice. Yuta holds his first paycheck, feeling a warm sense of accomplishment. Nakai-san congratulates him and mentions his official contract starts next month. Yukimura-senpai asks him how he plans to spend his hard-earned money. Yukimura-senpai looks at him with a knowing smirk, having perfectly guessed what he was thinking. Yuta gets defensive and shouts that he didn't even say anything yet. Yukimura-senpai walks away, telling him to have fun on his outing. Yuta watches her go, struck by how perceptive she can be. As Yuta walks down the street, he tries to convince himself that he and Haoju-san are just classmates hanging out together. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing with an incoming call from her. Yuta answers the phone, but he is immediately greeted by the sound of Haoju-san coughing violently on the other end. She apologizes and tells him that she can't make it to their meeting. He asks if she is doing okay, only to be interrupted by a loud crash and a series of thuds coming through the receiver. Yuta panics and asks if she is really all right. Haoju-san insists she is fine, though her voice sounds strained. She explains that her parents are out and won't be back until tonight. Yuta listens to her persistent coughing and starts to worry about her being left home alone in such a state. Yuta decides to take action and heads over to her house. He stands at the front gate, holding a bag full of supplies, thinking that she sounded like she was in really bad shape. He reaches the front door and considers leaving the care package there instead of ringing the bell so he doesn't disturb her. Just as he is about to set it down, the door suddenly clacks open and smacks him right in the forehead. Haoju-san stands in the doorway wearing a face mask and a large hoodie, looking quite frail. She notices Yuta clutching his head in pain and calls out his name in surprise. Tono brings a bag of supplies to Haoju's front door. Haoju wears a mask and thanks him for the help, though she feels bad for calling him so late. Tono notices Haoju struggling to open a jelly drink while sitting on the floor. He realizes that despite her trying to act fine, she is actually in very bad shape. Haoju looks up with a dazed, blushing expression as she holds her snack. Haoju tells Tono that she didn't think he would actually come over today. Tono stands nearby, looking a bit awkward. Tono decides to head home so Haoju can get some proper rest. He tells her to sleep well and turns to leave the room. Haoju watches Tono with her mask pulled down slightly, her face still flushed with fever. Tono feels a sudden pull on his shirt and stops in his tracks. Haoju kneels on the floor and reaches out to grab Tono's clothes to prevent him from walking away. Tono looks back at her with a wide-eyed and surprised expression. Tono turns around and asks her what she wants while she continues to squeeze his shirt. Haoju looks down shyly and asks him to stay with her for just a little bit longer. A tray with a glass of water, medicine, and snacks is placed on the table next to a wash basin. Tono prepares a damp cloth while Haoju settles into her bed. She thanks him quietly as she prepares to sleep. Tono wipes Haoju's face and decides he will leave once she finally falls asleep. Haoju lies tucked under her blankets with a cold pack on her forehead. Tono looks at the sleeping Haoju and thinks it is strange that even someone like her can catch a cold. He remembers her usual cheerful demeanor from school. Tono says he is glad Haoju has an appetite, but warns her not to spill anything. Haoju slurps the jelly and tells him that the one he brought tastes really good. Haoju accidentally spills a blob of jelly on her bedding. Tono gets annoyed and reminds her that he literally just told her to be careful. Haoju hides under her blankets and admits she got a bit lazy. Tono looks at his cloth and hopes the jelly won't leave a stain on the sheets. Haoju starts laughing softly from under the covers, catching Tono off guard. Haoju peeks out from the blankets and tells Tono that he acts just like a mom. Tono turns away with a blush and asks her what that is supposed to mean. Tono asks if she has contacted her parents or her brother yet. Haoju admits that she hasn't reached out to them. Haoju looks away and begins to explain the reason why she is keeping her sickness a secret. Haoju tells Tono that she simply doesn't want to be a burden to her family. Tono is surprised by her use of the word burden. Haoju explains that when she was little, she caused a lot of trouble for her mom and dad. Haoju recalls how she used to blurt out whatever was on her mind, like wanting to play piano or visit a theme park. She remembers her parents being so kind that they would listen to every single thing she said. Haoju reflects on the memory of her mother looking completely exhausted and falling asleep from the effort. The young Haoju realized that her behavior was actually making life very hard for her parents. In the present, Tono listens as Haoju admits she still worries that she might be a bother to the people around her. Haoju worries that she might just be selfishly dragging everyone along with her. Tono remembers how Haoju was always enthusiastically showing off travel magazines and planning outings. Haoju apologizes to Tono for saying such weird things while she's sick. Haoju eventually stops talking and drifts off into a quiet sleep. Tono looks down at her with a thoughtful expression as she sleeps. Haoju thanks Tono for the care package and insists on treating him to something next time they go out. She starts listing off various foods and drinks she could buy for him. Tono asks her if she is sure she isn't just the one who's hungry right now. Haoju laughs it off with a smile while Tono thinks that was a strange way to play it off. Tono points out her Lay's dog plushie and she confirms that it always stays on her bed. Tono notices the plushie fidgeting slightly and wonders what's going on. He stops and takes a much closer look at the stuffed animal. Tono wonders if the plushie just moved, but he tries to convince himself that it's just his imagination. Two girls in class offer Tono homemade sweets. They tell him he can take them home to eat with his older brother. Tono looks over his shoulder and tells the girls flat out that he does not want the treats. The girls walk away disappointed, noting that Tono's guard is as solid as ever. Tono sighs in annoyance knowing the gifts were just a way for them to get to his brother. Haoju calls out to Tono and holds out a small item telling him that she has something for him. Tono starts to give his usual rejection, telling her he doesn't want whatever she is offering. Haoju reveals that the gift is actually a scented kneaded eraser. Tono is completely baffled by the choice, but Haoju smugly explains that she simply thought he would like it. Tono blushes slightly and decides to accept the strange gift from her anyway. Haoju rests her head on her hand and smiles happily at him. Yuta sits at his desk, later looking at the growing pile of bizarre gifts she has given him and questioning if he should even be keeping them.